not yet, but it's coming up right now. All right, if somebody can jump on there real quick to verify for me that it's on? Okay. Okay, almost done. Can you see me? Okay. Can you see me in the camera? Right here. Can you see me in the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Don't touch. That's good. I'm saying, can you see it?
I can see the screen.
And you can see me?
Yes, and I can see you.
Is it cut off or no?
It's right at the edge.
That's good.
That's good?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
Somebody's in the bathroom again. This was to hold it down for me. All right. No, I was saying I was trying to get to the bathroom, but it's okay.
Oh, that's
Yeah. So. Okay. All right. So somebody keep watch on that. So yeah, I'm gonna chat a little bit, and then I'm gonna get into it. All right. So while I'm waiting for a quick bathroom break, really quick, get me for that. I just don't want nothing to interrupt this message. I'm gonna introduce it a little bit, and then I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna come right back, and we're gonna get into it. So, anybody really? Look at the image here. What comes to mind when you see this type of image? Anybody? Look at the title, and then look at the image. Because a lot of times I like to give away the lecture in the title and in the imagery. So take a look at this. What comes to mind when you see this? Stoning, right? But in relation to the subject matter. Say it again. For what? But how? Yes, the bathroom's bad. I'll be right back. Give me like 2 minutes. Let me turn this off. Y'all need to hear me in here, yeah. Because I talked to my...
Shabbat shalom, everybody. We're taking a quick break. Just want to remind everybody, if you have cell phones on, please either turn them off or put them on vibrate at least, okay? Okay. If we were in court and your cell phone went off, either you're about to get held in contempt, you're about to get a $100 fine, or the judge may hold you in the back with the rest of the inmates for the day. Am I lying, brothers? Depending on which judge it is. Or all three. Or all three.
Okay. All right. Take some water. Okay, where's the pointer at? The presenter. Oh, okay. Make sure this is working. Yeah. Okay. All right. So say again. Can you see me?
No, I can see you. I'll be your eyes. You know, you're perfect. What it is, what I'm looking at.
Yeah, let me check.
Yeah, let me check. Look at the TV. No. You're perfect. I want you to look at the TV to see where you look on the screen.
Okay, gotcha.
See. Are you
Yeah, that's good.
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you're perfect. Go ahead.
I'll do it like this so I can see. There you go. All right. All right, it's recording. All right. So let me get through this. Please, family, I'm not going to take long, but if I have to break, I'll break and then follow up with the rest of it. But if you allow me to go through this, I guarantee you, I've probably said it many times before, but this is really going to blow your mind. This subject matter is very taboo, very taboo. And for me to go into the way that I'm doing to make my final point at the end, I guarantee you're going to learn something today, and you're also going to be blown away like, wow. Because I know when I was doing it, I prayed to the Most High for him to give me insight and give me chachma or wisdom to put it together. So that way it's not misconstrued, but that everybody gets the point. So I have to finish it, but I guarantee when it's done, you're going to be like, wow, guarantee. Now, before I start, I've got a lot of inbox messages about this subject matter. Good and kind of like not too good, not bad and not in a negative way, but a lot of people are concerned because this is a taboo subject matter that people say does not exist in the text. And I tell them it's there, let's deal with it. Let's not feel uncomfortable about it because taboos can hold you back from progress. Do you understand? Because it's designed to stigmatize something so you don't touch it or leave it alone. And then when you have to deal with it, you make excuses for it instead of explicitly describing and explaining and understanding and conveying what it entails. Huh? Okay. I'm not here to sugarcoat nothing today. This is going to be as real as it can get. Real as it could be. And I guarantee that when it's done and over with, you'll have something to go home to go back and study. Don't take my word for nothing that I say. You go back and you study. All right? So with that being said, and I'm allowed y'all to gauge just a little bit to kind of figure out what's going on, let's get into the meat and potatoes. Y'all ready? Are y'all ready? Told you can't sleep on this. Okay? All right, let's go. First, we're going to start off with definitions. So we are all on the same page. What I realized that the biggest issue with communication is utilizing the definitions of the same words and making sure that both parties understand terms and conditions. If you don't understand certain definitions, I may be saying one thing and you may be interpreting it some way differently. So the purpose of definitions is to ensure that we're all on the same page. Is this cutting out or this is? Sound like it's cutting out. Oh, okay. All right. So I want to make sure that we understand. Is it good? All right, that's good. That's good. I want to make sure that we understand various terms. So as we go through, you can understand my premise. Con? All right. So get your pens and papers out because you're about to go to school. I'm dead serious. That's what we say in New York. I'm dead serious. You're about to go to school. So I don't see no pens and no papers coming out. I guess y'all got it in your mind. So let's do it. Because I'm going to test y'all at the end before we do the questions and answers. Con? All right. Y'all ready? All right, let's go. First definition. Matter of fact, Frank, I'm going to utilize you, Frank. Let's go. Come on, Frank. Frank's my reader and everything like that. Frank thought he was going to get some rest now, Frank. We're going to work. Let's go.
Definitions.
And I have to choose Frank because Frank's a lawyer too. So I'm gonna touch on some law terms, and I need a lawyer to speak on them. All right, so let's go. First one, what is it, Frank?
Capital offense.
What is that?
Any criminal charge which is punishable by the death penalty, called capital. Since the defendant could lose his or her head, that's Latin for kaput.
You ever heard kaput before? That's off with his head. Okay. Next one.
Capital punishment,
Uh-huh.
also known as the death penalty, is a government
So then y'all can sit anywhere. Yeah.
Is a government sanctioned practice whereby a person is put to death by the state as a punishment for a serious crime.
Got it? All right. Next.
Human sacrifice.
Uh-oh.
The act of killing one or more human beings usually as an offering to a deity.
Wait, usually as a what?
As an offering to a deity.
As a what?
As an offering to a deity.
Keep this in mind, family. Keep going.
As part of a ritual.
All right, next term.
Atonement. Satisfaction or reparation for a wrong or injury. Amends.
Now, we have a Hebrew word here. How many of y'all can read Hebrew in here? Raise your hand. Okay, that'll be the next lesson we're going to work on.
Right, working on it.
So, we got 3 Hebrew letters here. This is called triconsonantal root. We have Kaf, Pe, and Resh. Kaf, Pe, and Resh. This says Ki, Por. Now, we have several things going on here. The Kaf gives you the sound. The Pe can give you the sound, depending if you're doing a frictive or if you're doing a plosive. And then the Resh gives you the R, the R sound. You got to roll it off like in Spanish, right? This is Ki, Por. And when you see the digestion in the middle of the Pe, that means you repeat the consonant twice. Ki, Por. What's Ki, Por? Y'all should know that. What's Ki, Por?
Atonement.
Atonement. All right. So where have you heard that word before? Where? Yom Kippur. Yom means what? Day. Kippur means, so if you syntax it is Day of Atonement, right? Now, this right here. This is the trilateral root. It's modified, but you're going to see this used for different things. Kofir, right? Kafar, right? It can mean to stain something, so that way it's covered, like with a henna. You do a henna. It could also mean a village. Interesting, because the village is covered by tents.
Come on.
Okay. It could also mean atonement, where blood is used to cover or atone for sins. Are you following me? But keep this in mind, family. Let's go to the next one, Frank. Next one, Frank.
Sin. An immoral act considered to be a transgression against divine law.
Against whose law?
Divine
law. We have a Hebrew word here. Hit, tit, aleph, tab. Does anybody know what that is? Hit, tit, aleph, tab. Hit, patak, tit, kamet, aleph, kamet, tab. Chat, ta. Anytime you see this aleph here, it is represented by a vowel underneath, which is the kamet, but it can also indicate a glottal stop. That's why you'll see when they transliterate some Hebrew words, they have a little apostrophe at the top. That's called a glottal stop. Hat, ta. Chata means sin. Now, I did a lesson here dealing with, the name of the lesson is All Sins Created Equal. And in that, I go into the 3 different types of sin. And then I went into the various offerings. How many of y'all remember that or seen it online? If you haven't, go back and watch it. Because when I get towards the end, I'm not going to go too much into it because you got to watch that lecture for it. But this is a type of sin or going astray. And we're going to go into that a little bit as we progress forward. Let me not spend too much time on this first slide. Let's go in. Now, before I deal with Israel, ancient pre-exilic Israel, I have to show you human sacrifice in other ancient cultures. And I have to show you this so you can understand the distinction between our culture and other ancient cultures. Now, one thing, being an apologist, I've learned that some people attack the Bible and say, see, the God that you follow, that's what they say, the God that you follow, he sanctions the murdering, killing of all these different people. He sanctions human sacrifice. And they say it like no other culture did it. Like their ancient ancestors, wherever they descend from, have not practiced the same thing. And they have. And I'm going to show you various cultures that engage in the same thing for different reasons and sometimes for similar reasons. But remember what the key thing is that we read in regards to human sacrifice, which was what? No, not divine law, human sacrifice. The killing as an offering to a deity. Let's get started. First, let's start with what? What we got up there? Kemet and Nubia? And Nubia is a misnomer, but we're going to use it today because people can relate to that. Kemet, it can also be represented by Misraim in Hebrew or Egypt in English. All right? Nubia can also go by Kush. You know, ancient Kush. Ethiopia is represented also by ancient Kush, so is the Sudan. But we're going to look at this culture to see if they have human sacrifice in this culture. Because you can't talk about the scriptures and neglect to look in the history of your own culture you subscribe to. Because I have a lot of brothers and sisters that engage in the Kemetic culture, and we are cool. But a lot of times when they point fingers, I say, hey, when you point one finger forward, you got how many pointing back? Okay. So you guys, if anybody wants this article, let me know. I can get it to y'all. And what we're gonna do, the name of this article is called The Retainer Sacrifice in Egypt and Nubia. How many of y'all know what a retainer sacrifice is? Raise your hand. Yes. Now you're gonna learn something new today. Watch how real this is. Y'all ready? All right. It cannot be denied that the custom of having the king's servants killed and buried with him in order to serve him in the afterlife did actually exist in ancient Egypt, albeit only for a brief period at the very beginning of pharaonic civilization. How many of y'all knew that? In early pharaonic Kemetic history, the king would look for his greatest servants because he was considered the Nasut Biti, which is the king, but also a Netcher on earth, which is a power on earth, to the point where the people were so dedicated to them, they were willing to give their lives to serve him in the afterlife. But yet some people say, that this is all myth. It's not real. Their eschatology is not real. So why would a human being be willing to allow himself to be killed to go serve the king in the afterlife? There's no such thing as an afterlife. Okay. I don't think y'all got that. Listen to what I just said. Are y'all ready? Two main forms of human sacrifice can be distinguished. On the one hand, there's the ritual killing of a human being, either as a regular or as an exceptional form of the offering cult. In this case, human beings, usually though not always, convicted criminals or prisoners of war are sacrificed to the gods or the Netaru in order to maintain or re-establish cosmic order and to emphasize the role of the king as his main guarantor. In some cases, this type of human sacrifice may be no more than a ritualized form of the legal death penalty. Keep that in mind. On the other hand, there's the practice of retainer sacrifice, where the death of the king is followed by the killing of people who are supposed to accompany him to the afterlife. It is on this latter custom that we shall focus here, although it is possible that the two forms of human sacrifice may sometimes overlap. For example, as sometimes has been suggested, prisoners of war were selected to be killed on the occasion of the royal funeral. That means even these prisoners of war, once you get captured, you think you're just going to be my servant in this life. I'm going to kill you before I die or while I'm dying, and you're going to serve me in the next life. Let's get it in. Firmer and more substantial evidence of retainer sacrifice comes from the royal burial grounds of the early dynastic period of Abydos. The kings of Dynasty 0 and 1, when the centralization or the centralized Egyptian state was formed, as well as those of the second part of Dynasty 2 were buried here. Be this as it may, retainer sacrifice in the necropolis of Abydos is first attested in the burial complex of the king Aha and continues to be a feature of all royal tombs of the first dynasty. The burial complexes of these kings consist not only of the tomb proper, an impressive mud brick structure built on the high desert, which was once covered by a rectangular tumulus, but also of a separate funerary enclosure situated near the edge of the cultivation. The necropolis has suffered extensively from both looting and from less than careful digging by early excavators. Let's jump on. Both the tomb and the funerary enclosure are surrounded by rows of small square or rectangular subsidiary graves, each containing one burial, usually in a wooden coffin. The tomb of Aha had 3 parallel rows of 36 subsidiary graves containing the skeletal remains of young males, none of whom was older than 20 or 25. This uniform age is a strong indication that they were all killed simultaneously, apparently by strangulation. Wow. It is interesting to note that the remains of at least 7 young lions were found near one of these burials. Further confirmation of the practice of retainer sacrifice comes from the very recent excavation of Aha's funerary enclosure by the American Mission. Here, the expedition uncovered 6 subsidiary burials containing the skeletons of what appears to be court officials, servants, and artisans. None of y'all is going to be left untouched. Everybody that's serving me, y'all coming with me. That's real. Although the graves have been looted, they still contain funerary goods such as jars with royal zeal of Aha and the precious items of ivory and lapis lazuli jewelry, indicating that these people were no mere servants, but persons of some pristine standing. Okay, that they were all buried at the same time is made probable by the fact that the wooden roofs over the individual graves were covered by a continuous layer of mud plaster laid down over all the graves very soon after the enclosure was constructed. I'm going to read about Deidre, and then I'm going to skip to the Nubian because I don't want to take too much time. Aha was succeeded by Djer, whose tomb was surrounded by the graves of no fewer than 317 individuals. Wow. While a further 242 were found buried around his funerary enclosure, a total of 559 individuals, among whom were a considerable number of women. So y'all going too. You got to join your husbands to go serve the king, man. And his wives. Okay. Many of these subsidiary graves were originally marked by simple tombstones inscribed with the names of their occupants, and further indication these people were not just nameless slaves. Not all the subsidiary burials were necessary retainer sacrifices, however. So just make sure we make a distinction. In the case of the burials at Djer's tomb, Reisner, after careful consideration of the archaeological and constructional evidence, considered 63 cases probable and a further 99 possible. So out of all those people that you see that died, not all of them were retainer sacrifices, but at least 100 of them were. That's still a lot of people to be killing when a king dies. Okay. After Djer, the numbers gradually decreased, meaning that the custom or the practice started to decline in popularity because, you know, after a while, you seeing people working for the king getting killed. You may not want to work for the king no more. I mean, I know I was sick against that. Like, what happened today? He was just working with the king. Nah, man. After Djer, the numbers gradually decreased. The tomb of his successor, Djer Waji, had 174 subsidiary burials, assessed by Reisner as 14 probable and 99 possible cases of retainer sacrifice. His funerary enclosure counted a further 161. The tomb of Queen Mary Neith, who appears to have acted as regent during the minority for Son Den, contained 41, 33 probable sacrificial subsidiary graves, and Den's own tomb had 133, 40 probable, 83 possible, while his ritual enclosure, perhaps originally associated with Mary Neith, counted 77. The tomb of the next king, Andjib, was surrounded by 64 poorly constructed graves. His enclosure, if he had one, is as yet identified. So I'm not gonna go over the rest because y'all can go back and research this. I could give you this article. It's called Retainer Sacrifice in Egypt and Nubia by Jacobus van Dijk, okay? And I can send it to y'all. But let's jump into Nubia real quick. I'm just gonna do this in this part of Nubia, and then we're gonna move on to the next culture. Or maybe some more of this culture. Okay, because I gotta give you evidence now. Can't just be making these claims. They could be making this stuff up. Gotta show y'all something. In Nubia, retainer sacrifice is a recurrent phenomenon from at least the classic Kerma period, 1750 to 1500 BC, to the time of the kingdoms of Balana and Kusto, 5th to 6th century AD. The kings of Kerma, just south of the Third Cataract, were buried in very large tumulus tombs, which were accompanied by massive mud brick mortuary chapels. The tombs excavated by G.A. Reisner shortly before World War I contain not only large quantities of all sorts of luxury objects such as furniture, model ships, pottery, jewelry, and weapons, but also various sacrificial animals, as well as the skeletons of sacrificed human beings who had apparently been buried alive. Well, let's go back. So now in this culture, they're not just putting you to death before they bury you. They bury you when the king dies. We ain't got time to kill you. We're just gonna throw you right in his grave. Okay. See, this is really ugly, and I never hear nobody bring this stuff out. So this is my apology to my Kemetic and Kemetic family. It's not a knock on the culture, but you got to deal with this. This is very important to deal with this, okay? Remember, you can't point one finger and have three fingers point back at you. I'm almost finished. One of the largest tumuli contained the bodies of at least 322 people, a great many of them female, perhaps members of the royal harem. So now he's killing all his wives with him. Like, oh, y'all all come with me, man. I love all of y'all. Y'all thought y'all was gonna be good once I died. Nah, you're coming with me. Retainer sacrifice was not just a royal prerogative. Yeah. Hey, you thinking because your husband died, if he's a tyrant or something like that, oh, I'm free for him. And you realize you're gonna be put to death with him. You gotta serve him again in the afterlife. Dang, that's crazy. Now listen to this. Retainer sacrifice was not just a royal prerogative here. However, for smaller numbers of victims have been also found in subsidiary graves belonging to court officials. That means even a court official was able to kill their assistants to take them with you. Imagine you working for a CEO as an administrative civic woman, and then you see he's about to die on his deathbed, and they're preparing a grave for you to die with him. How would that make you feel? Damn, that's real. Dug into the royal tombs itself. These massive royal burial sites evidently represent the kingdom of Kerma at its most powerful. In the northern parts of the cemetery, human sacrifices are less in evidence. Rise and ascribe this difference to a period of decline, but Adams has suggested that it may instead reflect the period of development leading to the cultural heyday of Kerma. Now, they also, during the New Kingdom, we have situations that occurring. Late Kingdom, we have situations that occur. Again, this is a custom that is replete throughout the history, but it wasn't like something that was highly popular when Egypt was in its rise. But these are things that are glossed over, that people don't deal with. They don't bring out because it makes the culture look less than ideal. Because ain't nobody doing that today, right? Family? Maybe. Oh, she said maybe. Okay. Let's get past that. This goes into the 25th dynasty. Peter Numeru over Egypt came in 657, and it goes on to tell you some more of these practices occurring. And for the lack of time, I'm not going to go into it, but I want to read this part here. The last royal tomb, the owner of which is unidentified, dates from AD 320, and that's more recent. So even into AD has been happening. Who excavated these cemeteries stated that the evidence of sat-type burial was found in almost all of these tombs, but in the basis of his published reports, it's now thought that he exaggerated the frequency of the phenomenon. Nevertheless, it is certain that at least 16 tombs, 5 kings, a queen, a prince, and a further 8 unknown status dating from the 1st century BC onwards contain additional sacrificial burials with a maximum of 7 in any one tomb. Here too, however, human instruments are outnumbered by those of dogs, horses, and later camels. So sometimes they even took the animals out and took the animals with them. So you're all coming with me. Man. So for somebody who don't believe there's an afterlife, that's not what it's portraying here in the culture. Con? So don't let nobody tell you this stuff is all a myth and it's not real when we see real people who die. Okay. I love y'all, family. I do love y'all. That's why I got to bring this truth out. Now, here's some reliefs, because they may say I'll be making that up. Y'all can go back and look at these reliefs. A label from the reign of Horus Deger also shows the killing of a human being in a seemingly ritual context. Top row to the right here, getting plugged right in his chest, dripping out the blood until he dies, and then you see a whole funerary procession occur. A fragmentary label from the time of the Horus Aha holds the oldest piece of evidence of human sacrifice in ancient Egypt. Here's another person being stabbed in the heart, blood being drained, and then now it commences a funerary procession. Again, I'm giving you the reliefs, not making this up. Go back and research it. But what happened is when it started to decline, and I guess after a while, the morale of all the people working around you was like, man, we're not working for the king no more if he's just putting people to death when he dies. Because I got a family. I'm not sick or anything like that. And a lot of these were young men, 20, 25, be put to death. That means they even get to see the rest of their life. But they got to die when the king dies. So after a while, the people was like, this is kind of barbaric. Let's kind of refrain back. So what they did was they implemented another cultural element. Now, there you go. Eliza. Now, Eliza, calling on you. This is a Shabti, right? This actual act was replaced by these things here. Now, the reason I'm calling on her, you've been to Egypt recently, right? Have you seen this? These little figurines? Remember I made a post of it and you responded on it? You've seen these figurines, right? Okay. These figurines were designed to replace this practice. So what they did was, in the chapter spell, a spell from chapter 6 of the Pre Emheru, and the spell is outlined right here on this actual figurine. What this is that they started creating these figurines, putting the spell on these figurines, and some of these figurines had like plows with them. Some of them had like papers, like they were scribes, various different kinds. Because what happened was when the king goes into the underworld and then he makes his way to wherever he's going, his final destination is, he will call forth this spell, and all of these figurines that was buried with him will come to life in the afterlife, and they will serve him. So this way, we don't have to put nobody to death no more, but now we're using the figurines to serve us in the afterlife. But they said that there's no such thing as all of this stuff that's happening in eschatology in ancient Catholic. Then why they created all these things here? Is this the superstition? I don't think so. Because there's so many of them. This is one of the most common items found in most excavations. And go ahead. If any of y'all have the Book of the Dead, that's what Pere Emheru means, and he's going forth by day, you can go and read chapter 6, and the whole spell is in there. And interesting, Ramses II, when he goes to do his battle at Kadesh, when he comes back after winning the battle, and he's speaking to his soldiers, he actually quotes a line from this chapter 6, meaning that he is making himself, at that moment, because they helped him win the battle at Kadesh against the Hittites, he's now saying that I will serve you guys. What do you guys want? And if you don't understand chapter 6 of the prayer Hamaru, then you're not going to understand what Ramsey was saying after he came back from the Battle of Kadesh, and you won't know what these things are. So now when you go see it, if you look up things in Egypt, now you know what it is. But it came as an evolution because people were dying here. Gone? Man, this is ugly, right? How many of y'all heard about this stuff before? Not pretty. Okay if I can read some of this for y'all? Okay, this is to further emphasize my point. Now, you hear people will talk about the Bible, and they'll say, oh, so your God told y'all to go and kill all those Canaanites. You know, you'll hear that a lot, right? Okay. We want to see if any deities inspired the Nasut deities of ancient Kemet to go kill people. We want to see that. Because if it's here too, you can't use that argument no more. I'm just showing you human sacrifice in other cultures before I get to the scriptures. Okay. Word said by Amun-Ra. Listen, who's saying this? Word said by Amun-Ra, which is a netter, Lord of the thrones of the two lands, may you come to me and rejoice at seeing my beauty. My son, my avenger, Menkepere, may he live forever. I shine for your sake. My heart is glad about your beautiful arrival at my temple. My hands have endowed your body with protection and life. Listen to this. How pleasant is your grace to my breast. I establish you in my sanctuary, and I perform wonders for you. I gave you valor and strength against all foreign lands. I put your authority and fear of you in all lands and dread of you as far as the four supports of heaven. I increase awe of you and everybody. I put the fame of your majesty throughout the 9 bowls. The princes of all foreign lands are gathered in your grasp. I stretch out my hands and I bound them for you. Who's doing this for the king? Amun-Ra. Okay. I tied up the Nubian nomads by the tens of thousands and thousands, and the northerners by hundreds of thousands of captives. So who's sanctioning this? But this deity don't exist. So it's a figment of somebody's imagination that they're putting this down. Somebody is justifying the things the king is doing. I made your enemies fall under your feet so that you could crush the contentious and deceitful. Find trusted, I got one here. Yeah. Find trusted the earth to you, the whole earth. It says, in its length and in its breadth, and westerners and easterners are under your command. You trample all foreign lands while your heart is glad. There is no one who dares come near to your majesty. But while I was your God, you attained them. You crossed the waters of Euphrates to Naharina, while with strength and might that I created for you. They heard your battle cry and hid in the holes. I deprived their noses of the breath of life. That's death. I set the dread of your majesty in their hearts. My serpent diadem on your head, which is the Uraeus, consumes them and makes easy prey of the evil-minded. It devours the Aegean islanders with its flame. It severs the heads of the Asiatics, and none of them is spared. The enemy staggers because of its might. I let your power pervade all lands. The light of the Uraeus is your protection. There will be no rebel against you in what heaven surrounds. They come bearing tributes on their backs, bowing to your majesty, as I commanded. I let the aggressors who come near you become weak, with fearful hearts, their bodies trembling. I came to let you crush the princes of Palestine, spreading them out under your feet throughout their lands, and to let them see your majesty as the Lord of radiance, while you shine before them in my likeness. I came to let you crush those in Asia, and strike the heads of the Asiatics of retinue, and to let them see your majesty equipped you with regalia, while you carry weapons on a chariot. I came to let you crush the eastern land and trample those in the districts of God's land, and to let them see your majesty as a shooting star, which sheds its flames in fire and emits its fragrance. I came to let you crush the western land. Let's keep going on. I came to let you crush those of the turtlebacks, to see people hearing your battle cry, and to let them see your majesty as a avenger appearing on the backs of his victims. I came to let you crush Libya. I came to let you crush the boundaries of the world, with the ocean surrounds being engulfed in your grasp, and to let them see your majesty as possessing the wings of Horus, or Heru, who takes what he sees at will. I came to let you crush the border people and fetter the Bedouin as captives, and to let them see your majesty as the upper Egyptian jackal, lord of speed, runner, rover of the two lands. Family, I'm gonna stop reading there. That's wild right there. But Amun-Ra saying this to Moses, sanctioning this. So when you see them going through all these battles and these wars, it's not a mere man doing it. It is an entity that, at least the culture is saying, inspired the man to go and do this. Can't point at the scriptures no more. Year 47, third month of the season of inundation, day 10, under the majesty of Heru, mighty bull appeared in Thebes, and again they use relative dating, not absolute dating. Two ladies enduring of kingship like Ray in heaven, gold Hebrew, sacred appearance, mighty in strength, the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Menkheperre, son of Ray, of his body, his beloved Lord of the foreign land, Moses, beautiful form. He created it as a monument for his father Amun-Re, Lord of the thrones of the two lands, in the fortress, slayer of the foreigners, making for him a resting place of eternity, because he had made the victories of my majesty greater than those of any king that had been. So now, this is the Gebo Barku Stela of Thutmose III. I got transcriptions of this. At the top right here is the Medu Neter transcribed into English consonants. And anybody who reads Medu Neter, if my family out there can see this, you can go back and verify this translation, all right? So let's move forward. What does this say up here? Read that, Frank. I don't want my voice to get hoarse too early. Read that, Frank.
Human sacrifice, African culture.
What? There was human sacrifice in African culture too? So we see a common phenomenon, family. It's a book, y'all can go get it. It's called Human Sacrifice and the Supernatural in African History by Lawrence E.Y. Mbogoni. And you have chapter 1, Human Sacrifice and the Supernatural in African History. Chapter 2, Human Sacrifice and the Supernatural in the Ashanti Empire and modern day Ghana. I'm gonna touch a little bit on this. Human Sacrifice and the Supernatural in Sierra Leone. Medicine Murder in Lesotho. Medicine Murder in Swaziland. Human sacrifice and the killing of albinos in Tanzania. Did you know about that? That they were using the body parts of Tanzanians because they saw it as being albinos in Tanzania, because they saw it as being sacred. If you read this book, it goes into detail of all of this. It's really interesting stuff. Human sacrifice and supernatural in Uganda. Human sacrifice and supernatural in Zanzibar. Mali order magic, commercial exploitation of folk belief, and the conclusion. Great book, great read to get an understanding of the culture. Again, this is a common practice in ancient culture, and sometimes some cultures still do it today. It's a common practice. We have to deal with it, but you got to understand the psyche as to why these cultures are implementing these things, all right? Now, it's a lot of writing. I'm not going to read all of it, but let me just read a few paragraphs, because I want you all to see this. One of the funeral rites of Asante kings involved what European visitors and missionaries to Asante referred to in their reports as the bloodlust and apparently indiscriminate slaughter of victims. According to Rattray, these reports greatly stigmatized the Ashanti in European eyes, and for this reason, he endeavored to find out the nature and the meaning of shedding of so much human blood that accompanied the funerals of Asante kings. Look at this. In the course of his research, Rattray was convinced that there were motives other than mere bloodlust and cruelty. So now from the outlook, it looks like they're just going blood hungry, but there's a reasoning behind it, right? A morale behind it. Rattray began his ethnographic study of Ashanti's royal funerary rites by comparing and contrasting European and Ashanti attitudes toward death and the afterlife. He notes that while European culture people are extremely fearful of death, the Ashanti people of death did not amount to what psychoanalysts call thanatophobia. This does not mean that the Ashanti did not love life and would as soon be dead as alive. Rather, their attitude towards death and the hereafter was not filled with any vague, troublesome misgivings to what the hereafter may hold in store for them. So they're not tremble like, okay, whatever I do in this life, when I die, I'm going to face some kind of hell or some kind of thing like that. That was not in their mindset. So therefore, people can die, people can give themselves a sacrifice, and people will be okay with it. It says, the Ashanti believed that the hereafter was a replica of this world, and the hereafter, the dead continued to live and do what they had done in this life. Thus, a king would need the same comforts there as he enjoyed in this life. More specifically, to the Ashanti, it was unthinkable to have the king travel anywhere alone. And the healers, Arma adumbrates the essence of Ashanti's rituals of bloodshed following the death of a king as follows. And here's a quote for it. They executed as part of a king's funeral rites were intended not only to accompany his spirit in an entourage befitting his status, but to serve him in the hereafter and various roles that they had done during his life. It is for this reason that representatives of each section of household office holders were killed in order to accompany the king. You heard that somewhere before, right? All right, let's move forward. And if y'all want this book, I have the PDF and I can share it. All right. Besides engaging in retainer sacrifice, and we heard that before, the Ashanti also engaged in ritualized killings to get body parts for juju medicine. The healer's armor describes how Prince Apia, the nephew of renowned Ashanti general Asamoah Nkwata, was killed. When his body was discovered, muscle tissue from his arms and legs, as well as his eyeballs, were missing. These were considered potent ingredients in juju medicine for success because before his murder, the prince had excelled in wrestling, short distance running, and shooting. So now we need some body parts to assist the kings. So in the afterlife, they can run fast, they can see farther, and they can jump higher. It's interesting, right? But it's part of the culture. Again, it may look ugly on the surface, but when you're in part of the culture, it is not. It's something that you're desensitized to. It's part of the custom. All right, warfare and human sacrifice in ancient in Sante Empire. The manner in which pre-colonial Sante's army engaged the enemy depended both on the effectiveness of his arms and the belief that the Ashanti's gods would ensure victory if they appropriately propitiated, which means what? Propitiation means what? Atonement before battle. Consequently, Asante's reliance on the assistance of the gods gave rise to specialists known as the Ensum Makwa Afo, excuse me if I'm mispronouncing that, whose role was to perform rituals intended to guarantee victory and to protect Ashanti soldiers from bodily harm in battle. Some of these rituals involved human sacrifice. I'm going to read this part and we move on. It says, in 1701, Ase Turu, the ruler of Kwaman, which was also known as the Kumasi, defeated Denkira's army at the Battle of Fayasi. Asante's victory was attributed in part to divine intervention facilitated by Okamfo Anokai, Ashanti's chief priest. Before the war, Anokai accompanied himself in many and various magical practices. At the end of these ceremonies, he called for volunteers who would be prepared to sacrifice their lives for the cause of victory. In answer, Nana Tweneboa Kodia of Duku Pin, the Iju Suhene, and the Nani Bodi, the chief of Banwer, and a half-brother of the Ashanti Hene, Nana Ose Tutu, came forward and offered themselves. The manner of their deaths is graphically described by A. Auntie as follows, and this section goes into it. So let's move on. But what I want to show you guys is that even looking in African cultures, some of the concepts that we even saw in ancient Kemet was also practiced by ancient Africans. And if you get that book, and if you don't have it, you can't afford it, let me know. I'll send you the PDF for free. You can read this entire book and understand this is part of culture. It's not nothing that's estranged. This is how cultures do it. But because we're in America, we have a different worldview. We perceive that as being something that is, oh my God, how can they do something like that? Because that's not our culture. All right, let's move on. Human sacrifice for Canaanites? Did the Canaanites do human sacrifice? Y'all should know this. Now we're going to the scriptures. Y'all should know this. Yes? All right. The Bible contains a heartbreaking tale of child sacrifice practiced in the name of Molech, a god of the Ammonites. Molech worship was practiced by the Ammonites and Canaanites who revered Molech as a protecting father figure. Images of Molech was made of bronze and their outstretched arms were heated red hot. Living children were then placed into the, and Frank touched on this before. Remember, Frank, in your lecture? Living children were placed into the idol's hands and died there or were rolled into the fire pit below. Some sources indicate a child may also be passed through the fire. You heard that in scriptures, right? Prior to the actual sacrifice in order to purify or baptize the child with fire. Molech worship occurred in the Hinnom Valley near Jerusalem. Did you know this is hell? All right. So look, that's another lecture. Frank, that's the deep. Frank, read this, Frank.
Leviticus chapter 20, verse 2. You shall also say to the sons of Israel, any man from the sons of Israel or from the aliens sojourning in Israel who gives any of his offspring to Molech shall surely be put to death. The people of the land shall stone him with stones. I will also set my face against that man and will cut him off from among his people, because he has given some of his offspring to Molech, so as to defile my sanctuary and to profane my holy name. If the people in the land, however, should ever disregard that man when he gives any of his offspring to Molech, so as not to put him to death.
Read 5.
Then I myself will set my face against that man and against his family, and I will cut off from among their people both him and all those who play the harlot after him by playing the harlot after Molech. Verse 23, moreover, you shall not follow the customs of the nation which I'll drive out before you, for they did all these things, and therefore I have abhorred them.
Okay, stop, Frank. So now we see a situation where it says, if the people of the land, however, should ever disregard the man when he gives an offering to Molech, that means if somebody's doing it and you're just like, all right, I see it, but I ain't got nothing to do with that. The Most High says, and you don't put him to death, that I myself would set my face against that man and against his family. I will cut him off from the people, both him and those who play the harlot after him by playing the harlot after Molech. Again, somebody has to die so sin can be atoned. Okay. You're not getting that yet, but we're about to get there. Read Deuteronomy 12:29, Frank.
Deuteronomy 12:29. Yah your Elohim will cut off before you the nations you are about to invade and dispossess. But when you have driven them out and settled in their land, and after they have been destroyed before you, be careful not to be ensnared by inquiring about their mighty ones, saying, how do these nations serve their Elohims or their mighty ones? We will do the same. You must not worship Yah, your Elohim, in their way, because in worshiping their mighty ones, they do all kinds of detestable things that Yah hates. They even burn their sons and daughters in the fire as sacrifices to their mighty ones.
So now we see the Canaanites' method of human sacrifice, more particularly child sacrifice as an offering to Molech, which the Most High outlawed for the children of Israel to do. Okay? All right, let's move forward. Now, let's get into some other cultures. Quick tidbits right here. I'm going to go through this real fast, save time. The Carthaginians. Did you ever speak on them before, Frank? I don't know if you did in one of your lectures, but
I think we may have touched on it a little bit in the table of nations.
Yeah, the Carthaginian society was one of the wealthiest and most powerful civilizations in the ancient world. Carthage was a Semitic civilization centered on the Phoenician city-state of Carthage, located in North Africa outside what is now Tunisia. The sacrifice. The Carthaginian society was paradoxical in that despite being one of the strongest civilizations in the world, it engaged in rituals even contemporaries considered horrifying. The absolute worst must be the practice of infant sacrificial killings. Experts believe this was done for a number of reasons. Firstly, to gain favor with the gods, and secondly, to control the increasing population. So is this where eugenics comes from? Planned Parenthood, abortion? Okay, I'm just saying. Oh, wait, let's go. I'm going to see this real quick. It says, some also believe that it was done deliberately by wealthy citizens to keep their wealth intact. Between 800 BC and 146 BC, when the Romans conquered Carthage, it is estimated that around 20,000 babies were sacrificed. And this is a wealthy, powerful civilization. So this is not just savages doing this. These are the elites. Okay. Sounds like something else is going on, maybe modern day times, but I'm not going to speak on it. You know, little kids coming up missing, organs missing, and, you know, Planned Parenthood and all that. But the Etruscans, how many of y'all heard of the Etruscans before? Okay. Etruscans lived in what is now Tuscany. They were farmers and traded with both Greek and Carthage. Scholars have been reluctant to believe that the Etruscans practiced human sacrifice. There are many specific references in written sources and in representations of human sacrifice that have at one time or another been dismissed as not sufficient for determining if the Etruscans did in fact engage in this practice. However, recent excavations in a monumental sacred area of the Pian di Civiti at Tarquinia by the University of Milan have proved once and for all that human sacrifice was indeed practiced by the Etruscans, though the discovery of number of burials in this non-funerary context of infants, children, and adults. One child, an 8-year-old, was decapitated and his feet placed at the base of and underneath a wall, evidently as a foundation deposit. We have some images right here, somebody getting their head chopped off. All right, move forward. The Chinese, who, although human sacrifice was very common in ancient China, it was practiced on a large scale during the Shang Dynasty, 1600 BC to 1046 BC. In ancient China, there were two clear purposes of human sacrifice: political control and religious communication. The three main types practiced by the Shang were pit, foundation, and internment. Pit sacrifices were reserved particularly for young men who would be dismembered and buried without their personal possessions. Foundation sacrifices were for children and babies who would meet particularly violent deaths, and they too were buried without their possessions. And finally, internment sacrifices were for young girls who, unlike the first two, were buried in standard burial positions and their bodies were kept intact. Human sacrifice was very important during the Shang Dynasty. Some people were voluntarily sacrificed, others was forced. And here's one of the great bits. The Celts. How many of you heard of Celts? How many of y'all watched a movie by Nicolas Cage called Wicked Man?
Yes.
How many of y'all remember that?
Yes.
You remember this image right here? Yeah. What did they do to Nicolas Cage at the end? They sacrificed him. They put him right in this, and they sacrificed him. This was an actual culture, something that happened in the culture. The Celts were ethno-linguistic group of tribal societies in Iron Age and Middle Europe. There is extensive evidence to prove that the Celts practiced human sacrificial killings as part of their religious rituals. Strabo, a Greek geographer and philosopher, discussed the Celtic ritual of human sacrifice in his book Geography. And it says, furthermore, he mentioned the infamous Wicker Man and how the Celts used it for sacrifice. Understandably, some scholars do doubt Strabo's account. However, the discovery of a male body in Lindo Bog proved once and for all that the Celts did engage in human sacrifice to some degree. Let's move forward. The Hawaiians. Hawaii is the northernmost island group of Polynesia, occupying most of our archipelago and the Central Pacific Ocean. The ancient Hawaiians believed that by sacrificing humans, they could gain the favor of Ku, the god of war and defense, and achieve victory in their battles. Sacrifices were held in temples called Ha'u. The people used were captives, particularly chiefs from other tribes who would be hung upside down on wooden racks. The priest would be anointed with sweat collected from the sacrifice. Then the sacrifice would be beaten repeatedly until their flesh became smooth. Finally, they would be disemboweled and their flesh would be either cooked or eaten raw by the priest and the chief of the tribe. Hawaiian sacrifice by Jacques Arago account from Freycinet's travels around the world, 1817 to 1820. Yeah, sounds real, man. The Mesopotamians, Mesopotamia, land of rivers, is the name for the area of the Tigris-Euphrates river system, corresponding to modern-day Iraq, Kuwait, and the northern east section of Syria, and to a much lesser extent, southeastern Turkey. The Mesopotamians practiced human sacrifice as part of the burial rituals of their royal and elite families. Palace attendants, warriors, and handmaids were sacrificed for the purpose of what? Accompanying their masters into the afterlife. After they had been killed, their bodies were put in a systematic decorative order. The warriors would have the weapons at their sides, while the handmaids would be adorned with headdresses. For many years, experts believed that these sacrifices was killed with poison. However, new examinations showed that their deaths were much more brutal. They were stabbed through the head with a pike, a painful but quick death. That's like being stabbed through your eye with an ice pick and you die immediately. You know what I'm saying? So, it was done in ancient Mesopotamia. It's real gruesome. The Incas. The Inca Empire was the largest empire in pre-Columbian America. The administrative, political, and military center of the empire was located in Cusco in modern-day Peru. Traditionally, the Incas resorted to the practice of human sacrifice as a way to prevent natural disasters. The entire empire was plagued by volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and floods, which the Incas believed were all controlled by the gods. While many sacrifices were prisoners, some children were raised solely for the purpose. Of being ritually killed under the belief that physically healthy children were the purest sacrifices the Inca could offer. The Inca family firmly believed that there was an afterlife where the children who were sacrificed would live in a better, happier place. So depending upon your concept of eschatology, this stuff is not going to really bother you that much. So if we kill our child so this volcano can stop, I'm willing to sacrifice my child for the common good because I know once they die, they're going to be in a much better place than living here with us. So this is how the culture thought. Okay. Last culture, the Aztecs. How many heard of the Aztecs? Mayans did something similar too, but we're going to touch on the Aztecs to bring us to my next point. Probably the culture that we most associate with human sacrifice. How many of y'all saw that movie Apocalypto? You saw that movie, Mel Gibson's movie Apocalypto? How many of y'all like that movie? That was a real movie. That movie was really deep. At the end, what happens at the end? For y'all that watched it. They saw what? Say that loud. What kind of ships? Missionaries with a big cross. So now, one of these dudes is running away from being sacrificed, and these dudes are chasing him. And then what happens? At the very end, they get to the coastline, and they stop the people that's pursuing the victim and the victim himself to see these European missionary ships coming with a big cross coming right onto their land. They never seen nothing like this before, man. That's real. That's real. The Aztecs were certain ethnic groups from central Mexico, particularly those who spoke the Nahuatl language. The Aztecs brought human sacrifice to an unprecedented level. They believed that in order to keep their son alive, they would have to offer lives, as human blood was a sacred life force that the god Huitzilopactli, excuse me if I'm saying that wrong, needed for nourishment and appeasement. The Aztecs performed brutal and gruesome human sacrificial killings of both volunteers and members of other tribes who were captured during war. And that's what we saw in that movie Apocalypto. Go back and watch it if you really want to understand this practice. During the reconstruction of the Great Pyramid of Tenochtitlan in 1487, the Aztecs reported that they sacrificed 80,400 prisoners over the course of 4 days. That sounds crazy. That's 4 days, yeah. So that's more people on death row today. The sacrifices would be required to walk up the stairs of the temple where they reached a priest who would then open their stomachs, cutting them from their throats down to their bellies. The priest would then offer the heart to the gods while the bodies would be dismembered at the bottom of the temple. And now it says, due to relatively few neutral sources, it can be assumed that the numbers of the sacrifice have been greatly exaggerated, but there is no denying that they happened on a large scale. And here's imagery of it right here. Now, I have an article here, but I'm not going to read it for the sake of time. But when I'm jumping to the next, touches on the Aztecs as using that as an element, as we're going to see in the next slide. All right. Now, read that. What does that say? So, could modern day capital punishment be a form of human sacrifice? Yes. You think? Yes. And if it is, who's it being sacrificed to? Deep. That's deep. Okay. So what I'm going to bring out is 2 law articles. This is why I need Frank here. 2 law articles. I can't read all of it now to save time, but 2 law articles that's actually going to touch on how they were able to trace that ritualistic practice of human sacrifice and how it made its way into modern day contemporary times in regards to capital punishment. Nothing new under the sun. All right. So let me read some of this. In theory, capital punishment should be no more a puzzle than any other seemingly bizarre, non-rational custom. Either human cultures are amenable to scientific explanation or they're not. And we as anthropologists have not been timid about tackling anything from Arunta Pinal substension to Hindu cow love as promised for scientific explication. As a first step in this task, we will compare capital punishment in Florida, the leader in the United States in death sentences since Florida's 1972 capital punishment statute was affirmed by the U.S. Supreme Court in 1976, with certain forms of human sacrifice as practiced by the Aztecs of Mexico in the 16th century. Okay. This is not a capricious comparison. John Cooper pointedly seeks the socio-religious origins of capital punishment in ancient rites of, to use his term, propitiatory death. By this study, and narrowly constrained by canons of Western philosophy and history, by making a more exotic comparison, we hope to point the way to where nometheic principles for understanding state-sanctioned homicide in complex society. So what they're saying is, even though you have a complex society, this ancient ritual of human sacrifice is still happening, but under a different guise and under different justification for it. So I'm not going to read all of it. I'm going to skip that. But he says, before proceeding, we must note that the Aztec state itself imposed capital punishment for a variety of crimes, ranging from murder to fornication to violation of the dress code for commoners. The available sources indicate, however, that among the Aztec, capital punishment was swift, rather unceremonious, and even brutish. It is the high drama of Aztec ritual of human sacrifice that shows the closest parallels with the bureaucratically regulated procedures for electrocution of the condemned at Stark, Florida in the 1980s. All right, so move forward. Let me just read the conclusion. The perceptive reader will have recognized the sometimes startling points of similarity between the conduct of some forms of Aztec human sacrifice and capital punishment in Florida. I'm going to save time and not read all of this, but here's an article. If you want the name of the article, it's called Rituals of Death, Capital Punishment, Human Sacrifice by Elizabeth D. Puredom and J. Anthony Paredes. And if anybody wants this article, you can let me know and I'll email it to you, all right? Let's move forward. All right. Second article, because I need 2 or 3 witnesses to establish this. This one is called Capital Punishment as Human Sacrifice, a Societal Ritual as Depicted in George Eliot's Adam Bede. And that's a work, and you guys go read it. But what they're doing is they're talking about how the concept or philosophy in George Eliot's work, Adam Bede, actually relate to how human sacrifice is under a different guise called capital punishment. The ritual slaughter of humans for sacrificial purposes has an ancient provenance. Few members of modern society will be inclined to believe that killing humans for sacrificial purposes continues. Of those, most probably envision it only being practiced by individuals who belong to uncivilized or non-first world cultures. Upon closer scrutiny, however, it becomes apparent that this is a misconception because the past and present practice of capital punishment includes a thinly disguised manifestation of the ritualized killing of people, otherwise known as human sacrifice. Let me skip past this. Let me get here. Human sacrifice is a subtext of state-sanctioned executions. The extensive and fused relationship that exists between law and literature provided the impetus for selecting this particular conceptual framework as it permits the exploration of a subject matter in engaging context. By setting forth the long-standing parallels between human sacrifice and capital punishment, it will be argued that state-mandated executions involve the sacrifice of a human being. Consequently, since this archaic and barbaric practice does not comport with the evolving standards of decency that mark the progress of a mature society, capital punishment violates the Eighth Amendment's prohibition against the infliction of cruel and unusual punishments. Okay, let me move past that. Again, you can go back and read this article. It is called Capital Punishment as Human Sacrifice, a Societal Ritual as Depicted in George Eliot's Adam Bede from Roberta M. Harding. But this is also in where?
That is the Buffalo Law Review. That is a law review article.
Say it louder.
That is a law review article.
That
is a scholarly work that basically the top law students at every law school, they write the grade on to the law review, and they are required to produce a scholarly, very well documented publication that lawyers can even use and reference in court if there is no case law to explain our point.
Wow. Great. All right, so let's move forward. So now you know I'm going to valid sources. I'm not just going to those fringe authors doing this, all right? All right, let's move forward. Now, I want you to read this, Frank, since you're the lawyer, and this is going to catapult us into the subject matter, all right? Go ahead, Frank.
The Torah's influence on American law. The laws enacted in Massachusetts, 1647, Rhode Island, 1647, New Haven, 1656, Pennsylvania, 1681, and elsewhere selectively built upon, modified, or adapted several biblical provisions, while also adopting various regulations not prescribed by the Bible. For example, in these laws, a twofold punitive damage penalty was exalted in the case of theft of an animal, compared with Exodus chapter 22, verse 4. When the thief could not make restitution, whipping of no more than 40 lashes resulted, as in Deuteronomy chapter 25, verse 3. 2 or 3 witnesses were required in capital cases. Deuteronomy 19, verse 15. Debt servitude in America was limited to 7 years. Compare that with Deuteronomy chapter 15, verse 1. Biblically motivated legal precepts and patterns had lasting influences on American jurisprudence in several ways. Religious and political institutions were seen as hand-in-hand partners, separate roles but working together to improve society. Lawmakers and judges cited explicit authority in support of their rulings. Biblical law was remarkable in that it expressly limited the powers of the king. See Deuteronomy chapter 17, verses 14 through 20. A view of limited government that deeply influenced the development of constitutional law in America. As in biblical law, American law restricted the reach of governmental decisions, privileged the decisions of conscience, and guarded the basic values of individual choice. Codification, publication, and public education became part of the fabric of committing the populace to the rule of law. Compare that with Deuteronomy chapter 31, verse 11, with Judges chapter 21, verse 25, being quoted in 1969 in the case of Barnett versus the state for the civic rule that no individual may do simply what he will. All legal systems begin with certain rules, values, expectations, and entitlements regarding access to and treatment from the courts, but by providing memorable narratives about several judicial trials, such as the proceedings involving Naboth, 1 Kings chapter 21, Boaz, Ruth chapter 4, Jeremiah in Jeremiah chapter 26, and Susanna in the Apocrypha in Daniel chapter 13. The Bible shaped American social and legal expectations concerning due process, witnesses, and fairness.
Now slow down. Read this last part. Really good.
Okay. At the same time,
what?
The Bible is cited as authority for the legitimacy of the death penalty.
Say that one more time.
At the same time, the Bible is cited as authority for the legitimacy of the death penalty, especially in cases of premeditated, hateful homicide. See Genesis chapter 9, verse 6, Exodus chapter 21, verse 12, Numbers chapter 35, verse 16. Although these usages are not without their conceptual difficulties and complexities, as Samuel Levine and also John Bloom and Sherry Lynn Johnson have argued.
So we're not just saying that it was only the Torah that influenced American jurisprudence or American law, but it was one of the many factors that did. But the Bible has been cited, and if y'all want those cases, because I know my lawyers are here, I give it to y'all where they cited the Bible as justification of putting somebody to death. Okay. So what did I effectively prove? That capital punishment is human sacrifice to atone for sin, even in modern day times. But maybe it'll make sense as we move closer. Now, part 3. So I'm looking at the time. I got time. Once I get through part 3, I'm going to take a break. And then after we take a break, I'm going to come and finish the rest. But I had to get sections 1 and 2 out. So what did we learn so far in part 1? Let me just go over this real quick so I can jump in and make sure you're following. Part 1 was human sacrifice in ancient cultures. What did we learn in there real quick? That it was common. It wasn't just one culture doing it, right? It was common. How many cultures did I show y'all? Like at least 12? I mean, a lot of cultures. And I only gave y'all a short list. There's way more, but I couldn't include it in here. But I use those because when you go back and research it, you'll see all the evidence for it. So people can't talk about things that they see happening in the Bible when it's in all other cultures. Then you got to point the finger at all these other cultures. And you even have it happening today. So if you're an American citizen and you're in a state where they're putting people to death, you see the roots of where this comes from. Okay. All right. Now the question is, who are these people being sacrificed to? That's another lecture. But when I do it, at some point, y'all going to be amazed. I'm telling you, ancient practice they've been doing for thousands of years. It's still being done here. It's just under a different guise. All right. So we learned about those cultures. We've seen retainer sacrifices. What was a retainer sacrifice?
For the king, to serve the king in the afterlife.
Who to serve the king in the afterlife?
His servants, or wives,
Whoever you decide who want to serve with him. There's anybody, right? And then what did we learn? What did I read in regards to the modern jurisprudence in regards to capital punishment? It's a form of human sacrifice, right? But there's ways that modern day society justifies putting people to death. Now, the lawyers is here. Every state doesn't have the death penalty, right? Does Georgia have the death penalty?
Yes.
It does.
Yes.
And where we at? In Georgia, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Texas has the death penalty, right? Florida has the death penalty, right? Okay. But you'll see a lot of other states like New York. Does New York have the death penalty?
No, neither does Massachusetts.
Does California have the death penalty? Yeah, that's South. Yeah. That's good. That's one of the reasons. But I want you to go back and research to see what states actually commence capital punishment for capital offenses, right? States do too. And this is a way to it's supposed to horrify the public from committing that act. And this is not something that is new. This has been happening in ancient cultures, even in the scriptures.
And you see all those people on death penalty, but they do a certain election years where they actually sacrifice themselves, for whatever.
Now that's a whole nother subject matter. Again, that goes back into who these people are being sacrificed to. Deep. All right, part 3. Buckle in. I'm gonna get through this. Now we're gonna deal with the scriptures. Now I gotta show you human sacrifice in the Bible, in the Tanakh more specifically. Y'all gonna ride with me? Y'all all right? Nobody in here is uncomfortable, right? Your seat ain't high. You ain't trying to go for the door. Lock the door. Hey, Uzi, lock the door. I don't want nobody to leave now. All right? All right, here we go. Let's start off. First slide. What does that say? All right, now, I went over this a little bit in a previous lecture. How many of y'all remember that? Raise your hand. I know some people asked me for the slide. If I didn't give you the slide, I apologize. I was preparing for this, and I didn't really give it out like that. But after this, y'all can have it if you want it. So let's go through some of the capital offenses and highlight some good ones in here too. So, by show of hands, y'all should know what some of these capital offenses are if you're reading Torah. I hope y'all do. Name me some capital offenses. Blasphemy, idolatry, disobedience towards the parents, witchcraft, homosexuality, what else? Bearing false witness, bestiality. All right, so y'all paying attention. Good. We'll make sure. So let's go through them. Adultery, Leviticus 20 and 10, Deuteronomy 22, verses 22 to 23. Bestiality, Exodus 22 and 19, Leviticus 20 and 15. Blasphemy, and it's in red for a reason, Leviticus 24 and 16. Child sacrifice, it's there highlighted for a reason, Leviticus 20, verses 2 and 4. Disrespecting parents is a death penalty. Yo, disrespecting parents? Imagine if this was in the hood right now. How many kids will be off of death row? How many kids will be out of prison because they revere their parents? And if their parents are righteous, keeping Torah, how many kids will be refrained from going to the prison industrial complex? Okay, I see. False witness, false evidence, Deuteronomy 19:60-19. False prophets, Deuteronomy 13:5, 18-22. False worship of other deities, Deuteronomy 13:6-11. Homosexuality, Leviticus 18:22 and verses 20-13. Idolatry, Leviticus 20:2, Exodus 24-5. Incest, Leviticus 20:11-12, 14:17, 19-21. Insubordination to those in power and charge, Deuteronomy 17:12. And these are people from your own culture. All right. Kidnapping, Exodus 21:16, Leviticus 24:17. Murder, which we all should know, Exodus 21:12, Leviticus 24:17. Rape, Deuteronomy 22:25-27. Sabbath breaking, Exodus 31:14, 35:2-3. Witchcraft, Exodus 22:18, Leviticus 20:27. But I only want to deal with the 4 that's in red. So Frank, does anybody got their Bible? I just want somebody to read those real quick. Let's move forward. Just the ones in red. Read the scriptures on those. And I'm going to bring the scripture up while he's looking for it. Exodus 21:23 says, but if there is any, then you shall appoint as a penalty life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burn for burn, wound for wound, bruise for bruise. Now, as an apologist, I hear people that look at my culture that I subscribe to and say, hey, why you ain't putting people to death for doing A, B, C, D, F, and G? I said, bro, what land do I own? All right. How many of my own people who subscribe to Torah is on that land? How many other nations are not going to bother us if we decide to set up our own thing? Being in captivity, there's modifications to what we are allowed to do. So a lot of times we have to rely on the state to carry out some of these things. But even though some of these things the state allows, I'll give you an example. Did you know that bestiality was allowed in the army, in the military? And you know, yeah, people looking at me crazy. I'll send you the article. I wish I had it here. And the reason why is so that the soldiers overseas 2 things. Number 1, they don't cheat on their wives here. Even though that's still cheating on your wife, you having sex with an animal. But I digress. And number 2, and this was under Obama's reign, that it was sanctioned. Yeah, man. And number 2, because they didn't want the soldiers getting the foreigners pregnant, because once they did that, there were certain things that they could not do to certain prisoners of war or certain people that is opposing them if they have American-born children. Not American-born children, but have an American adult or parent. So they were trying to alleviate that, so they allowed bestiality. Now, people are going to be like, yo, Javon, you bugging out. I'm going to post it on our Facebook page so y'all can see what I'm talking about. But you're not going to hear this on the news. It's crazy. Yeah, Frank. Blasphemy, Leviticus 24:16.
And he that blasphemeth the name of Yah, he shall surely be put to death. And all the congregation shall certainly stone him, as well the stranger, as he that is born in the land, when he blasphemeth the name of Yah, shall be put to death.
All right, and then when you read the context, it gives you a case scenario and why it implemented this particular capital punishment for a capital offense. Remember we read the definitions earlier. Con? All right, child sacrifice, Frank. Let me touch on a little bit of that, but you can read it. Yeah. Leviticus 20, verses 2 and 4.
Leviticus 20, verses 2 and 4. Verse 2. Again, thou shalt say to the children of Israel, whosoever he be of the children of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn in Israel, that giveth any of his seed unto Moloch, he shall surely be put to death. The people of the land shall stone him with stones. Verse 4. And if the people of the land do any ways hide their eyes from the man.
Hide their eyes from the man. Keep going.
When he giveth of his seed unto Moloch.
What?
And kill him not.
And kill him not. And what? And kill him not. Okay, I didn't put the rest of it. But we read that earlier with the Canaanites. So that means if somebody's committed a sin and you turn your eye from it, Most High's wrath is going to come upon you. So the only way to atone for that sin is that human sacrifice. Now everybody is absolved from the sin. All right, we're going to get there. We're going to get there. Nah. Go to murder. Exodus 21:12. And Leviticus 24:17. And then we're going to do witchcraft and move forward. Maybe y'all can see where I'm getting at. I don't know if some people can see where I'm getting at. But by the end of this, hopefully you will. Okay, let me see my time. Go ahead, Frank.
Exodus chapter 21, verse 12.
Okay.
He that smiteth a man so that he die shall be surely put to death.
All right. And Leviticus 24 and 17. All right, so forgive me, family, if I'm a little dark, but hopefully you can see the screen. I know the camera got the screen. I'm a little dark in my official video. But the most important thing is not me, but seeing the subject matter on the screen. All right, just want to point that out. Okay, Frank.
Leviticus chapter 24, verse 17.
Okay.
And he that killeth any man shall surely be put to death.
All right, Leviticus 24 and 17. Is that what you did?
Yes.
Okay. Witchcraft, Exodus 22 and 18. Now, mind you, if you do any of these things, no sacrifice can be done for these things. You just got to die. That's it. So when people say, oh, if any sin you commit, you can give a sacrifice. Really? Where can you give a sacrifice for these things at? These are capital offenses. Keep on, Frank.
Exodus chapter 22, verse 18.
What?
That thou shalt not suffer a witch to live.
Leviticus 20 and 27. Yeah.
Leviticus chapter 20, verse 27. A man also or woman that hath a familiar spirit, or that is a wizard, shall surely be put to death. They shall stone them with stones, their blood shall be upon them.
Okay, move forward. Lawful ways to execute perpetrators. Just like in America, when people are on death row and they're going to execute you, what are the different ways they can execute you on death row? Lethal injection, gas, I might say gas, electrocution, what else? Firing squad. Damn, they still do that? And also hanging. There's a show that I watch. It's called The Killing, and in it, a guy was on death row because he was accused of killing his wife, even though he really didn't do it in the show. And I hope I'm not spoiling for anybody, but he requested to be hanged because he didn't want to die fast. He wanted to die painfully, right? Because he wanted all the people who falsely accused him to see the gruesome act of him dying under false charges. And now, you know, Torah is against that. Can't put to death somebody falsely. All right, you got some problem. So give me some ways in the scriptures that you can execute a perpetrator. Stone, burning, hanging. Somebody said hanging? Oh, man, what else? One more you missing. The strangulation? Where's that at in scripture? What? You gotta bring out a verse for that. Hanging's in there. Okay. No, there's another one. All right. So we said stoning, Leviticus 20 and 2, verse 27, Numbers 14:10, Deuteronomy 17 and 5, Deuteronomy 22 and 34, and Joshua 7 and 25. These are just some references to stoning being a lawful way to execute a perpetrator. We're not going to read it because we want to save time. Burning, Genesis 38 and 24, Leviticus 20 and 14, Leviticus 21 and 9, Joshua 7 and 25. Stoning and burning. So somebody got stoned and burned. All right. Hanging. Deuteronomy 21 verses 22 to 23, Joshua 8:28, 8:29, and Joshua 10:26. And kill with the sword. But ask us there. Deuteronomy 13 verses 12 to 18. So killing somebody with the sword is a sanctioned way to execute a perpetrator. Now, I know Frank said he wasn't sure about hanging. So Frank, just read for me because I have it highlighted. Just read Deuteronomy 21:22 and we'll move to the next verse. Next slide. Excuse me. 22 to 23. It's lawful. All right, what does it say, Frank? 21.
Deuteronomy chapter 21, verses 22 through 23. And if a man have committed a sin worthy of death,
if a man committed a sin worthy of death,
and he be to be put to death,
and he needs to be put to death,
and thou hang him on a tree,
and you hang him on a tree. Wait, slow down, Frank.
There we go.
Wait, that sounds
and
really. Wait, hold on. That sounds eerily familiar to something. But I'm not gonna touch on that. Maybe I will at the end. But we're getting there, Frank. Go ahead.
And thou hang him on a tree.
And you hang him on a tree.
His body shall not remain all night upon the tree.
Keep going.
But thou shalt in any wise bury him that day.
That day.
For he that is hanged is accursed of Elohim. That thy land be not defiled, which Yah thy Elohim giveth thee for an inheritance.
That your land be not what?
Defiled.
Defiled. So there's a reason why I highlighted hanging. Maybe y'all see what I'm going with that. I don't know. We're about to see. But you can lawfully execute a perpetrator by hanging him. But you got to take him down. Can't keep him on there all day. All right, let's move forward. Now, what does this say? Somebody read that for me. Does anybody know this Hebrew word here? Zayin Beit Chet Zabach. Zabach is a sacrifice, to sacrifice, or a sacrifice if you render it as a verbal noun. So I was speaking with a couple of people and they say, ain't nowhere in the scriptures where Zabach is used as human sacrifice. So I said, man, you know what? That's a good, and I had several people asking me that. I was like, you know what? That's good, because I was going to do this whole presentation without this, because I thought it was assumed that people would know where it's at. But I said, you know what? Let me add it in there so that way it can validate my point. Now, let's see, because it's in the Bible. Now, typically, Zabach and Zibchi, which means my sacrifice, is typically referring to an animal that's been slain. If you use it in the PL stem, it's intensified, meaning you're slaughtering something, and an animal can be used for meat, for feasting, for sacrifice as an offering, etc. But there's only two places that I've analyzed the whole text in scripture where Zabach is used, number one, figuratively, and number two, literally of humans, but everywhere else, it deals with only animals. So if I don't show you where the Most High says that a human being killed is considered Zabach, my whole presentation goes out the window. But it's there. And I said, yes, you got it. Now look, not in that sense, but you know. But look, watch this. Ezekiel 39:1, and I'm gonna read this quick. And you, son of man, prophesy against Gog and say, thus saith Yahuwah Elohim, behold, I am against you, O Gog, prince of Rosh, Meshech, and Tubal. You will fall on the mountains of Israel, you and all your troops and the people who are with you. I will give you as food to every kind of predatory bird and beast of the field. And I will send fire upon Magog and those who inhabit the coastlands in safety, and they will know that. Then those who inhabit the cities of Israel will go out and make fires with weapons and burn them, both shields and bucklers, bows and arrows, war clubs and spears, and for 7 years they will make fires of them. So the Most High is putting this prophecy out through Ezekiel, and the Most High is executing it through his people. Through who? His people. They will not take wood from the field or gather firewood from the forest, but they will make fires with the weapons, and they will take the spoil of those who despoiled them. Verse 11. On that day I will give Gog a burial ground there in Israel, the valley of those who pass by east of the sea, and it will block off those who would pass by. So they will bury Gog there with all his horde, and they will call it the valley of Hamon-Gog. For 7 months, the house of Israel will be burying them in order to cleanse the land. As for you, son of man, thus saith Yahuwah Elohim, speak to every kind of bird and to every beast of the field. Assemble and come, gather from every side to my sacrifice, which I am going to sacrifice for you. Zibhi in Hebrew, Zibhi means my sacrifice. Asher, which means that. Ani means I or I am. Zibach, Zibbik or Zibba'ach, which has to do with the sacrifice that's being occurred, or the act that's being occurred. Lachem, la is a preposition meaning to or towards. Chem is second person plural meaning you all. My sacrifice that I am sacrificing. They also consider this to be in a present participle, but it's also in the perfect tense, which means it's a completed action, that I have sacrificed to them. Who's the them? The birds of the field. My sacrifice. Most High is personalizing it, but he's making reference to who? Gog, Magog, Rosh, Meshech, and Tubal. So Most High saying, when we burn or kill these people and bury them, they're going to be a human sacrifice for the animals and beasts of the field to go eat or feast on. Okay. As a great sacrifice on the mountains of Israel, that you may eat flesh and drink blood. You will eat the flesh of mighty men. So the sacrifice is the men, and drink the blood of the princes of the earth as though they were, making it a comparison, rams, lambs, goats, bulls, chicken. No, let me stop. All of them. I don't get it. Green beans, tomatoes, okay. All of the fatlings of Bashan. So you will eat fat until you are glutted and drink blood until you are drunk. For my sacrifice, which I have sacrificed for you. You will be glutted at my table with horses, charioteers, mighty men, and all the men of war, declares Yahuwah Elohim. So the Most High is saying that at this time when these people are killed, they're likened unto an animal sacrifice. But now a reversal is going on. It's not the human that's killing the animal and eating the animal, but it's the humans that's dying and the animals are eating them as a sacrifice by the Most High. So the Most High is saying, I'm using Zabak as a human sacrifice. Wow. Revelation, faith people to it. And I saw heaven open up, and behold, a white horse, and he who sat on it called Faithful and True. And in righteousness he judges and wages war, and the armies which are in heaven, clothed in fine linen, white and clean, were following him on white horses. From his mouth comes a sharp sword, so that he may strike down the nations, and he will rule them with iron. He treads the winepress of the fierce wrath of Elohim the Almighty. Then I saw an angel standing in the sun, and he cried out with a loud voice, saying, to all the birds which fly in heaven, come and assemble for the great supper of Elohim. Daiknon in the Greek. Daiknon is a great supper and also mean a feast, because the Bach can also reference a feast too. So now we see the parallel. So that you may eat the flesh of kings, the flesh of commanders, the flesh of mighty men, and the flesh of horses, of those who sit on them, and the flesh of all men, both free men and slaves, and small and the great. So now we see a parallel to Ezekiel 39:1. So if you read this in Revelation, it's nothing that's strange or new, but we see it echoed. Where's it coming from? It's that the book of Ezekiel. So slaying somebody can be considered a sacrifice. Okay. Case one. Let's get into the fun stuff. It's gonna take me about 10-15 minutes, and then we're gonna break. And then from there, I'm gonna finish off with the last point. Abraham and Isaac. I mean, I know y'all know about this. Who doesn't know about this? No. Genesis 22:1. Now came after these things that Elohim tested Abraham and said to him, Abraham. And he said, here I am. He said, take now your son, your what? Now, was that his only son? Okay. So there's some kind of metaphorical, figurative thing going on. A symbolic thing going on. Okay. Whom you love, Isaac, and go to the land of Moriah and offer him there as a what? A olah, a burnt sacrifice, or burnt offering, excuse me, not sacrifice, on one of the mountains of which I will tell you. Now, and nowhere in this text do we see Abraham say, what? That's gruesome. I'm not going to do that. Because it was a common practice in certain cases to give a human being as a sacrifice or an offering to your deity. Now remember, at this point, Abraham is just getting familiar with Yah. Prior to this, he lived almost, 70-something years before he met this entity? So now he's getting familiar. So he's saying, wow, so I guess this is what is required. After all that heartbreak, you know what I'm saying, getting Ishmael, having sent Ishmael away, now you have the promised son, and now you got to give him up? Not one time did Abraham say, no, I'm not doing that. Not one time he said, I'm appalled. How could this be required of me? No, he understood this is part of culture. Okay. Now we know the story ends out pretty good. Isaac doesn't get sacrificed. The Most High was testing him, but what is showing is that this was a common custom of the time. This is why Abraham didn't question it. This is why he got to a point where he was about to stab him. Now, there's other things that have gone on in his mind, but he was going through with it. Again, he was not appalled by the deity. He was asking him to do it because it was common. Move forward. Case 2, son of an Israelite woman, and we read that in regards to blasphemy. So we see Abraham and Isaac. Case 2. Now the son of an Israelite woman, whose father was an Egyptian, went out among the sons of Israel, and the Israelite woman's son and a man of Israel struggled with each other in the camp. The son of the Israelite woman blasphemed the name and cursed. So they brought him to Moshe. They put him in custody so that the command of Yah might be made clear to him. Then Yah spoke to Moshe, saying, bring the one who has cursed outside the camp, and what? And let all who heard him lay their hands on his head. What is the significance of that? Oh, wait, hold on. Damn, you just threw it out there. I'm glad you're following. All right. Then let all the congregation what? You shall speak to the sons of Israel, saying, if anyone curses his Elohim, then he will bear his sin. Wait, if he curses, you will bear his sin under this stipulation. Moreover, the one who blasphemes the name of God shall surely be put to death. All the congregation shall certainly stone him. The alien as well as the native, when he blasphemes the name, shall be put to death. Then Moshe spoke to the sons of Israel, and they brought the one who had cursed outside the camp and stoned him with stones. Thus the sons of Israel did just as Yah had commanded Moshe. Look at this. The people who witnessed it, they had to lay their hands on him because they had to confer their guilt by association by witnessing. They had to confer that onto him. Say, oh, hey, that blood is off my hands. And then he had to be put to death. Now look, now imagine if he didn't get put to death. All of Israel being sin. So now, in order to atone for sin, you got to give a human sacrifice. Okay. Now, y'all missed that. I know it's a punchline. I know some of you are probably tired. But again, if y'all caught that, you're going to understand this entire presentation. Let me say it again, especially for y'all that's watching. When all these people saw this act that happened, after it got brought to Moses, and Moses rendered his judgment, everybody who heard him laid their hands on his head to absolve themselves from the act. And then they had to kill the perpetrator. Otherwise, everybody would be in sin. So a human being had to be sacrificed in order for sin to be atoned or covered according to Torah. Glad somebody got it. Somebody awake. Leviticus 16:20, somebody mentioned the scapegoat, and that word is not scapegoat there, it's azazel. But that's another conversation. When he finishes atoning for the holy place and the tent of meeting in the altar, he shall offer the live goat. Then Aaron shall what? Lay both his hands on the head of the live goat and confess over it all the what? Iniquities of the children of Israel. Then it says the goat shall bear on itself all the iniquities to a solitary land, and he shall release the goat to the wilderness. So we see some kind of parallel of the laying on hands is to absolve yourself from the guilt. Otherwise, everybody's in sin, and you have to kill somebody to atone for that sin. Are y'all following me? Case 3, the set apart ones. Yeah, I'm going into this, man. Y'all gotta buckle down. It's serious. Some people told me I shouldn't be speaking about this stuff because it's taboo. Well, let's go in. The set apart ones. Leviticus 1. Frank, read that, Frank. I know Frank was ready to go in. Go ahead, Frank. Read that, Frank.
Leviticus chapter 27, verse 28.
What does it say?
Nevertheless, anything which a man sets apart to Yah out of all that he has, of man or animal or of the fields of his own property, shall not be sold or redeemed. Anything devoted
anything what?
Devoted.
Anything what?
Devoted to destruction.
What?
Is most holy or set apart to Yah.
Oh, wait, hold on. Y'all gotta understand what this is talking about. Anything devoted to destruction of man, you know, not just animals, of man, is what? Kodesh.
Kodesh, set apart.
Go ahead.
No one who may have been set apart among men shall be ransomed.
Shall be brought away once you set this person apart. But what?
He shall surely be put to death.
So if you're devoted to destruction, that means you're so holy to the Most High. He demands this. That guess what? You can't save that person, and they got to be put to death.
Come on, brother.
Quota has to be met. Because, you know, some people, especially in the cases of capital offenses, that person is set aside for the Most High. So that means the blood is not on your hands no more. You can't redeem them. Capital offense, capital punishment, you got to put them to death. You can't ransom.
Come on.
Wow. Okay, let's go. Case 4. There's a lot. There's a whole bunch of cases. I can't get all of them, but I got some of the good ones. Who's this? Y'all know about this? Okay. While Israel remained at Shittim, the people began to play harlot with the daughters of Moab. For they invited the people to the sacrifice of their gods, and the people ate and bowed down to their gods. So Israel joined themselves to Baal of Peor, and Yahuwah was angry. Remember this. When there's sin, it invokes the anger of the Most High. Then Yah said to Moshe, take all the leaders of the people and what?
Execute
them in broad daylight before whom?
Yeah.
So that the fierce anger of what?
Yeah.
May what? Turn away. I need a body. If you don't give me this body, all of y'all in sin, and my wrath and anger is going to be poured out on y'all. Human sacrifice. You gotta give these people up. So quarter you got to meet when they sin. Okay, hopefully you're following. This is deep. So Moshe said to the judges of Israel, each of you slay his men who have joined themselves to Baal Peor. Then behold, one of the sons of Israel came and brought to his relatives a Midianite woman in the sight of Moshe and in the sight of all the congregation of the sons of Israel while they were weeping at the doorway of the tent of meeting. Then who? Phinehas, the son of Eleazar. Wait, who was Eleazar? A priest. So a priest's son, follow, the son of Aaron, the priest, saw it. He did what? Read that, Frank. He what?
He rose from the midst of the congregation.
Did what?
And took a spear in his hand.
And did what?
And he went after the man of Israel into the tent.
And did what?
And pierced both of them through.
Go ahead.
The man of Israel and the woman through the body.
And what happened?
So that the plague.
Wait, so one of the judgments of Yah in his anger is a plague. Go ahead, read it.
So the plague on the sons of Israel was checked.
So slow down. So a priest now knows the law, sees somebody what? Violating one of the capital offenses, remember, going after other gods, and he decided to take matters in his own hand because he had the lawful right to do this, and he killed somebody because he understood if we don't take this person out, all these plagues are going to destroy everybody of Israel. So you got to give a human, two people, yeah, two. He gave two bodies to the Most High. Here you go. Most High said, thank you. Now what I'm going to do. Go ahead, read that. Y'all laughing. It's a transaction, but go ahead, Frank, read that.
Verse 9, those who died by the plague were 24,000.
So look, so the plague killed up to 24,000, but because he took matters on his hands and killed two people, he redeemed everybody else. Wait, hold on, a priest. Wait, I'm not done, y'all. Let me get there. Read verse 10, Frank.
Verse 10, then Yah spoke to Moshe, saying, Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the priest, has turned away my wrath from the sons of Israel, in that he was jealous with my jealousy among them, so that I did not destroy the sons of Israel in my jealousy.
So a priest redeemed the nation of Israel through a human sacrifice? Wait, hold on, family. We get in there. Let me read this real quick. Y'all funny. And Adonai said to Moshe, you and Eleazar the priest, and now watch this. Look, family, I need you to pay attention to this part. This is deep. And Adonai said to Moshe, you and Eleazar the priest and the family leaders of each tribe are to make a list of all the plunder taken in the battle. Now remember, they was fighting. All right, this is 25. Some wars and battles are going on. Now look at this. It says you are to make a list of all the plunder taken in battle, including what? Including what? So now these are prisoners of war. So they took some of them back with animals, then divide the plunder into two parts and give half to the men who fought the battle. So we gave it half as your slaves or your servants, and half to the rest of the people. From the army's portion, first give Adonai his what? Well, hold on. Give the Most High what? Of the who? Keep going. One of every 500 of the prisoners, and not just people, of the cattle, donkeys, sheep, and goats. But the Most High says, I want my bodies. Yes. Numbers chapter 31, verse 25.
And where are you right now?
I'm at verse 28. Yeah. And look at this, verse 29. Give this share of the army's half to Eleazar the priest as a offering. To who? Let's look at this word. Teruma. Deuteronomy 12 and 11 is an example of it. From H7311, a present as offered up, a heaped offering, but especially in what? Oh, as a tribute. So you telling me that we had to give these bodies over to the Most High? That's crazy. That's crazy. And then when you go study the atonement monies, which I don't have in here, but the atonement monies from these soldiers was responsible because when you kill somebody, you have to pay restitution for taking a life. So this is why out of the spoils that the soldiers got, they had to exchange some of that money to give it as a tribute to the temple so that blood of them killing people won't be on their hands and they won't defile the land. That's deep. Y'all get that, and you'll get that one day. You'll get that soon. Case 5, Canaanites. Let me read it. When Yahweh Elohim brings you into the land where you are entering to possess it and clears away many nations. Oh, Deuteronomy chapter 7, verse 1. The Hittites, the Girgashites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater than you. And when Yahweh Elohim delivers them before you and you defeat them, you shall utterly destroy them. Make no covenant with them and show no favor to them. Deuteronomy 95. it is not for your righteousness, for the uprightness of your heart that you're going to possess the land, but it's because of the wickedness. So the wickedness that the nations are doing is invoking the Most High's land. And we're going to see the Most High says the reason why I'm kicking these people out or executing them is because he also had a covenant with them. Okay, that's deep. I did a lecture on this back in the day, 2 years ago, where the Most High, El Shaddai, El Shaddai, that was known to the forefathers of the Israelites before they left out of captivity. So anytime you say Yah there, it's an anachronism. And anytime you say that anachronism where Yah is mentioned, it's because he's doing a personal thing with his creation. When his Elohim, he's stepping back and is looking at the whole scope of everything. That's deep. You'll get that. So what I'm saying is, El was the chief deity in the region of Canaan. And they worshipped El as supreme deity. And so the Amorites came on the scene, changed the game, and had them worshiping other deities. So now the Amorites, now this is why when we look at Abraham, the Most High says, the sin of the Amorites that you have for. Listen to this. The Amorites caused the other peoples to wean away from their worship of El, therefore defiling the holy land, that's the Most High, therefore they had to be exterminated, punished, and taken out. Same thing happened to the Israelites when they disobeyed. Okay, we're gonna get there. Leviticus 18 and 24. Do not defile yourselves by any of these things, for by all these the nations which I am casting out before you have become defiled. For the land has become defiled. As the patron deity of the Levant region, the land belongs to El. Therefore, I have brought what? So the land has what? But as for you, you are to keep my statutes, laws, and commandments, and shall do none of these abominations, neither the native nor the alien that sojourns amongst you. Numbers 35:33. So you shall not pollute the land in which you are, for blood pollutes the land, and no expiation can be made for the land for the blood that is shed on it, except by the blood of him who sheds it. So, again, human sacrifice. You shed an innocent blood, because we saw this happen to Israel when they was going astray. They was getting corrupt. They was killing people left and right. So the Most High says, now when you do that, there's no expiation. H3722. Yod Kaf Pei Resh can be made for the land for the blood that is shed, except by giving me bodies. Give me these bodies. They got to die. I need this sacrifice if you want me to clean this land for you. Okay. Numbers 31 and 50. So they have brought an offering to Yah, where each man found gold, silver, etc., rings, bracelets, to make atonement for ourselves before Yah. So Moshe and Eleazar the priest took the gold from the captains of thousands, hundreds, and brought it to the tent of meeting as a memorial for the sons of Israel. Look at this. Jeremiah 16:18. I will first doubly repay their iniquity and their sin, because they have polluted my land. This is talking now to the Israelites. So they didn't even remember why the Most High put them in the land in the first place. Because the previous inhabitants were shedding blood, worshiping other gods, child sacrifices, demeaning my preeminent worship. I spewed them out for your sake, giving you the law, thinking you're going to go and do your thing, but you're went astray, just like those other inhabitants. Therefore, I had to get another foreign nation to go and get you out the land, because you're defiling the land. Okay. Case 6. Various other tribes. People just being put to death. Human sacrifices are sown for sins all over the place. Number 31 and 16. Behold, these caused the sons of Israel through the counsel of Balaam to trespass against Yah and the matter of Peor. So the plague was among the congregation of Yah. Now, therefore, kill every male among the little ones. Wait, little ones? So child sacrifice, okay. And kill every woman who has known man intimately. So now you're killing the infants and you're killing the women. So now people will look at this and say, man, that's cruel. But that's because we live in modern day times. We don't understand rules of engagement and the art of war during those times. You cannot let a child or a woman suckling the child suckling from, live, because if they are amongst you, they will bring to remembrance the children as they're growing up to former times, and then those children will go on and exact revenge on the people or the children of people who killed their fathers. Now, I'm not saying that's pretty, but that is what ancient cultures did, and it wasn't just in the Bible. Those other cultures I showed you, they did the same thing with the prisoners of war. Gave them as human sacrifices because they did not want to allow them to grow up and then exact revenge. Okay. Deuteronomy 20:16. Only in the cities of these people that Yah Elohim is giving you as an inheritance, you shall not leave anything alive that breathes, so that they may not teach you to do according. So not only so they won't exact revenge, but they may remember the customs. The women are the teachers of the children. They remember the customs, right? And have you do these detestable things so that you would sin against Yah, your Elohim. Okay, that's why they got to die. Because bodies need to be given to me to cleanse the land so I can put you in it. I need these sacrifices because otherwise the land is polluted, the land is in sin, and you can't dwell in the land if it's in sin. Okay. And the congregation said 12,000 valiant warriors there and commanded them, saying, go and strike the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead with the sword, edge of the sword, with the women and the little ones. This is the thing that you shall do. You shall utterly destroy every man and every woman who has lain with the man. That's Judges 21:10. 1 Samuel 15:2. Yah says, I will punish Amalek for what he has did to Israel. Then it says, now go and strike Amalek. Only what he has, do not spare him, but put to death both man, woman, child, infant, ox, sheep. Damn, the ox, sheep, camel, donkey got to die too. Everything has to be died because these animals were set aside for other deities. Most High can't take that sacrifice. They got to die. Again, this is ancient cultures, all right? Wow. Move forward. K7, cities seducing Israel to serve other gods. If you hear, Deuteronomy 13:12, if you hear in one of your cities, which Yah Elohim is giving you to live in, anyone saying that some worthless men have gone out from among you and have seduced the inhabitants of the city, saying, let us go and serve other gods, then you shall first what? Investigate and search out and inquire thoroughly, because when it comes to a capital offense, you've taken somebody's life. So a lot of scrutiny needs to be done before a body's given over. But then it says here, you shall surely strike the inhabitants of that city with the edge of the sword, utterly destroying it. Then it says, so now you're killing the people and the cattle and everything else in it. So the people, the cattle, everything else in it. Then you shall gather all its booty, which is the people, the cattle, everything else in it, into the middle of its open square and burn the city and all its booty with fire as a whole burnt offering to Yah, your Elohim. So the dead bodies that you killed, the animals, the booty, put everything in the middle of the city and burn everything as a burnt offering to me. Wow. Man, let's go. Let's move on, man. Case 8. How many of you know about this? I just gave you 7 cases where people had to die to atone for sin. It's right there. Okay. This is a lot. I don't know if I'm going to read all of it due to time. But, okay, read. Joshua 7:1. But the sons of Israel acted unfaithfully in regard to the things under the ban. For Achan, the son of Carmi, the son of Zabdi, the son of Zerah, from the tribe of where? Judah. Man, even Judah is not holy, right? Took some of the things under the ban. Therefore, now remember we talked about these articles were devoted to other deities. So unless it's given to the priest to cleanse it, to be reused for Yah, it is defiled. You cannot keep it. Are you feeling me? Therefore, the anger. Now look what we're seeing. We're seeing a sin, anger attached to the sin. The anger of Yah burned against who? Well, hold on. Well, I thought this Achan did the sin. Why is the Most High mad at all of Israel? Okay, y'all gonna see this. I'm trying to get y'all somewhere. Walk with me. So Yah said to Yehoshua, which is Joshua, rise up. Why is it that your face is fallen? And the reason why is because Joshua was losing battles, didn't know why, and the Most High had to tell us. Israel has sinned. Wait, I thought Achan did it. Israel has sinned. They have also transgressed my covenant, which I commanded. So one sinner does what? What does the scripture say? Defiles. You got to die. You got to be put to death to atone for the sin. Because the Most High is angry with everybody. Because one person sinned. That's real. Therefore, the sons of Israel cannot stand before their enemies. Rise up, consecrate the people, and say, consecrate yourself for tomorrow, for Yah, your Elohim, has said, there are things under the ban in your midst, O Israel. In the morning you shall come near by your tribes, and it shall be that the tribe which Yah takes by lot shall come near by families, the family which Yah takes shall come near by households, households shall come near by man. It shall be that the one who is taken with the things under the ban shall be burned with fire, he and all that belongs to him, because he has transgressed the covenant of Yah, and because he has committed a disgraceful thing in Israel. That means he's not just dying. Anything attached to him is dying too. You know why? Because they turn the blind eye to sin. Can't do that. So you got to die. Okay. And his own family should have turned him in. Or they should have encouraged him not to do the act in the first place. It goes to show you that if you're supposed to be an Israelite and you're righteous, and you do something wrong, it can affect everybody around you. And other people may die because of something you may do. Other people may get robbed because of something you may do. People may lose their job because of something you may do. Maybe it's not something you may do. It's a serious family. All right. And it says, and Achan, because they were investigating, and it says, Achan answered Yahshua and said, truly I have sinned. So he admitted, and look at this. You thinking, okay, I can admit this and I'm good money. No. The Elohim Israel, this is what I did. And he explains what he did. Then Joshua and all the Israel with him took him, the silver, the mantle, the bar of gold, his sons and his daughters, his oxen, his donkeys, sheep, his tent, and all that belonged to him, and they brought them up to the river of Achor. Yehoshua said, why have you troubled us? Yah will trouble you this day. And all Israel what? Stoned them with stones. And then what? Burned them with fire after they had stoned them with stones. They raised over him a great heap of stones that said this day, Yah turned from the fierceness of his anger. So now you gave me a human sacrifice. I'm pulling away my wrath, and sin is atoned for. Okay. Maybe y'all follow me. I don't know. Ecclesiastes 9:18b, one sinner destroys much good. Case 9. This is a very controversial case right here. 2 more cases after this, I think. Y'all know about this story right here? A lot of people try to clean this up and say, no, he was just keeping her a virgin forever. Some people say, oh, no, you know what? They dedicated her to the temple because they didn't want to deal with human sacrifice as an offering to the Most High. Now, in this case, the Most High did not demand it, but somebody made a vow. And because they vowed that, hey, Most High, if you give me victory in this battle, whatever is the first thing that come out of my tent, I'm going to dedicate it to you as a burnt offering. Let's read it. Then it shall be that whatever comes out of the doors of my house to meet me when I return in peace from the sons of Ammon, it shall be Yah's, and I will offer it as a burnt offering. Verse Joshua chapter Judges 11:29. I'm at verse 32. So Jephthah crossed over the sons of Ammon to fight against them, and Yah gave them into his hands. He struck them with a very great slaughter. Verse 34 says, when Jacob came to his house at Mizpah, behold, his daughter was coming out to meet him with tamarines and dancing. Now she was his one and only child. Besides her, he had no son or daughter. When he saw her, he ripped his clothes. Now, look at this. We got to find out what the tearing of clothes means. That's something in the culture. There's a lot of clues here. He ripped his clothes. Alas, my daughter, you have brought me very low. You are among those who trouble me, for I have given my word. I've given my word not to dedicate your virginity, not to dedicate you to the temple, but to offer you as a burnt offering. To giving your word to Yah, do to me as you have said. He says, I can't take my word back. Because what the scriptures say, if you make a vow to the Most High, you got to follow it through. That's why the scriptures also say, do not be quick to vow. Because you got to carry it out. You know what, Most High, if you allow me to get this house or this job, I'm going to do A, B, C, D, F, and G. Then you get it, and then you're like, oh, damn. I don't know if I want to do that now, because I was desperate at that time, but not desperate no more. You got to give in your vow. So she said, now look at this. She said, my father, you have given your word. Do to me as you have said. As you have said. What did he say this at? Right here, the vow. Since Yah has avenged you of your enemies, the sons of Ammon. She said to her father, let this thing be done for me. Let me alone 2 months that I may go to the mountains and weep. Because of my virginity, I am my companion. Why is she weeping for virginity? Because she will never know a man and never have any children, and her father's lineage will be ended with her. Unless he has more kids, but the text never goes into that. Then he said, go. So he sent her away for 2 months, and she left with her companions and wept on the mountains of her virginity. Now read that, Fred.
Judges chapter 11, verse 39. At the end of 2 months, she returned to her father, who did to her according to the vow.
Wait, according to what?
To the vow.
What she made.
Which he had
Where's
made.
the vow?
In
made a vow to Yah and said, if you give me indeed the son. Now you got to show me where a burnt offering was never burnt up. You got to show that to me. And you can't show it. So he's thinking an animal will come out because he had animals. And he would all sacrifice the animal. He didn't know his daughter was coming out. All right, read it, Frank.
And she had no relations with a man. Thus it became a custom in Israel that the daughters in Israel went yearly to commemorate the daughter of Jephthah, the Gileadite, 4 days in the
Some
year.
people say, oh, why would they go and commemorate on account of a human sacrifice. And I'm saying this was a individual case scenario. This is not something that was common. So because it happened or a precedent was set, her friends and their children and so forth remembered what happened to her, and it became a custom. Now, this custom is no longer celebrated today, but in those time periods, whenever a virgin was killed, they would commemorate her death because she would never have passed on her seed. That was a very horrible thing in those times, not to have children as a woman, not to have children, all right? Sons of the tribe of Benjamin, I think I'm going to skip this, but the most important thing is in the story, we have a Levite who had a wife, and sometimes they call her a concubine, but it changes up. He was in the city square because anytime you see a Levite, you got to go and take him in your home. You can't just say, oh man, damn, I didn't see him. Let me go over here. Nope. You got to say, okay, man, damn. Everybody left this club, this bar. I'm the last one drinking here, and this Levite is here. All right, I got to take him to my house because they have no inheritance. They live amongst the people. The people have to take care of them. So a older man saw him and said, look, I'm going to take you in. So he took him to his house, and he had virgin daughters. So what happened was Benjamites who were sodomites. Now look, this is very, very uncomfortable. There were sodomites who were Benjamites, which goes to show that even though you had the statute, laws, and commandments, some people are going to break it. Even in the time of Judges, we have periods where it says every man did what's right in his own sight. So again, when you don't have law, you have acts and things like this that happen, right? So it says, now look, now they didn't just want to sodomize, they wanted to rape this man. They wanted to get at the Levite, not his wife, not the virgin. The man offered the virgin daughters. They said, we don't want that. Give us this man. We want the man. That's crazy. Please let me bring them out that you may ravish them as you will. So he's offering his daughters. Like, who else did that in the scriptures? Try to offer their daughters to, right? Now look at this. So what the Levite did was he took his wife, concubine, and threw her out there and closed the door. Then it says they raped her and abused her all night and morning. Then let her go at the approach of dawn. As the day began to dawn, the woman came and fell down at the door of the man's house where her master was until full daylight. Now the rest of the text says when he saw this happening, he picked her up, put on his pack animal, went on his way, but then he cut her body up and sent her through all the tribes of Israel. And who responded to that? Then the 10 tribes of Israel sent men throughout the entire tribe of Benjamin saying, what is this wickedness that has taken place among you? Because now the Levites telling the story of what happened. Now then, deliver up the men, the worthless fellows of Gibeah, that we may put them to death. And what? You can't rape a woman and people know about it and that person don't die. You can't abuse somebody. Because mind you, this woman, whether she was a concubine or wife, she was pledged to this other man. And Deuteronomy chapter 22 speaks against that. She was also killed. She died as a result of the abuse. And he chopped her up because at that point, she's already dead. But they know that if we let these perpetrators live, we don't care if they're Israelites, Most High is going to bring judgment on all of us. This is why all the tribes went to war with Benjamin, because they understood if we don't kill these perpetrators, all of us is dead. So we got to give bodies to the Most High to satisfy, atone for this sin, so we all in the clear. But you got to do it through human sacrifice. They're not telling these men to go give animals. We want your bodies. Okay. Judges chapter 19 and Judges 20 verse 12. All right, let me wrap this up. Son of David, we know the situation with David sinned with Bathsheba, and after he committed adultery with her, he took her husband, tried to tell him to go lay with your wife to make it look like he got pregnant. He said, no, I can't do that. Too much stuff going on. The ark is missing. He's like, all right. Send a letter to his captain saying, listen, put him in the hottest part of the battle. I need him to die. He actually died, and after that, Solomon took her to be his wife. Now, the thing we got to look at here is that Nathan came to David, gave him a parable about a rich man and a poor man. The poor man had one ewe or one lamb. The rich man had everything, but the rich man decided to take the lamb from the poor man and sacrifice it so that the poor man had nothing, even though he treated that lamb like it was everything to him. And then David got mad, said, man, who is this person that's put him to death? Nathan said, that person is you. So now, sin, David committed sin. He conspired and got somebody killed, which is murder, and he knew about it too. And he took some man's wife and laid with her. So he committed a sin. But what did the Most High do to exonerate him? He took a child sacrifice? Wait a second. I know people say that child sacrifice is wrong according to the scriptures, but he took a child and says, look at this, look at this. Then David said to Nathan, I have sinned. You did it secretly, but I will do this thing open for Israel and under the sun. David said, I've sinned, against Yah. And Nathan said to David, Yah has also taken away your sin. You shall not die. However, because by this deed you have given occasion to the enemies of Yah. Why? Because if we sin and the sin is not dealt with, the Most High is going to bring your enemies to come and overpower you. He says, for them to blaspheme or make the name of Yah of no importance, the child also that is born to you shall surely die. The Most High took a child sacrifice to atone for David's sin. An innocent child sacrifice to atone for David's sin. An innocent child sacrifice to atone for David's sin. But I was told that there was no child sacrifice in the Bible. The Most High doesn't approve of child sacrifice, but he just took a body right here to atone for David's sin. Okay. It's giving your children to another deity. But in certain cases, like this special case scenario, the Most High took a body because he needed David to live. Okay. He needed David to live because David had, what son did he have after this? Okay. Let's move forward. Prophets can intercede to discharge capital offenses and exonerate perpetrators of capital punishment. When kings and priests become corrupt, prophets are raised up for the checks and balances' sake. So if the king is sinning and the priest is sinning, the Most High then has to raise up a prophet to speak against them because no layman would dare speak against the king or the priest. So the prophet's job is to ensure checks and balances. And he speaks it against the king, he speaks it against the priest, he speaks it against the people so that they may listen to him. But what happens? The prophet has to first die before his message is okay. So look, hold on. Wait, I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. There's a manuscript called The Lives of the Prophets. Y'all go back and research that. It's called The Lives of the Prophets. And you'll see one of those prophets who died was Ezekiel. The people killed Ezekiel. Ezekiel died. He got killed by the people. But the point I'm trying to make is that the prophet, even Ezekiel, we're going to see in a few seconds, had to bear the sins of the people, and he had to obey instructions so sin could be atoned for, a remnant could be saved. But as a result of him giving the message, the people put him to death, and it was only after his death that the people took his message seriously. Now, maybe y'all don't see where else that's echoed at, but I'm going to leave it for now. Josiah and the priests, mediums of Baal, 1 Kings 13:1. Now behold, there came a man of Elohim from Judah Bethel by the word of Yah, while Jeroboam was standing by the altar to burn incense. He cried against the altar by the word of Yah, saying, O altar, thus says Yah, behold, a son shall be born unto the house of David, Josiah by name, and on you he shall, wait. On you he shall what? The priests of the high places who burn the incense on you, and what? Human bones shall be burned. More human sacrifices. In this case, the priests. You have to give bodies to the Most High. This sins, I need a body. Otherwise, everybody's in sin. But you put those people to death, then I'll pull away my wrath, and y'all good. Are y'all following this model? Okay. 2 Kings 23:20, when Josiah actually was alive and was ruling, all the priests of the high places were what? Slaughtered on the altars and burned human bones on them. And it says, all of this was done so that he might confirm the words of the law, which were written in the book of Hilkiah the priest, found in the house of Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh. Last case 13. Babylon. Oh, Babylon, you will be destroyed. Happy is the one who pays you back for what you have done to us, which is who's going to pay him back for Israel? The Most High. Happy is the one who does what?
Takes your babies and smashes them with his sword.
Wow. That means your baby's going to be required for what you did, O Babylon. Child sacrifice. Okay. Hopefully y'all get that. Isaiah 13:6. Wail, for the days of Yah is near. It will come as destruction from the Almighty. Behold, the days of Yah is coming cruel with fury and burning anger to make the land a desolation. Thus I will punish the world for its evil and the wicked for their iniquity. And what is the result of that? Their little ones will also be dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses replundered and their wives ravaged. Human sacrifice again for punishment for what? All right, got 2 more slides and we're gonna break. Can someone die for or bear the sins of another? Now look, family, look. Hold on. Let's slow down for a second. I know there's people out there that say this. Nobody can bear your sins. Nobody can die for your sins. I know people say that, right? How many of y'all heard people say that before? We're going to see if this is true. Exodus 20:5.
You shall not worship them or serve them, for I, Yah, your Elohim, am a jealous Elohim, visiting the iniquity of the fathers of the children on the third and fourth generation of those who what? Keep this in mind. But showing loving kindness to thousands, to those who do what? Love me and keep my commandments. So visiting the iniquity of the fathers on the children can happen if the children hate the Most High by not keeping the statutes, laws, and commandments.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. But we see Ezekiel 18, people mention this all the time, right? Behold, all souls are mine, the soul of the Father as well as the soul of the Son is mine, the soul who sins, it shall die. Let's jump down so we can save time. Verse 18. As for the Father, let's do verse 10. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Let me just read this. The soul who sins thou shalt die, but if a man is righteous and practices justice and righteousness, if he walks in my statutes and my ordinance, so to deal faithfully, he is righteous and will surely live. Then he may have a violent son who sheds blood and does any of these things to a brother. He will not live. He has committed all these abominations. He will surely be put to death. His blood will be in his own hand. Now behold, he has a son, the grandson of the first God, who has observed all his father's sins, which he committed. Observing does not do likewise. He will not die for his father's iniquity. He will surely live. As for his father, because he practiced extortion, all these other things, he will die for his iniquity. The person who sins will die. The son will not bear the punishment for the father's iniquity, nor will the father bear the punishment for the son's iniquity. The righteousness of the righteous will be upon himself, and the wickedness of the wicked will be upon himself. So now, I brought these two out because they're saying the same thing. If a father commits iniquity and has a son, and the son turns away from his father's iniquity, then the son will not be visited by the father's, and the father's iniquity, will not be visited on the son or recorded or charged to the son. But if the son does the father's iniquity, then the father's punishment will also be visited on the son. So then the son will now not only bear his own sin, but the sin of his father. Okay. This is deep, because people, they don't really look at this the way it's saying. So a son can bear his father's iniquity if he's doing wickedness and not turning towards the statute, laws, and commandments, because in essence he hates the Most High when he doesn't keep the statute, laws, and commandments, and therefore he absolves himself of the Most High's loving kindness. Okay. So look, the Most High, generational curses, the moment we turn to Torah, we can enjoy some blessings until we get redeemed. But if we continue to sin, then the curse of our fathers will be visited onto us. But if we do righteously, he's not going to count what the fathers did onto the sons. But what if Frank was doing something wrong, right? And let's say I came to Frank, and say his father was doing, I don't know, say his father was a robber. He robbed people, right? And then Frank started doing the same thing. And then I come to Frank one day as a mentor, because let's say he's maybe 18, 19, the age of accountability. I come to Frank, I said, listen, I understand your father raised you to be like A, B, and C. You saw your father do this, this, and that. But you know what? There's a better way. If I speak to Frank and get Frank to turn from his wickedness, I just redeem him from his sin. Okay, so let's move forward. Let me say that again. Y'all missed that. Let's say it again. If Frank's father is doing something wrong, and Frank is taken into his father's account, not only will Frank deal with the consequence of his father, because the father's doing wickedness, somebody, he may rob somebody, they may look at the son and say, oh, I'm going to go kill you for what your father did. That's an modern day example. But I come to Frank and I intervene and I said, bro, here's a better way. And Frank turns to the righteousness. The Most High will have mercy and absolve from the father's iniquity. Now I just saved his soul. Okay, so let's move forward. See, people miss these concepts, but you're getting it though. Okay. I'm not going to go to the parts. I'm going to do Poked, Aban. Do any of you know what this says here or no? Okay. Poked, Aban, Abot al Benin. So it says the punishment or the visitation, right? Aban is the sins of the father, right? Oh, it's fathers plural, to be visited onto the sons, right? Now I was going to parse it, but I don't have a lot of time. And then we go to this one, Ben lo yisa ba aban ha'ab. So now it says the sons will not be put to death or punished for the father's sins, for the sins or with the sins of the father. So now this is what you say? I can't parse it. We don't have a lot of time. I want to give y'all a break. No, I can't parse it. If I parse it, But the reason why I'm parsing is to show you that the English translation is rendering this properly. Sometimes it doesn't, and we have to parse it to double check it. But in this case, it does. And also, I'm gonna leave it here so y'all can see it. See how I parsed it. Leave it here so y'all can see how I parsed it. But what I'm showing is they parallel. They're saying the same thing, if you understand it. But if I can turn somebody away from the wickedness that they're doing, I have saved their soul. What does the scripture say? He that saves a soul does what? Not just that, but he that saves a soul is a what? Wise? Is wise. He that saves a soul. Why is it saying that he who saves a soul is wise? Because now I have taken that person away from bearing the sins of their father. And I am the individual, the agent responsible for redeeming them out of their sins and saving their life. Okay. All right, so this is the last slide. So who can bear and atone for the sins of others? Who can do this thing? It has to be in Tanakh somewhere. Somebody can bear and atone for the sins of other people. Did y'all know that? It's right there in the Tanakh. Somebody give me an example. Who? High priest is one. There you go. Because he does what? Atonement. And if he doesn't do atonement, what happens? Not just he dies, the whole nation is in sin. Okay. Okay. Yes, you got it. You got it. So a priest, right? A priest can bear and atone for the sins of another. So don't let nobody say that this can't happen in Tanakh. Leviticus 10:16. But Moshe searched carefully for the goat of the sin offering. What kind of offering is a sin offering? What does that do? Ignorant sin. And behold, it had been burnt up. So he was angry with Aaron's surviving sons, Eleazar and Ithamar, saying, why did you not eat the sin offering at the holy place? For it is, now remember, the sin offering, part of it is taken off and the priests have to eat it. Why does the priest have to eat it? Let's look. Why did you not eat it? For it is most Kodesh, and he gave it to you to what? Bear away the guilt of the congregation and to make atonement. So if the priest doesn't follow through the instructions, when you give him your offering, you're still in your sin. So if a high priest, okay, wait, I don't even know if I'll get there yet. But if a high priest doesn't atone for the sins of the nation, everybody's in sin. But if a single priest does not carry through the instructions for your sin offering, because he has to bear it on himself and atone once he consumes it, so now he's taking on your sins. Okay. See, people get repentance confused with offerings. They think because you repent, the people didn't have to go and give an offering. Repentance is the first phase. The second phase is, damn, I got to trust this priest to be righteous, because if he don't do the instructions for my sin offering, I'm done. I'm toast. That's why a high priest in the heavenly sanctuary can give eternal life to those, because when they get their prayers, it's as an offering, and he accepts it and he processes it, then they are redeemed. Okay, so look, let's move forward. I know that was deep. Somebody's going to get that. Somebody's going to get that. Let's keep going. A priest prophet. So not only a priest can do it, but a priest prophet? Ezekiel 1 and 2. Let's jump to verse 3. The word of the Yah came expressly to Ezekiel, who? Did you know Ezekiel was a priest? That's why he was called a son of man, because the son of man is a servitude title for a priest who's to bear the iniquity of the people. Okay, look. That's the son of man title. Family, maybe you'll follow me. This is deep. You're going to get this. And the land of the Chaldeans by the river Hebar, and there the watch this, hold on. And there the hand of Yah came upon him. As for you, Ezekiel, lie down on your left side, and I will lay the iniquity of the house of Israel on it. You shall bear their iniquity. A priest prophet is doing that? For the number of days that you lie on it, you're going to take their sins onto yourself if you follow my instructions, O son of man. Okay, wait. For I have assigned you a number of days corresponding to the years of the iniquity, 390 days. So this is symbolic going on here. Thus you shall bear the iniquity of the house of Israel. When you're done with that, you shall lay a second time, but on your right side, bear the iniquity of the house of Judah. I have assigned it for you 40 days. So what is this saying? This saying the reason why he was eligible to bear the iniquity is because he was a priest. And if you understand the roles of a priest, they can bear guilt and make atonement. So at this time, Ezekiel was taken into captivity because, Israel went into successive captivities by the Babylonians before they all got taken out. He went into one of the various captivities But the Most High gave him a vision that a siege is coming upon Jerusalem, where there's still Israelites there. Mind you, he's already in captivity. And what happens is this: in order for me to spare those people, Ezekiel, follow my instructions. You'll bear their sins. You'll take away their iniquity. You'll atone for them if you just follow what I'm telling you to do. Ezekiel did it. So in chapter 5, he said, cut your beard off, cut half, send this way, cut half, burn it, so take a pocket, a piece of it, put it in your pocket. Those are the remnant I'm redeeming because you follow my instructions. Therefore, you have redeemed the children of Israel by bearing their sins, taking away iniquity. So now I can absolve them and I can call in that remnant. Family, we see the archetype here in the Tanakh. I'm just saying it's there, family. I'm not making this up. Hebrews 1:1, Elohim, after he spoke long to the fathers and the prophets in many portions and in many ways, in these last days has spoken to us by his son. He had to be made like his brothers in every way that he may become a merciful and faithful high priest in service to Elohim in order to make atonement for the sins of the people. And when I finish this lecture, I'm giving you a break now. I'm going to do my last part. All of this is going to make sense. So with that, family, we're done with this part. Last part is a case for the capital offenses, capital punishment, and the human sacrifice of who? So now we're going to see all of these we talked about matches up to this person, because he was killed according to Torah. But 3 offerings were given by the priest, by himself, and by the people. Now it's deep. We're going to get into this, and this is going to blow your mind. And when I show this to y'all, family, if anybody disagrees with this, they're going to have to give a great case scenario. But I digress. So with this, I'm going to say, let's take our break, 20-30-minute break, if it's okay with Minister Carnes. And then afterwards, I'll finish the last part, and then y'all can go home if you want, or we can stay in fellowship. So hopefully you enjoyed it. Did y'all learn something new today? All right.
Hallelujah.
Huh?
Hey, let me give you guys some housekeeping.
Oh, well. I mean, that's up to Minister Carnes. If you want to take a break, or if he's okay with us just finishing it, it's up.
Well, I tell you what, let's do a quick 15 minutes.
Okay, 15-minute break. Is that okay?
15 minutes.
All right, 15-minute break.
Now for housekeeping, I know we got children here. I need you guys, parents, watch your children. There's a lot of equipment here. We don't need them running around, stuff like that. And if you can, because of the noise coming from the children, seat the children with you. So we kind of keep the noise down, being a recording and everything. There are some things in the back, so you can grab some refreshments, something like that, stretch your legs and all that. In 15 minutes, we're going to come back, okay?
And finish the rest. I know.
That explains when he starts saying in Psalm 46 and Hebrews 10:5, sacrifice and offering I did not desire for the body. I prepared for you. Yeah.
Now maybe you could go follow us on that. I decided to leave that part alone. Okay. I wanted to see, after I lay this down, how many other things go back and read it.
That's right, yeah. Indeed.
Yeah.
Like you're tired, man. And look at that. How can it not be a Mashiach, man? It's necessary. You have to have one. You have to have a Mashiach. Right. Yeah.
What's up, brother? Come on, bro. You know what? Thank you. Everything good? A lot of your stuff, you watch it, don't really you bring this out right now. It's not gonna really. Then they're gonna be like, oh, what people saying, oh. It's gonna take people a couple of times to watch it and get past that. Domination they have. You know what? I saw somebody say, the very first thing I said, oh, no. He said the whole purpose of so what? I can debate
No, that's looking at this. Most of the exceptions are pretty good. I mean, aside from the argument that they have in here now, Islam, I don't know what that's from. But aside from that, most of the sections are good. It's just, it'll take time to process. But bro, you already know. You already know how people go, man. One time, like, we talking about something different. You always have to like battle right back to
So all that means is they can't find an argument.
this is all me.
You have some kind of creative argument. That's how I'm saying about that.
Y'all have the rhythm back here. Like, yo, we're not talking about that. We're talking about this. So I'm like, go. So to use for my just keep going. So I told him like, boy, you so I keep my full check. Get it ready for your event. But it can't. It's funny. It's like every role is reversed. So it's like, but it's funny. Now like a situation where now it's like. So they have to be careful not to do so
Public service announcement. Members of HCA, we have guests here. Please let them eat first. Please let them eat first. Don't be rude. I might see about you. I can't sacrifice you, but you know, we can lay them hands on. Now, for let the guests and children and ladies eat first.
That's how they are. I mean, that no matter where you go, that's how they are. Now, notice these are white people. Could you imagine? They're the same. This is they're all they're on this. You are working on the job. Like, can you throw some of this for me? You really think you come over here and you really think you're going to
Oh, you were following my stuff. Yeah. Good, right? So when it gets like this, then it, once it does that, oh, it's on the top. And that right there, you can look around and see it's on the
Okay, now we
Hey, how you doing, man? Oh, I'm gonna take over there and check it out now.
You know what? I don't know why this not coming up. Hold on. This should be. That's the problem. Let me do it this way.
That's my boy.
Say what now?
So that way. I didn't know. That's our boy. That's his cousin. And that's she looked real. She looked like. You didn't know that. I told her I said you don't know.
That's real. That's real. I'm glad you said it. Especially this.
That's not y'all cousin.
Yes.
Come on, Mike. How you doing? I see you participating too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, right?
Rough, man.
That's crazy.
And I'm laughing because that's exactly how they talk. But at least it's not because, you know, I ain't got to worry about mine and all that crap. So I'm sorry. Hey, man, what's going on? Good. Something to eat? Okay. Okay, that's important.
I've never seen a man who bring it out.
See it?
No, I'm just. See, folks don't do anything with Sunday, so they like.
Yeah.
Even though I see it, that's a camera.
So this is, you know, me, that's all I it's a first
Hey, Vince, got a question for you, man. About the
Want something to drink? Keep going, keep going. Does your mom need anything else? Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Okay. So family, everybody listen up, listen up. Please make your way to your seats. Get your last few conversations in, make your way to your seats. Let's finish this up so we can have some time for Q&A.
Oh, you know what I was just gonna ask about that? Because was he gonna bring it? Because he's not coming at all, right?
I mean, that's what he was wondering. Do we need to have access to the TV?
No, I think I'm just gonna do a simple lesson where everybody just bring your ball. You know, we're an old school lesson.
Oh, we could read for you too.
I mean, for next week. See, the thing is, I got it. So next week, I'm gonna have to give this. I got to go.
Did you have a PowerPoint?
No. Next week it's just gonna be a basic, old fashioned. Open your Bible, let's go. Yeah. So that way you don't have to worry about bringing that equipment.
I thought about bringing it. I was like, I don't think we're gonna use it. Remember I sat over here and it was like, Larry, too, right? I mean, for some reason,
I could add a filter to it, kind of like brighten it up.
Let me see something.
I'm just saying, like, last time I did it was fine. I think you did have your light. This one was kind of dark, but it's okay. I was just trying to.
Next time.
All right, everybody. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mark. Let's see. My bad. All right, everybody. Let's get started. Please get to your seats. All right. Let's just get to this finale. All right. Let me just type this up here. Okay. All right. So, to get us started, let's do the last two parts, and we'll be done. This should take no more than an hour. But I guarantee, once we get to the end of it, man, y'all don't even know what I got in store at the end, man. I always got to give you a haymaker before I get the TKO. All right. All right, but we got to build up suspense until we get to the last 5 slides. All right. Okay. So to my viewing audience in the that's watching in the chat, that's on the YouTube channel, I apologize for not getting the best quality, but you can go back and revisit this, and while the live stream is still available, afterwards the official video will be up, and you can watch it, and it'll look all nice and everything for you guys. So just bear with me. I'm going to take my time because I got time now, and this part is not that long. I'm gonna take my time so y'all can follow me, and I don't have to talk fast. I hate when I have to talk fast, but I'm gonna slow down so that way you can really get this. All right. So as soon as my family out there, y'all ready? Let me know you're ready. Say con. All right. So you're ready. So those of you who are still moving around, please do so as quietly as you can till you get your seats, and let's get started. So what does this say up here, Frank?
A case for the capital offenses, capital punishment, and human sacrifice of Yahushua.
So we just proved that if you commit a capital offense, that what happens after the capital offense, you get judged, and after your judgment, there's a capital punishment, which results in your life. There's no sacrifice that can take that away. You got to die. And it says human sacrifice, because human sacrifice is tied to capital punishment. Remember, family? Remember? So if somebody's getting put to death, they become a human sacrifice to atone for the sins of everybody else who they believe that person is leading astray. Did y'all get that? Okay. I don't know if you'll get that, but let's move forward. Examination of Yahushua. Because you hear a lot of allegorical and figurative terminology used where he is considered the Passover lamb. He's not a literal Passover lamb, but that's figurative and allegorical language. We won't get into that. But what had to be done? What had to be done? How did this ant get up here? Anybody got a napkin or a tissue or something? He wanted to get a part of it too. He said, yo, this is some good stuff, man. I got to see it for myself. He just left the rest of the crew and said, I'm going to go check this out. Well, anyway. So what has to be done to the Passover lamb? You got it, Frank? Thank you. What has to be done to the Passover lamb before it can be slaughtered? What? Has to be examined. And what? Set apart. But examination is important. So was Yahushua examined? Cross-examined? Okay. All right, let's see. Because then we're going to start to understand why the authors use certain terminology. All right? Entrapment. Lawyers out there, you know, Frank, you here, so I got to call you by default.
Entrapment.
Read it.
The action of tricking someone into committing a crime in order to secure their prosecution. In criminal law, entrapment is a practice whereby a law enforcement agent induces a person to commit a criminal offense, that the person would have otherwise been unlikely to commit.
And give us some of your expertise on that briefly, Frank, in regards to entrapment or what you know of entrapment. Or maybe Brian, one of y'all, somebody. He's pointing at you.
He's pointing at me. Off the top of my head, when
give us an example. Give us an example.
It has to be a law enforcement agent. That is very important. It can't be a private individual. It has to be someone that's actually an officer, an agent, or someone that works on behalf of the law enforcement body corporate.
Okay,
that's important. Okay, two, if someone is hungry and they induce them to commit a crime that would feed them by placing something right in front of them, okay? Ordinarily, they would just ask somebody for money, or they would just ordinarily, beg for the money. They wouldn't necessarily go steal it. But if you show them a full plate of filet mignon with all the trimmings and this and that, and say, look, if you do this, and then they start to salivate, and all you have to do is do this other act for me, you can have this plate. No, normally they wouldn't have done that.
Yeah,
that is
But so you have to be enticed to do something, or seduced to do something. Okay. So if I don't like you, and I want something to happen to you, I'm gonna try to trap you, so people can see the folly that you're in, and they can put you to death. They can incriminate you, and all those things of that nature. Con? So we're going to see if this examination happened to this individual. Matthew 22:15 says what? Read that, Frank.
Matthew chapter 22, verse 15. Then the Pharisees went out and plotted to trap Yahushua in his words.
Plotted to trap him in his words. I'll read this. Mark 12:12. At this, the leaders sought to arrest Yahushua, for they knew that he had spoken this parable against them. But fearing the crowd, they left him and went away. Later, they sent some Pharisees and Herodians to catch Yahushua in his words. Luke 11:53. When he had left there, the scribes and Pharisees began to be very hostile and to question him closely on many subjects, plotting against him to catch him in something he might say. Because normally, if they're not trying to plot, certain responses he wouldn't give. Con? Luke 20:20. So they watched him closely and sent spies who pretended to be sincere. They were hoping to catch him in his words in order to hand him over to the rule and authority of the governor. Sounds like entrapment, right? And they were unable to trap him in his words before the people, and astonished at his answer, they fell silent. What does that say, Frank?
Without spot or blemish.
When you're able to keep the law, speak about the law in a way that even the chief priests can't trip you up, then you can be used as an example of somebody who's without spot, without blemish. So because they couldn't trap him in regards to the law, that's from all types of questions regarding the law. And when he answered it, they saw he gave the right answer, and they was astonished. They couldn't arrest him on those charges. So he was without spot and without blemish in regards to him dealing with the law. Okay. Matthew 26:1, and I can't get into all examples, and somebody talked about the Sabbath example, and that's a great example, but we'll have to touch on it another time. Matthew 26:1 says, when Yahushua had finished saying all these things, he told his disciples, look at this. You know that what?
The Passover
begins in 2 days, and the Son of Man will be handed over to be crucified. So now, what do you do that week when you have the Passover lamb? You do the first few days before that Passover lamb is killed. You set it apart. You do what? Let it live with you, feed it, fatten it, and examine it for defects. It has to be without spot, without blemish, right? So a couple of days have to pass before you slaughter it. Are you following this scenario right here, this narrative? And the Son of Man, remember I told you the title Son of Man is what? Priest-like title. Priest prophet type title, right? So this is nothing new. You see it in the Tanakh. Will be handed over to be crucified. At that time, the chief priests and the elders of the people assembled in the courtyard of the high priest, whose name was Caiaphas, and they conspired to arrest Yahushua covertly and kill him. Sacrifice. We're going to see why they want to do that, because we'll see the charges. What are these conspiracy charges? Because you can't just kill an innocent man in cold blood. What were the conspiracy charges, family? Somebody tell me. Blasphemy, and what else? Breaking the Sabbath, yeah, but But is that the charge they used to arrest him or prosecute him? What are the charges that they used to prosecute him? Somebody said blasphemy, right? But there's something else here, and it's going to make sense when I get to the last few slides. What else? No. That's blasphemy. No. Well, they tried to use that on him too, but it didn't stick because, you know, a lot of the testimonies wasn't. So, oops. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, there we go. Witchcraft. Okay, hold on, fam. Hold on, fam.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on, fam. Let's slow down for a second.
Yes.
When we get to the last slides, this will blow your mind. I guarantee it. Watch. And the scribe. Now, hold on. Now, is this a capital offense? That means you're gonna be put to death for that, right? It's like breaking the Sabbath. You're gonna be put to death for that too. Blasphemy, you could be put to death. So now they're looking for capital offenses. Say you're gonna break the temple. Oh, that's hearsay. You know, he don't have the power to do that. But if you blaspheme, do witchcraft, or break the Sabbath, now we can put you to death. And this in Mark 3:22, and the scribes who had come down from Jerusalem were saying, he is what?
Possessed by Beelzebub,
And by the womb?
prince of the demons.
What did it say? Spiritists and mediums had to be put to death. So if you're being possessed by these entities, we got to kill you. Okay. Matthew 9:33, and when the demon had been driven out, the man began to speak. The crowds were amazed and said, nothing like this has ever been seen in Israel. But the Pharisees said, it is by the prince of, mind you what they're doing. They're very slick. They said, oh, he's doing this by the who? Prince of the demons, which is Beelzebub. And if we see this, Yahushua responds to that and says, well, two houses divided cannot stand. He said, I'm not casting them out in the name of another entity when they all have the same agenda. So he defended his case, but they had to make him look bad. So they were saying these coy things, right? We said blasphemy, right? That's the main thing. Let's read it. John 10:30. This is the situation. I and the Father are one. You know, I know my Christian friends and brothers, they love to use that. They cherry pick it, they proof text it, and they run away from the rest of it. I said, hold on. Let's read the rest of this. Because look at this. Watch this. Yahudim picked up stones again to stone him. Yahshua answered and said, I showed you many good works from my Father. For which of them are you stoning me? Yahudim answered and said, for good work we do not stone you, but blasphemy, because you, being a man, make yourself out to be Elohim. So now the charge is, because he made the statement, they're saying you're making yourself equal with God. He's saying, has it not been written in your law? I said ye are Elohim. If he called them Elohim, to whom the word of Elohim came, and the scripture cannot be broken, do you say to him whom the Father set apart and sent into the world, you are blaspheming because I said I am the what? That's what he's saying. He's saying, I'm not saying I'm Elohim. I'm the son of, that means I'm subordinate to those powers. Yeah. So how could you think that when I'm saying this here, I'm equating myself to Elohim? I'm saying we're on the same team. Come on, team players, that's it. He's the quarterback, I'm the wide receiver. You can't do nothing on my own strength. You got to give me your words. I'll catch them and I'll give it to the people. All right, here we go. Look. We get in there. About to make it a little fun. All right. So look at this. John 19:7. We have a law, said the Yahudim, and according to that law, he must die because he what?
Declared himself to be the son of Elohim.
So they're still saying that if he's using this title, he's making himself to be the Most High. Even though he cleared it up, they're not listening. But their eyes were blind, their ears were what? Deaf. Their understanding was slow, like Isaiah prophesied, because the Most High had to use their ignorance and naivety in order for this act to happen. We're going to get there. But they still try to use, they still use the vehicle of what? Torah. We can kill them, but we got to do it according to Torah. We got to get them for a capital offense. So look, now remember, at his trial, well, not his trial, pre-trial, they try to get all these type of witnesses to make something up. They couldn't do it. So they said, you know what? Let's get him to incriminate himself. So now they're telling the people, oh, if somebody said they're the son of Elohim, they're blaspheming because they're not the Most High power, and they're not the Messiah. Because they believe the Messiah to be a king that's coming on the scene, not somebody from Nazareth from the hood. All right, look, I'm keeping it up. Then the high priest said to him, Matthew 26:63, because Frank told me I gotta cite the references. I charge you under oath by the living Elohim. Tell us if you are the Mashiach, the son of Elohim. You have said it yourself, Yahushua answered, but I say to all of you, look what he said. You have said it yourself. Didn't even realize what y'all were saying. But I say to all of you, from now on, you will see the Son of Man sitting on the right hand of the Mighty One and coming in the clouds of heaven. Let's slow down. Psalm 80 and 17, this is for reference, so you'll go back and research. When people tell you that this Son of Man, who's on the right hand of the Most High, is something that's a construct of the so-called Brit Hadashah New Testament, they're not reading Psalm 80 and 17. But when y'all go back and read that, I want somebody to break that down for me. It's deep. Future lesson, we're going to touch into that. But let's keep going. And it says, I say the Son of Sin right hand, Mighty One, and coming on the clouds of heaven. At this, the high priest tore his garment and said, he has blasphemed. Why do we need any more witnesses? Look, now you have heard the blasphemy. What do you think? He deserves to die, they said. So now they got him on blasphemy charge. Now he could die. Watch how it gets good. What does this say? So, a martyrdom, let's read martyrdom. Read it, Frank.
Martyr is someone who suffers persecution and death for advocating, renouncing, refusing to renounce, or refusing to advocate a belief or cause as demanded by an external party. This refusal to comply with the presented demands results in the punishment
or what?
Results in the punishment
or what?
Or execution of the martyr by the oppressor.
So if the elitist class are trying to kill this person, in order for him to be a martyr, he has to understand that his mission will cause death. Because if he didn't know it, he wouldn't be a martyr. But if he knows what he's doing is upsetting people and that he could potentially die for it and continues to do it, now we understand that there's some kind of foreknowledge of a plan that's to come. We're going to see this. Matthew 16 and 1. From that time on, Yahushua began to show his disciples that he must go to Jerusalem and suffer many things at the hands of the elders, chief priests, and scribes, and that he must what? Be killed, and on the third day be raised to life. Mark 9 and 30. Going on from there, they passed through Galilee, but Yahushua did not want anyone to know, because he was teaching the disciples. He told them, listen, the Son of Man will be delivered into the hands of men. They will kill him, and after 3 days, he will rise. But they did not understand the statement, and they were afraid to ask him about it. They didn't understand this, because they're thinking he's going to be a physical king and ruling, and he's saying, I got to die. They're like, what? Like, man, you ask him. Now, you ask him. I ain't going to say nothing. I see him cast some demons out. I see him still some waters. I ask him nothing. I ain't getting this man mad, right? So let's go on to the next one. Luke 9:21. Yahushua strictly warned them not to tell anyone. Look at this. They were not allowed to tell anybody that he was going to be put to death. So how could people tell you that the gospel of Christ was all throughout the synoptic gospels when he's telling the disciples, don't tell nobody I'm going to die? That means that wasn't of the most importance. Okay, let's rewind this. It's deep now. This is why when you get into the mindset of Torah Tanakh, you understand his mission. He keep telling them, no, go preach the gospel of Christ. Tell them we're going to be died and crucified and hung. He didn't tell. He said, yo, I'm going to tell you on the side, but don't tell nobody. So there's another mission, but the second, don't tell nobody. Okay, this is important, family. Let these words sink in your ears. The Son of Man is about to be delivered in the hands of men. John 8:59. At this, they picked up stones to throw at him, but what? Yahushua hid himself and slipped away from the temple area. So now he sees, no, they serious. They trying to kill me, but it wasn't his time, so he got away. A martyr understands this. Preaching a message, people trying to kill you. Oh man, this is a serious ordeal. Should I continue to suffer these things? Remember, it says that through obedience, through suffering, he learned obedience, and because of such, he was qualified to do certain things. This is the suffering. Everywhere he went, he teaching men, people try to kill him. He had to hide and duck away. Okay. Luke 4:28. On hearing this, all the people of the synagogue was enraged. They got up, drove him out of town, and led him to the brow of the hill on which the town was built in order to throw him off the cliff. But Yahushua passed through the crowd and went his way. This is not a lawful way to execute somebody. Right. So he couldn't die this way. Okay. Let's move forward. It's deep. Sometimes we miss the little stuff. Matthew 20:28, just as the Son of Man did not come to be served, but to serve and to what? Give his life as a ransom, G3038 for many. Now somebody grab their phone real quick and look up G3038 or go type this verse in. And let's get, can you do it on your phone? Yeah, go. Okay. And we're going to see this because, again, there's a lot of misconceptions as to what's going on in the narrative. And when we see the word ransom, remember we read ransom earlier where it says the person is set aside for death. What does it say? You can't ransom them. You can't get a kinsman redeemer, anybody to take them out of that situation. They got to die. So he's given his life as a ransom for many, and we're going to see what occurred. Because once we go through this, I'm telling you, family, you're going to look at this text from different eyes. That's the objective, because you can't look at it from the lens of Christianity. We can't do that, because then we can't reach everybody else who may not subscribe to the text. So we got to show them the Torah Tanakhness in the text, right? Because that is how we should see the text, from Genesis, which I touched on, all the way to the end. You can't see it from Paul's writings, church fathers looking back. If you do that, you might as well be a Christian, right? So we're going to see something. Mind you, I had to show you capital offenses, I had to show you all that in Tanakh, so you can understand what's going on here. Go ahead, read what's G3038? Matthew chapter 20, verse 28.
Matthew 20:28 is Strong's number G3038.
For the word ransom.
The Greek is lutron, and it's from Strong's number G3089. Something to loosen with.
Something to loosen with. Go ahead.
Example: a redemption price.
Wait. A what?
A redemption price.
A redemption price. Wait, slow down, Frank. Now, there's a particular offering that requires money or some kind of price. Okay, we're gonna get there, but we're gonna see this ransom. Keep going, Frank. What else to say?
Figuratively, atonement.
Atonement, figuratively. Keep going.
Ransom.
What else to say there? That's it.
That's all.
Okay, so we're gonna stick with price and atonement. Price and atonement. What is he atoning for, and what price is being exchanged? We're gonna see. Transaction. Okay. John 10:17. Therefore, my Father loves me, because I laid down my life that I may take it up again. Which means nobody's taking my life. I'm giving it, because he can't commit suicide and be qualified to commence the rest of the assignment. He has to allow himself to be put to death according to the law, in the ignorance and blindness of the people thinking they're doing something great on behalf of the Most High. Because if they believe he's bringing people into sin by blaspheming and doing witchcraft, everybody's in sin until this man is dead. Okay, family. Follow me, family. Follow me. No one takes it from me, but I lay it down for myself. I have power to lay it down. I have power to take it again. This command I received from my Father. He takes no credit for nothing. Okay. The significance of his death. Let's get into this. John 11:47. Now, mind you, I did a lecture on all sins created equal, and I said that this particular verse that I'm going to read, let's get into this. This is really deep, family. Please, family, follow me. This explains everything. This is how I was able to understand everything I'm showing y'all now through this verse. Slow it down, let's read it, because a lot of times we skip over it, but I'm going to go slow. John 11:47, you're going to turn your scriptures to that. Therefore, the chief priests and the Pharisees convened a council and were saying, what are we doing? For this man is performing many signs. If we let him go on like this, all men will believe in him, and the Romans will come and take away both our place and our nation. A lot of them were installed. You had two Sanhedrins, the upper council, lower council. Some of them were installed as puppets by the Herodians, or not the Herodians, the Romans, to keep the people docile. But the zealots kept causing problems and stuff like that. And then there was other messiahs. So Yahushua wasn't the only one that was telling people, I'm going to redeem you, I'm going to save you from this captivity. There was other people going on at that time. You have to understand this, because as an apologist, other people will say, well, there was other saviors at the time, or attempted saviors at the time. The text even talks about that, because it says in the book of Acts, listen, if the things that these men do die off, we good. Don't worry about it. But if it keeps going on, then it may be of the Most High, because every other so-called martyr or so-called person saying I'm going to redeem Israel during this time period contemporary to Yahushua, none of their movements lasted on. Okay, look. Let's go. But one of them, Caiaphas, who was the high priest that year, said to them, you know nothing at all, nor do you take into account, watch this, that it is expedient for you that one man die for the people, and that the whole nation not pass. Now slow down. How is this one man dying for the people? If he's leading people astray and we kill him, then we can atone for all the going astray of everybody else that's following him by giving a human sacrifice. Okay. Maybe you'll get that. So they're saying, this is kill him, so that everybody can live The Romans don't come and destroy us. And if he is a real perpetrator, then we'll remove the wickedness from the land and everybody will be atoned for. Follow this. And that the whole nation will perish. Now, he did not say this of his own initiative, but being high priest of that year, he prophesied that what? Yahushua was going to die for the nation. We're going to see this. And not for the nation only. Read that, Frank. But what? In order that what?
But in order that he might also.
Wait, Frank, you got to say this with conviction, Frank. Oh. Go ahead, Frank.
Let's say. And not for the nation only, but in order that he might also gather together into one the children of Elohim who are scattered abroad.
So from that day, there you go. From that day on, they planned together to kill him. So the purpose of him dying was for the nation or for the people, so that the whole nation can be satisfied. The Romans don't come and destroy him. But if he's leading people astray, he has to die according to Torah. But they was prophesied and not realize what they were saying. But the text is saying that he had to die for the nation, and that also he made what?
Gathering.
So people miss this part here. The regathering of the remnant. Okay. Come on. You gotta do that process first before the real king can come on the scene. But that's something else. Initiate the process. We're going there. All right, here we go. Hallelujah. Exodus 12:13. Speak to all the congregation of Israel, saying, on the 10th of this month, when is Passover? What day? 14th day. But a couple days before then, the 10th of this month, they are to each one take a lamb for themselves, according to their father's household, a lamb for each household. Your lamb shall be what? Okay. Keep going on. It says, you shall keep it to the 14th day of the same month, in the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel is to what? Kill it at. Okay, we're going to keep this in mind. Moreover, they shall take some of the blood, put on the two doorposts, on the lintel of the houses in which they eat it. For I will go throughout the land of Mizraim on that night, and will strike down all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both man and beast, etc., etc. I will execute judgments. So if, oh, wait, hold on, fam. Look at this. We talking about visiting iniquity of the fathers unto the third, fourth generation. If Israel is going astray, right, and some judgment is coming upon them, well, somebody may have to die to push that judgment. Okay, but look, I'm Yod Hey Wafe. The blood shall be a sign for you on the house where you live, and when I see the blood, I will pass over you, and no plague will befall you to destroy you when I strike you in the land of Egypt. So when you hear the authors of the New Testament or the Brit Hadashah speak, and it's not New Testament, it's Brit, which means a sacrifice, but Hadashah, which means a restoring or repairing of something that was damaged. That covenant was damaged by Israel, so somebody has to repair the thing. Okay, look, hold on. No, hold on. But allusions have to be made to archetypes that are set up in the Tanakh, in the Torah. So if they're going to attribute him being like a Passover lamb, which is metaphorically speaking, figuratively speaking, some kind of allegory, we have to show some similarities to see why the writers were inspired to attribute this title of him being a Passover lamb. Now, he was a literal lamb that will come on the altar, but figuratively. Judgments, unblemished male, blood as a sign, and when the blood is there, I will pass over. Look, we're going to see who is being passed over because the shedding or the martyrdom of somebody's blood, and that no plague will fall upon them. Okay, look, this is deep. When we get into Revelation, you'll see why the seal had to be placed on some people's heads so they could be protected when the plagues come. Look. So something had to be initiated in advance, so that when that time comes for those who follow this order, the judgments can pass over them, because I can't touch them now, because the martyrdom blood that was shed is the seal on their foreheads. They have the testimony of Yahushua, so I'm giving you insurance to protect them. Big. We're getting there. We're not done yet. Okay, here we go. Okay, you're getting there. You're getting there. All right. Oh man, wait! I got it coming up in the rest of it. So let's go through it. All right. So look, Matthew 27:46 about the 9th hour. Now, what is the 9th hour? What does that mean when it says 9th hour? But how are you calculating 9th hour?
From the sundown.
From the sundown what? When the sun rises, you count 9 hours from when the sun is considered to be risen. Okay, so which would be typically what time?
6 a.m. is typically.
6 a.m. typically.
That's why you keep the morning watch.
Now look at this. This was during what time of the year? When is Passover? So now you have to put in your mindset, spring hours. Count 9 hours from the time that the time is being shown, because now they're calculated based on Roman reckoning of time. It's different. But now they're showing you a parallel to what we're reading here. Remember the first couple of years he was on the scene doing his ministry, he was being proved and tested to see if he was unblemished. Now that they saw he was unblemished, damn, we got to kill this guy somehow. He got to be put to death. But they're not realizing what's going on, because look at this. He cried with a loud voice, Ella, Ella, lama sabachthani, and Yahshua cried out again with a loud voice and yielded up his spirit. When it was evening, remember, you have 3 types of day twilight. You have what? Civil twilight, nautical twilight, and astronomical twilight. So when he was killed, it was during approaching civil twilight hours. And then when he had to be buried, it was going towards the darkening of the sky, going towards astronomical twilight. Okay, maybe you'll follow me, because it says you got to kill it at twilight. So what time was this, Fred?
Roughly, approximately 3 o'clock.
Approximately 3 o'clock. Going into an afternoon, give or take maybe an hour or so, going into the civil twilight when the sun is about to set. Okay. So it says when evening came, because remember, he's on this staros. It's not a cross. That's another subject matter altogether. Upright state. This is why they say the word tree. You have the word etz in Hebrew, staros, and then it also is another word, but we get into that another time. I'm telling you, this is deep stuff. We got to demystify all of this falsehood, family. When it was evening, there came a rich man, because they had to take his body down. Remember, they lawfully executed him, right? They didn't push him off a cliff. They didn't run him over with a chariot or something like that. They saw, listen, you blaspheme, they're going to put you to death. And one of the ways you can do it is getting you hung. So the people used the execution methods of the Romans to fulfill Torah in killing somebody. So look at this. Most I set everything up. It's good. When the evening was coming, a rich man came. Joseph, who himself had also become a disciple of Yahushua. This man went to Pilate, asked for the body. Pilate said, give it to him. Joseph took the body and wrapped it in a clean linen cloth and laid it in his own new tomb. Now on the next day, the day after what? Now, slow down. This is deep. You got to look at this stuff here. When is the Passover lamb slain?
In between the evenings.
What evenings? What evenings? The what?
13th.
So the day of the 13th is ended. The evening is coming for the 14th, and then you have another evening following will be the evening of the what? 15th.
Right.
So he has to die in between the 14th and the 15th, which will be the twilight hours going into the 15th. So it's the previous evening and that evening of the 15th that's coming up. So now when we're looking at him being killed, he died during Passover, because we read that 2 days was coming. And he says in 2 days, when Passover comes, I'm going to be handed over. So now we know what time period it is, but now we're saying now on the next day, the day after the what? And what's the day of preparation? No. What was the day of preparation? Passover. You have to prepare the lamb to kill it at twilight and then eat it in the evening with unleavened bread and bitter herbs. So the day after preparation will be what day? No, Passover is done at the evening. Unleavened bread. This is important, family. We're going to see why you had to wait 7 sevens later in order for the Ruach HaKodesh to come. Deep. Shavuot is because the same people that was partaking in this, they left for 49 days. On the 50th day, they came back. So now the message had to be preached to them, because they're the same conspirators that ordered him to be killed at that time, because they all came into town for Passover, unleavened bread. They left for 49 days, and he had to wait. He said, this is why he said, tarry, wait, because we got to wait till Shavuot so you can speak to those same people that killed you. Okay, maybe you'll follow me, but we're getting there. We're getting there. That's why the feast days is important. Okay, all right, look. For you know, 1 Peter 1:18, now this Peter saying this, of Cephas, he says, for you know that you were redeemed with what?
Precious blood.
As of, that is comparison, a lamb unblemished and spotless, which is representative of him keeping Torah and them unable to find fault. That's how they're comparing him to a lamb, a Passover lamb. The blood of Hamashiach. So his blood was a redemptive means. Okay, we're going to see that. Symbol of atonement, I have it there. All right, continue. John 1:29. The next day, Yachanan saw Yahushua coming towards him and said, look, the Lamb of Elohim who take away the sin of the what? I gotta break that down for y'all. Hold on, y'all know my message name. G2889. Wait till I show y'all this. Please, Most High, y'all let it blow their minds. Right? Here we go. John 3:16. For Elohim so loved the world that he gave his one-of-a-kind son. You remember when Abraham was supposed to give Isaac your only son? But it's not begotten son. It's monogenes, which means one of a kind, a special, distinct son. But we're going to see what the sonship is, deep. That whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. Why? Because now he's going to give insurance to those who are inducted into the priesthood that he initiated to regather Israel, so that way no death will come upon him in this life or in the afterlife. That's the insurance policy. We're going to see it. This is why he's talking about that, because now those who come under his ruleship have an insurance policy that they will be spared, their descendants in the end times, and them from the second death. That doesn't mean people who don't believe in him won't be redeemed, because some of them will when he comes back. They're going to get an order, but those in advance who do it, you have an insurance policy. So when this goes down, you're protected. That's what that's saying. Okay, wait. You're not taking my message. There we go. Romans 3:25, Elohim presented him as an atoning sacrifice through faith in his blood, his martyrdom, his sacrifice, in order to demonstrate his righteousness, because his forbearance had he passed over the sins committed beforehand. We're going to see all of that. He did this to demonstrate his righteousness at the present time, so as to be just and to justify the one who has faith in Yahushua. We're going to see what that means. Hebrews 6:20, where Yahushua has entered as a what? What's a forerunner? Somebody that what? Came before you, but what do they do after they come before you? Say that again? They set the tone. They make a way for you, right? Okay. Having become a what? High priest what? Forever according to the what? Say that word again. Say it again. G5010 of Melchizedek. Now watch when I show you this and this together. It's going to mess you up. I don't think y'all see it, but you about to see this. Watch this. Revelation 1:5, and from Yahushua HaMashiach, the faithful witness, to him who loves us and released us from our sins by his blood. We're gonna see that. Let's deal with two literary devices so we can start understanding all of this. The first one is figurative language. Read that, Frank. I want to use my voice for the end.
Figurative language is using figures of speech to be more effective, persuasive, and impactful. Figures of speech such as metaphors.
Wait, such as what?
Metaphors.
Go ahead.
Similes,
Go ahead.
allusions,
Go ahead.
Go beyond the literal meanings of the words to give the readers new insight.
Now, do we have these things in the Tanakh? Mm-hmm. So if we see these in the New Testament, it's nothing new. We also have it in our literature, in the Tanakh. Metaphors, similes, allusions, figurative language, all throughout the Tanakh. So we got to see these things to unlock what's going on here, and I'm going to help y'all with it. What's a synonym? And this is important for order and for world. What is a synonym, Frank?
Synonyms. A synonym is a word or phrase that means exactly or nearly the same as another word or phrase in the same language. From Greek synonym, quote, word having the same sense as another, end quote.
All right. Synonym. These are synonyms. Watch this. G2889, cosmos. And you hear a lot of times Christians use that he died for the whole world, right? Let's get into this language. We're going to see what's going on. Cosmos is one, an apt and harmonious arrangement or constitution. What? Or government. Okay. Any aggregate or general collection of particulars of any sort. Cosmos literally something ordered. So it doesn't always mean the universe or the world. It's something that's being arranged. Okay. Properly in what? An ordered system like the universe or creation. Doesn't mean it is. It's like it. If I told a woman to go put some cosmetics on, am I telling her to put the whole universe on her face? I mean, she might look that beautiful. She might not. It depends. But the point I'm trying to make is, it doesn't just mean I'm talking about the universe. You gotta go back to the root word cosmos, arrangement, constitution, order, government, ordered system. The English term cosmetic is derived from this, and the order also means an ensemble. Root word, probably from the base komizo, which means to carry, bear, bring to carry away from oneself, to carry offwards one own, to bring back, to receive, obtain the promised blessing. So that can't be the whole world. The whole world is not going to subscribe to to have the promised blessing, but it comes through the blood from those who from Abraham. Okay, wait, you get in there to receive what was previously one's own, to get back, receive back, recover, so that Israel lost their covenant with the Most High, but somebody's bringing it back. Okay, so the story. Remember the carrier? Oh, I wish y'all could see this. Hold on. Let's get to the second one. Taxis. This is the other one that we see, order of Melchizedek. Watch this. Taxis, a feminine noun derived from 5021 tasso, to arrange. Wait, what? To arrange or order. That's a synonym? Wait, properly an arrangement, a brand of ordering, placing one member over another in rank, approval, etc. Now it comes from this root word. It is from taxis, which means an orderly array, was a military term in ancient Greece and thus used as a ready metaphor in Paul's conversation with the soldiers in his confinement. Taxis, as an ancient military term, describes an ordered troop, a cohort, arranged in descending rank. Watch this. The term suggests a detailed ordering rather than simply a general disposition of an army. Order, order, order. You see order here, cosmos, the world, but what is this world? The taxis order. Wait, let's go back. Go back. Wait, hold on. Did y'all get that? Who takes away the sin of the order? For Elohim so loved the order, they gave his life. Then it jumps down to say, where Yahshua has entered as a foreign force, becoming a high priest forever according to the order of Melchizedek. Okay. I don't know if y'all getting this, but we almost there. Tasso. This is the root that it comes from. Properly arranged, put in order, to place in a particular order, appoint, figuratively ordained, set in place, to station, place in position, post, was commonly used in ancient military language for designating, appointing, commissioning. Okay, are y'all following? Listen, a specific status, i.e. arranging, placing in a deliberate fixed order. Let's read this. Read that, Frank. We're going to see if this is going on, Frank. Read that, Frank.
Matthew 28:16. But the 11 disciples proceeded to the mountain which Yahshua had ordered.
Had what?
Ordered.
Arranged them. Okay, look, let's slow down, family. He said, I'm going to come die for the sins of the world. He's talking about an order, and the order he's talking about is that of Melchizedek. It's a priesthood system that he was arranging them for. Okay. I think y'all missed that. Okay. If you understand this, you'll be able to say, dang, I never seen that before, because this is what he came to die for, this order that he's initiating. He's restoring this order. The restoration is reinitiating a priesthood because a previous one failed, so I have to restore this old priesthood because the old one has failed, push it aside for a second, bring forth the new one, but I got to use somebody to do it, and then now this is the new covenant. Okay, but we're going to get there. We're going to get there. It's the new covenant, the new priesthood. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. The priesthood of Yahushua. What does that say, Frank?
Precedent set by that David.
David? Well, David set the precedent. Okay. Let's see this. Exodus 19:6 says, and you shall become a kingdom of priests and a set-apart nation. These are the words that you shall speak to the sons of Israel. Hold on. They already had the Levites. Why I'm going to turn all y'all into priests if I already got the Levites set apart? Because it's prophetic language that at some point, these priests are going to have to push aside. I'm going to have to gather people out of the children of Israel and make y'all into priests until the end times. We're going to get there. Psalm 2:7, read that, Frank.
I will surely tell of the decree of Yah. He said to me, you are my son. Today I have begotten.
Slow down. This has nothing to do with a priest. The sonship. The Most High is inducting David into the sonship program to make them both king and... Wait, hold on. That's what the sonship is. King, priest. Son of God, king. Son of man, priest. Priest, king. But we're going to see why this is important. Follow me, family. Follow me, family. Read that, Frank. This is the one we all know, but you're going to read it.
Psalms 110:4.
Go ahead.
Yah has sworn and will not change his mind.
This is of David. Keep
you
going.
are a priest forever according to the order of Melchizedek.
So now we got the sonship and we got the priest. So now, David, I'm inducting you as my son because now you're going to be the king over Israel. Because remember, even when he was anointed, Saul was still alive. So he wasn't a real king until Saul died. The Psalms were being written while he was going through it. So the Most High said, I'm going to promise you, my son, I got you. And I'm going to make you king. But not just that, I got to set up a priesthood through you as well, so that prophecy can be fulfilled through Judah. We're going to see this, family. We're going to see this. And I did a lecture a long time ago, patriarchal priesthood in the Bible unveiled, and I touched on some of this. But watch this. Read that.
2 Samuel chapter 8, verse 18. Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, was over the Kurthites and Pelethites, and David's sons were priests.
Wait, slow down. David's sons were what?
Priests.
But David is from Judah. How was the sons priests? Wait, hold on. Was that there by accident? Yeah, they try to clean this up really good, man. The word there is kohanim. David's sons is priests because David was inducted into the priest. Okay. Wait, hold on. That means so his lineage, the priesthood is there. It's being carried on through his lineage. And then at some point, somebody's going to awaken it and initiate. Okay. See, y'all missing this.
Come on.
Y'all missing this. Please get this, family. Please get this, family. Sonship, priesthood, David passed on to his sons. Zechariah 6:13 is the reason why you have to have a priest king. This is why David was not killed when he went in and ate the showbread. Most High spared him because he already inducted him into the priesthood. All right, so look, wait, hold on. Thank you. All right, look. And not just him, he passed it on to his sons. Because this is the contingency plan, because at some point in the future, the Levites will go astray. So the contingency plan is still there, but it's not something that's new, it's renewed, because who was the first person to bless Abraham? Melchizedek. All right, look, read this, Frank. Read that, Frank.
Zechariah 6:13. Yes, it is he who will build the temple of Yah.
And this, wait, this is referring to the branch who's from David. Go ahead.
And he who will bear the honor and sit and rule on his throne.
Keep going.
Thus, he will be a priest on his
throne. Wait, slow down. How are you, a branch come from David, out of the tribe of Judah, and you're going to be a priest on your throne? Isn't that what the Levites was for? How do you get a Judite to be a priest and a king on one throne? Unless we see what happened here that we always overlooked. We didn't see the sonship of the king. We didn't see the induction of the priesthood, which is the priest, king, priest. Most High used David, put these titles in him, pass it on through his seed. So when this thing takes place, it can fulfill prophecy, and the council of peace will be between the two offices. Whoever the branch is a priest king. So, come on. And it happened through David, and it came through his lineage, but y'all gonna understand when we get there. You understand? A proposed fulfillment by Yahushua. Let's see. Matthew 1:1 says what? Read that.
The record of the genealogy of Yahushua HaMashiach, the son of David, the son of Abraham.
Slow down. This is there for a reason. Not only to show the sonship that's he's about to get initiated in. Mind you, the sonship has nothing to do with a priest. The anointing, smearing with oil to be a priest, is a separate thing than the sonship process. The Most High does the sonship process, not the priest. Okay. The Most High inducts the priest, not another priest all the time. But in this case, in order to bring back this order, he had to do it himself. The Most High to do it, not through the Levites, but he had to do it himself to initiate this order. But we're going to keep seeing. It says, son of David. This is why this is important in a genealogy. But read 3:16. Read the rest of that, Frank.
As soon as Yahushua was baptized.
Slow down. He was baptized because that was a rite of passage. We're going to get into that. Go ahead. People say, oh, he had to be cleansed for his sins. No, it's a rite of passage. That's why he said, I need to be baptized in order for my assignment to begin. Keep going.
He went up out of the water.
And what happened? Read that.
Suddenly, the heavens were opened, and he saw the spirit of Elohim descending like a dove and resting on him.
And what happened?
And a voice from the Shamim said, this is my beloved son, in whom I am well pleased.
So now we got the sonship. You are my son. This is my son. Sonship. Even in the scriptures, when they talk about the firstborn son of Israel, the Tanakh makes reference to 3 different entities. The first one being the children of Israel, right? In the book of Shemot or Exodus. The second one being who? David, being my son. David, you're my son, my firstborn. So we see that. And the third one was Ephraim. Okay, go back and research that. 3 individuals or 3 entities. The Most High says, you're my firstborn, you're my firstborn. Which one is the firstborn then? Unless that is a titulary term to indicate something. Okay, so the sonship is nothing that is strange because he is entitled to get the sonship because son of David. Now remember when we hear it says, when the fullness of time has come, the Most High did what? Galatians 4:4. When the fullness of time has come, the Most High did what? Somebody get Galatians 4:4. When the fullness of time has come, because he is the Lord over the aion, the age, not the worlds. Hebrews, they translate that wrong. It's not cosmos, it's aion, which means the age. There's an age that he initiated that closed the previous age, brought in a new age that's going to usher in something that's eternal. Y'all missed that. Go ahead, read that, Frank.
Galatians 4:4. But when the fullness of the time was come,
what?
Elohim sent forth his son.
Wait, sent forth his
son.
Now we see the sonship. Keep going.
Made of a woman.
Made of a woman.
Made under the law.
Made under the law.
To redeem them.
To what?
To redeem them.
Go ahead.
That were under the law. That we might receive the adoption of sons.
Slow down there. We're going to see what all of that means. Let's go on to the next one. We got a few more slides. Hebrews 5:5. So we now see the sonship. Right? So either in your lifetime or in the future, that sonship means you're going to be a king. But just wait a second. We got to get some work done first. Hebrews 5:5. So also Hamashiach did not take upon himself the glory of becoming a high priest, but he was called by the one who said to him, wait, look at this. Did y'all miss this? This is going back to Psalm 110 because they're making a comparison. They're not saying that Psalm 110 is actually Yahusha. They're saying that the precedence was set there and now it's being brought through to him. Okay, so you can't keep throwing the Messiah everywhere in the Tanakh. Can't do that. What you got to do is look for the archetype to see how he fulfilled it. Read that, Frank.
You are my son. Today I have become your father.
So the sonship is not only the kingship, but sonship can also mean induct you into the priesthood order. So I don't need a priest. Okay. See, y'all missed this. But when he was baptized by a Levite. Okay. So the Levite had to confirm, being a priest himself, that another priest is being initiated into this order so we can raise up the new, but the old has to decrease. Okay. So y'all missed that. The Levites had to decrease so the new order could be increased. Okay. Come on now. You're going to get there. You're going to get there. All right, look. Keep reading, Frank.
Verse 6. Just as he says also in another
Slow
passage.
down. So now they're making a comparison. Just as he says also. Not that's him, just as. Keep going.
You are a priest forever, according to the order of Melchizedek.
Read that.
Although he was a son,
okay,
he learned obedience from the things which he suffered. And having been made perfect.
How do you be made perfect? You examine if you can keep the law, and he did. So now they got to get rid of him. Keep going.
He became to all those who obey him the source of eternal salvation.
The insurance policy. Keep going.
Being designated by Elohim as a high priest according to the order of Melchizedek.
This is why he didn't need to be smeared with oil. It's a different type of sonship that happened with him, the same similar that happened with David. Matthew 15:24. But he answered and said, who was he supposed to go and do? I was sent only to who?
The lost sheep of the house of Israel.
That's who he was initiating into this order. So he's a priest now. Son priest. King priest. Authority atonement. Authority atonement. You're going to see this. It's deep. But he said, I was only sent to the lost sheep of Israel, meaning this is his designate. This is who he's going to initiate priests out of. This is why Gentiles had to come under Israel. Okay. So look, let's go. Revelation 1:5. Yahushua HaMashiach, the ruler of all the kings of the world. He has made us a what? Kingdom. For what? Where did we see this at before? Exodus. Where? So now he is initiating this priesthood order that was prophesied in Shemot chapter 19:6. By inducting or getting the order together, he died for the order. I'm dying for the priesthood now. Y'all missing this. And then and before he died, he said, listen, you gotta go to the mountain because I gotta order y'all. I gotta set y'all up. Like, okay, you're gonna be here, you're gonna do this, he had to order them. They didn't even know what was going on. That's why he said, I'm about to die. Y'all don't understand this thing. All right. All right, look. Peter goes and confirms it. What does he say, Frank?
1 Peter chapter 2, verse 9. But you are a chosen people, a royal priesthood, a holy or set apart nation, a people of Elohim's own possession.
A royal priesthood, king priest. King priest. The order of Melchizedek operate in authority and in the realm of atonement. King priest. a holy nation, set apart nation. This is going back to who? Israel. That's what he came for. A people of Elohim's own possession. Interesting, his own possession. Who was his possession? Are we reading this? To proclaim the virtues of him who called you out of darkness, because Israel at that point was going astray. So if you're going astray and I come and say, hey, that's the wrong thing, go back and do righteously, and you kill me. But after I die, you turn and repent. Now I just redeemed you for your sin. Okay. So now the father's iniquities can't pass on to you because you're not hating the Most High, because all I'm trying to do is bring you back in alignment with Torah and its new assignment to be an orderly priesthood. So look, we getting there. We coming to the climax. Priestly offerings. So if he was a priest, he had to give an offering. Or somebody had to offer him and didn't even know they was offering him. And then somebody else had to give an offering because they shed innocent blood. All right, look. Hebrews 1 and 3. The Son, after he had provided what? We're going to see what purification is for sins. See, we can't look at it from a Christian point of view. Sins just means harm or time, means to go astray or to miss the mark or fail to reach. Fail to reach. So if I bring you back on target, which is what? Torah. Yara is the root word meaning to throw something towards a target. Torah is the instruction on how to throw that thing towards the target. But if you hata, which means to sin, or if you hamata, which means to miss the mark, if I can get you back on track, I'm saving you for your sins. See, it's deep. It's deep, but it's there. He sat down at the right hand of Majesty on high, the right hand. So a priest is on the right hand. Go back to Psalms 80 and 17. It's deep. Remember, he says, no one can go to heaven except for he that came down from heaven. Psalm 80 and 17 talks about the Son of Man who's at the right hand of the Most High, who the Most High is making strong on his behalf. It's deep. But people don't see that. How much more will the blood or the sacrifice or the martyrdom of Hamashiach, who through the eternal spirit offered himself unblemished? How? Because they could not trap him with Torah. He was answering questions left and right and doing so with Hakmah, wisdom, and they couldn't trap him. So he was unblemished and he kept the law perfectly. Purify our consciences from works of death. Again, ties you back to the priesthood when we see the initiation rite, so that we may serve the living Elohim. So why do you do that? To bring you back to serving who? That means you have to be going astray in order for him to bring you back to the Most High.
Come on,
not a new religion. Not the law done away with. But by that will, what's the will? Bring you back to the Most High through the sacrifice of Hamashiach, to purify your conscience of works of death by purifying your sins. It says, we have been set apart through the sacrifice. Remember human sacrifice for the atonement of sins? Is it that? Okay, good stuff. Of the body of Yahushua Mashiach. Remember, Minister Khan said, I prepared a body for you. Okay, it starts to make sense now when you understand capital punishment, human sacrifice for the atonement of sin. I have to give you a body to kill. But you got to do the auspices of the law in order for it to be, what's the word I'm looking for? In order for it to be righteous, I had to go through the auspices of the law that I already initiated. And if I give this body, it has to be killed according to law. This is why everything they did, they thought they were doing it and doing the right thing. But he had to die for the people so he can regather. That's what the body was given, to regather through the blood. Okay, look. But a high priest offered himself to Elohim as a single sacrifice for sins, good for all time. Since that time, he waits for his enemies to be made a footstool for his feet. Where else we see this at? Dawid. So we make it more parallels through allusions, literary device. It says, because by single offering, he made perfect for all times those who are set aside or set apart, and those set apart ones is the order according to Melchizedek. So now when we see this, he gave an offering, but what kind of offering did he give? He gave a sin offering, we're going to see that, and a guilt offering. What? And also in advance. So him dying, he's giving it, because look at this. The priests offered him up. They had to give that body to the Most High because they said, listen, this God blasphemed, he got to die. So they gave a body up. They gave an offering to the Most High, said, please don't let the sins of this man fall on everybody else. Here's your human sacrifice. Are y'all understanding what I'm saying? Listen to this. They thought they were doing the right thing. He's leading everybody straight. They'll call the Romans to kill us. Let's kill this. We gotta kill this guy. Got him to incriminate himself because they think the Son of God means you're the Most High. Gave him up because they thought by witchcraft and by blasphemy he would lead the people astray. Which means that if he was not killed or given up, the people will be in their sins, and the Most High's wrath will be on the people by way of who? The Romans. The same way the Most High's wrath was on the children of Israel when they disobeyed. He brought the Syrians, come beat them. He brought the Babylonians, come beat them. Why? Because his wrath was on them because they were shedding blood, doing all types of wickedness, so he had to account for those bodies. So the same way when the Romans would come against them, if he is leading the people astray according to their mindset, they said if we give him up, the Most High will stay the Romans from destroying us, and we will continue to be here and wait for our real Messiah. Now, I know I said a lot. When you'll go back and hear this again at midnight, Epiphany's going to drop in your head. You're going to be like, oh, man, that's deep. Our sins. Now, you know, remember in Revelation where it says, John is speaking, Yachanan is speaking, it says, he has made us a priest according to the order of Melchizedek, that through our sins. The reason why I say our sins, why is he including himself along with everything else? We're about to see in the next slide. Leviticus 19:16 says, neither thou shalt stand idly by the blood of your neighbor. I am Yah. Mark 14:50 says, then all his disciples deserted him and ran away. So, the disciples knew he didn't commit no act, but none of them was at his trial. So now, they're also going to be accountable for this man's death because they did not speak up and say he was innocent. They turned away, and we read that early in the Tanakh. You can't do that because when you do that, the blood's going to be on your hands. But what he did was he baptized them in advance to cover them from that act. So now when the Ruach comes in them, right, they're already cleansed. Because remember, the Spirit cleanses you. You're already cleansed because he initiated a baptism in advance. That's why he had to baptize them, because now that baptism is an offering of purification. So that way when they do desert him, they violate Torah, but he can excuse them. Okay, look, let's keep moving. It's deep. The purpose of baptism, or bikvah, right? Bikvah is a more modern term, but bikvah is also in the scriptures, which means a gathering of water. Watch this. Here we go. And after this, I can take y'all home. I went over this before in my last lecture. I don't know how many of y'all, is this off? I'm gonna have to get your mic, Frank.
There you go.
Let me change the battery out.
Okay.
Or just
Yeah, let me change the battery. Oh, it's still working. All right, I'll do it. Man, somebody's mad. that's like Mark. Minister Carnes, he was trying to do a lesson on Hashatan. He's getting beat up left. Something was bad. He didn't want him to get through with it. All right, can y'all still hear me? You still hear me? Okay. Now I went over this in my last lecture, but this is gonna bring it home. Men of Israel. Now look at this. Remember I said 49 days passed, and the 50th day is what? Shavuot. And that's because all the people was returning. Remember, he went to go speak in tongues, but it wasn't in the tongues that Christians say today. He spoke one word, one vernacular of language. Everybody understood it in their own language. These are all Israelites who came from all around the world to do what? Shavuot, because these same people was there 50 days later for unleavened bread and prior for Passover. So he had to tell them, wait 40 days. Remember, he was with them, chilling with them for a little bit of time. And then he said, look, I got to go. But y'all wait until the Ruach comes on that time of what? Shavuot, because you're going to be feasting in the upper room. See, look, this is why you got to understand the feast days. This is why they was together, supping and eating and breaking bread. So the Most High set it up so that way when he brings everybody, all the Israelites now, brings them from the four corners to celebrate Shavuot, these are the same people who was there in town when they conspired upon him to death. That's why they had to wait that period of time. That's what the weeks was. Okay, look, follow me. Men of Israel, listen to these words. Yahushua HaNatzori, which is the Nazarite, a man attested to you by Elohim with miracles and wonders and signs which Elohim performed through him in your midst, just as you yourselves know. Because y'all know, you call him a prophet, you'll say him heal people. This man, delivered over by the predetermined plan and foreknowledge of Elohim, you nailed to a cross by the hands of godless men. Atonement in the Greek means against the law, or without law, and put him to death. I'm going to say it again. You nailed him to a cross by by the hands of godless men, people that's away from the law, that's what that means, and put him to death because he never did anything that was permissible for him to be killed. So if you put him to death, the people who's doing it is not following the law. That's why Atonement is used here to say without the law. They did it without the law and put him to death. But Elohim raised him up again, putting an end to the agony of death, since it was impossible for him to be held in his power. Now, when they heard this, we killed an innocent man, shed blood on this land of Israel. The wrath is going to come upon us. What did they say? They were pierced in their hearts, sin offering, because it was ignorance. They didn't know. But now he brought it to their attention. Sin offering. Look at this. Guilt offerings coming up, and said to the Peter and the apostles, brother, what shall we do? Because we need to be put to death. We killed the innocent man according to Torah. We need to die. So what can we do? Since y'all his followers, y'all must know some kind of contingency plan so we ain't got to die. Peter said to them, turn, because y'all did something wrong and y'all was staying in that sin. Look at this. Remember the iniquity being visited. People who hate him, who don't keep the Torah and the commandments, you just killed the innocent man in cold blood. I'm telling you, put him to death by lawless men who didn't keep the law when they killed him. Now y'all in your sins. So now I'm showing you how to get out of those sins. Not only you're going astray, because you're doing all types of foolery, but now you just killed the innocent man. So listen up, we're going to help y'all get away from these sins so that the Most High won't visit the iniquity. Are you following me? So they did something wrong, and Peter was getting them to turn from the sin. So in essence, his death allowed them to be absolved from the sins by doing this. For the promise is to you, repent and be baptized, which is the initiation rite, a rite of passage into the priesthood. Now he's bringing them into the priesthood. Watch this, because they was already inducted in the priesthood when he ordered them and when he baptized them. Watch this. It says, in the name of Yahushua HaMashiach, the same thing as placing your hands on somebody because you're absolving yourself from the sins. So when you call his name, that's the person who you killed. So this baptism is not only inducting you into his order, but absolving you for killing this innocent man. Now watch, follow me. For your sins, killing him and do other things, a sin offering, which has to do with purification when we see it. For the promise is for you and your what? And all who are what? Which is the scattered sheep of Israel. Why he has to initiate them into the order so he can send them to go out. Okay, look, follow me. As many as Yah Elohim will call unto himself, and with many other words, he solemnly testified and kept on doing what I'm saying. Be saved for what? This is the sin that they were in. Their generation was perverse. So Yahushua died to shed his blood because the reason why he did that is to be a martyr to get the people from this perverse generation, realign them, initiate the renewed covenant, which is the priesthood order, and send them out to go and get the other lost sheep. So then those who had received this word were baptized, initiated. That day they were added 3,000. They were continually devoting burnt offering because the whole offering had to be consumed by fire, which signifies dedicating your whole personages over to the Most High, themselves to the apostles, teaching and to fellowship, to the breaking of bread. They gave a peace offering because now we're committing ourselves to this cause because we killed this man. So we're going to give you a life for a life. Okay, the guilt offering is if I wrong somebody, take something of somebody's, I have to give restitution. So because I took a life, now I'm giving my life to the cause. That's why Paul says, present your bodies as a what? Look, hold on. So, the burnt offering themselves, they gave the dedicatory offering, teaching and to fellowship with the breaking of bread. So now, the priest gave an offering because they thought that this man was causing people to go astray. So according to the law, they had to give a human sacrifice to atone for the sins of the people. But though once we killed him, the people will no longer mention his name. Why do you think they told John and Peter, you could speak, don't say his name? Because now you're going to get the people back into the folly that we had to put this man to death for. Okay, look, this is why they say don't say his name. So once they put him to death, they thought they were doing the right thing because they gave a human sacrifice to the Most High, but it was a predestined plan. Yahushua allowed himself to be killed because he was a martyr, allowed his body to be offered so that through his death or his martyrdom, when his blood is shed, it will be a reminder to those people who shed innocent blood that now that you gave a life, we need your life in return, and we need to initiate you into this order. That's how they began the ecclesia, or the called out ones from the perverse generation, to order them into the order of Melchizedek. Now look, let's finish this. That was a lot. It was to absolve the conspirators of their ignorant capital offense, the sin offering, keep far from a false charge, and do not kill the innocent or the righteous. That's in Torah. Dedication to the cause, repayment for taking a life, a guilt offering, and a whole commitment to the cause, which is a burnt offering, which is the order of Melchizedek. And Leviticus goes into this situation in regards to the payment, that if you cause damage or give a false charge or do anything get something by robbery, extortion, or the deposit which was entrusted to you, or the lost thing, or anything which he swore falsely, he will make restitution for it in full. He shall give it to the one to whom it belongs. Now your life is not yours no more, because you killed innocent blood. So by shedding his blood, he has now redeemed you, set you apart from the perverse generation, and now he's ordering you into his new priesthood so you can redeem the nation of Israel and the scattered four corners of the earth. Okay. Hallelujah, that's right. It's beautiful. First Peter, he says, for you know that it was not with perishable things or silver and gold that you were redeemed, right? Because you killed somebody and you're supposed to die, but now through the blood of Hamashiach, precious means he was innocent, without blemish and without spot. That's how you were redeemed from this perverse generation, so you can be ordered into the priesthood. It says initiation by consecration, set apart, and preparation for the priesthood order. Watch this. Exodus 29:4, and Aaron and his sons thou shalt bring up to the door of the tent of meeting, and shall what?
Wash them with water.
Now look at this. Some people say, oh, they just dip themselves in it. No. So they shall wash their hands and feet so that they will not die. I think I missed that part. No, here it is. You shall anoint the laver and its stand and consecrate it. Here we go. But wash the hands and the feet is important. Wash their hands and their feet. Wash their hands and their feet is a rite of passage that needs to be initiated in order for a priest to do his duties. We find it somewhere else in the text. But look, you shall anoint the laver and its stand and consecrate it. Then you shall bring Aaron and his sons to the doorway of the tent meeting and wash them in water. You shall put on the garments, which meaning that they were in the undergarments when they got immersed into this water. Okay, you shall put on the garments afterwards and then anoint and consecrate them that they may what? Minister as a priest. So the archetype is right here. Let's move in. John 13:5 says, then he poured what? Water. Yahusha poured water in the basin and began to what? Wash the feet. Now look at this. Nobody never told me why he was washing these grown men's feet. So when you go back to Torah and you see what needs to be done with the priest, you understand why he had to do this, but they didn't understand. Look at this. So he came to Simon. He said to him, Lord, do you wash my feet? Yahusha answered and said, look at this. What I do, you don't realize now. I'm bringing you into this priesthood, but you don't know this thing yet, but you will understand hereafter. Peter said to him, never shall you wash my feet. Yahusha answered, if I do not wash, you have no part with me. Simon said, listen, if you're going to do my feet, do my hands and my head. The anointing, the hand and feet washing, so now you can minister as a priest once this whole thing is done and over with. It's heavy stuff. It's deep stuff, man. So then those who received the word were baptized, initiated, and they were added about 3,000 souls to the order of Melchizedek at that time. And the baptism is also a reminder of the martyrdom of Yahusha and to clear the conscience of those who committed the act of murder under false pretenses. Romans 6:4, we are therefore what? Buried with him through baptism into death as a reminder, in order that just as Hamashiach was raised from the dead through the glory of the Father, we too may walk in the newness of life. For we have been united with him in his death, we will certainly be raised to life as he was. So now the baptism is to renew you, because now you're coming out of the old covenant. Let me say it again. The old covenant, which the Most High says I'm going to put away, and then initiation of the new covenant, which is the new priesthood. So now I can put my spirit in you, which is going to force you to keep my statutes, laws, and commandments. Ezekiel 11:19-20, Ezekiel 36:26-27 talks about the Ruach coming in the end times to put the law in their heart, and that's what the Ruach does. It forces you to keep the law, because as a priest, you got to keep the law. Okay, look, as a priest, how you call yourself a priest, but there's no covenant law that you're attached to? What has ordered you? What is governing you? Remember, you said the order, the world, and taxis, which is the order. you have to have something governing you if you're a priest. And if you don't have Torah, you can't be that priest. That's why that new spirit has to come into you, soften your heart so you can keep the law and you can go teach it and redeem Israel. Okay, look, it's deep. And this water symbolizes baptism that now saves you, not to remove dirt from the body, but a pledge of a clear conscience with Elohim. All right? I don't really want to read this because there's a lot, but this goes into the water, spirit, and cleansing for sin. And it shows you that we have in 4Q414 called the baptismal hymn. There's a reference to Elohim. Now, this is the Quran cave scroll. There's a reference to Elohim purifying his people with cleansing water. In Ezekiel 36:25-26, Elohim says, I will sprinkle clean water upon you, and you shall be clean from all uncleanness, and a new heart I will give you, and a new spirit I will put within you. So they're tying Ezekiel to the baptismal hymn of this Quran sect, and these people were looking for a Messiah to come, but they understood that baptism is purifying you to set you apart so you can do a priesthood order. A new heart would give you, etc. In this text, water and spirit are closely conjoined. Zechariah 13:1-2, which refers to the removal of an unclean spirit. You go to the Sukkah 52a and the Talmud, William Davidson Talmud, and it talks about the evil inclination, which is a spiritual entity that has captivated Israel, and it needs to be removed before the physical Messiah can come and reign. It's deep. This is the reference it's making it to Zechariah 13. As Brown observes, in Hebrew thought, baptism or cleansing with water and with a Holy Spirit come together. Okay. You can go look at the Quran community scroll, 1QS, and it goes back into it, shall be cleansed from all his sins by the spirit of holiness. So this stuff is not unique to just the New Testament. We have people who did have nothing to do with the New Testament, sees the same thing going on as far as initiating the order. And they're the same people who, when we follow up, goes into the priesthood. So we went into the burnt offering, we went into the sin offering, went into the guilt offering. Remember, sin offering, purification offering. You didn't know. Now you know, so now the offering you have to give is to purify you from the sin that you did that you didn't know, which they did through baptism. But look, the order of Melchizedek priesthood objectives. Seek out the lost sheep of the house of Israel to awaken them, the remnant. Return the lost sheep to what? Because that's the governance that keeps you as a priest. Spread awareness about the kingdom to come, because look at this. A priest has to teach you the law. They have to teach you how things are governed in order to order you or structure you. You can't be a priest without law. That's deep. Spread awareness about the kingdom to come. That's prophesied in the Tanakh. Teach the principles of the kingdom of Shamayim as left behind by their Moreh, Yahusha. Perform the rites of passage, i.e. a mikvah or baptism. Heal the sick and cast out spirits. And establish a what? Autonomous community until full redemption occurs. When you go to Acts chapter 4, verse 32, that's what they were doing. They said, listen, we can't depend on the oppressor to support this priesthood. Everybody that has something gives to those who can have, so we have one thing in common, one heart, one mind. Nobody's envious or jealous of nobody else. Everybody has, nobody's begging. And if you do have something, sell it, give it to us, we'll redistribute it. So this is why the Most High was able to use them in power, because nobody earned with what they didn't have and what they need, because everybody was supplied for. So if you go to a church and there's people on Section 8, people catching a bus, people on welfare, and yet you have the ecclesiastical staff who have jobs and they're working and they're good, something's wrong there, because that's not what I see in Acts chapter 4, verse 32. So I'm just saying, we got to use the word to check what we see in order to confirm it, but the renewed covenant is just a renewed priest order, taking the order of Melchizedek that the Most High used to first make the covenant. Okay, look, let me say it again. One greater than Abraham is here. How are you greater than Abraham? Because now the priesthood order that initiated Abraham to be called to be set apart by the Most High, I am now the high priest of that order. Wow. So that's why that covenant was greater. When you go back and read Hebrews, man, it'll blow your mind. You'll understand this, man. Yes. All right. I don't want to read this as a lot, but what this is showing is, and the Dead Sea Scrolls 11-13 is the Melchizedek scroll. I'll just read the green. And it will be proclaimed at the end of days concerning the captives, as he said, to proclaim liberty to the captives. Isaiah what? Okay. Its interpretation is that he will assign them, order them to the sons of heaven and to the inheritance of Melchizedek. This is from an outside biblical source that's not the New Testament. So he's saying, remember Yahshua came on the scene and said, I proclaim what? Liberty to the captives? Yeah. He's telling you about the priesthood order. Okay, look. The Dead Sea Scroll or the Quran community already had the system in place. They just didn't have the one to fulfill it. So this teaching influenced the authors of the New Testament So they understood the priesthood order system and knew that in order for the captives to be liberated, it has to be the order of Melchizedek that does it. Keep reading. The sons of light, I've heard this in the New Testament before, and the men of the lot of who? Melchizedek will be atoned for. That's what he died for, so he can initiate this blood covenant with the order of Melchizedek, who are the disciples who are coming as his as successors. Okay, the sons of light or the disciples work while it is day because of the light. Talk about the sons. The sons of light is replete out throughout the text. Why is this term being used? Because he's giving you priesthood language saying that those who are the son of light are also the lot of Melchizedek, and I am atoning them as the high priest to send them to go and bring the other Israelites into this order so they can have an insurance policy so the seal can be placed on them and the plagues won't destroy them. Family, this is in an extra biblical text that has nothing to do with the New Testament. Okay, and look at this. Judge the holy ones of Elohim, executing judgment. Who's doing that? The high priest of Melchizedek. And he's redeeming them from Belial and the spirits of his lot who rebelled by turning away from the precepts of the law of Elohim. Paul makes a mention of Belial. How can you serve Belial and serve Elohim? You can't do that. Belial's the one that's spiritually keeping them in captivity, but the order of Melchizedek, and Melchizedek will avenge the vengeance of the judgments of Elohim, and he will drag them from the hand of Belial and from the hand of all the spirits of his lot. Spiritual redemption is happening through the order of Melchizedek against Belial and his spirits. Spiritual warfare is deep. This is not the New Testament I'm reading. I'm going to say it again. They have contained the oldest record of the Tanakh that we have today. These people who are writing this is what they're seeing by reading the Tanakh. They see these things. Okay. It says, how beautiful, look at this. How beautiful upon the mountains are the feet of the messenger who proclaims peace and who brings good news, who proclaims salvation, or priesthood language as a forerunner who is coming to initiate this order of Melchizedek to redeem the people from the spiritual captivity of Belial and put them in the priest order to redeem the lost sheep of Israel. Family, other people are seeing this. We're not even reading the New Testament. Okay. And he who brings the good news, who proclaims salvation, and it is written to comfort all who mourn. And then the last part is those who uphold the covenant, who turn away from walking in the way of the people. And your power is Melchizedek, who will save them from the hand of Belial. Melchizedek is now offered up to be a power because he has now been granted authority to redeem the children of Israel, or the sons of light, because this community only dealt with Israelites, to redeem the sons of light from the spiritual captivity of Belial, so now we can usher in a new age, so that way the real king can come and rule and reign. All right, so I'm done, but I'm gonna give you this last thing as a nugget. This is just a nugget. Oh, man, this is deep. Do I have 5 minutes to go into this? Can I have 5 minutes to go into this? Is it okay? Right. Now, man, if I already didn't say enough, hold on. Watch this. Extra biblical evidence for the what? So I'm going to give you a reference, not from Gentiles. Let me say it again. I'm going to give you a reference, not from Gentiles. I'm going to give you a reference from the Pharisees themselves, saying that they killed Yahushua. This is outside the New Testament. So if I can show you that through the oral tradition of the Pharisees, they have it written in their Talmud, you're about to see it, about the execution of this man. I'm about to show you this. That means I give you evidence, extra biblical evidence, that he was really executed by the priests. And if I can show you that, nobody can no longer say that the New Testament is fake. It's made up.
Come on.
Okay. That's right. I'm just saying. Y'all ready?
Yeah.
I got to do a little bit of reading, but let me get through it. Matthew 21:11 says, the crowds replied, this is who? The prophet from where? Keep this in mind. John 19:19, Pilate also had a notice post on his staros. It read, Yahshua of where? King of the Jews. I read that. So does the Talmud speak or give evidence of the capital offense and capital punishment of this person? Because if it does, then it brings everything back to what I was saying earlier about the Torah Tanakh. Summary. This is from Dr. David Instone Brewer, Senior Research Fellow in Rabbinics and the New Testament at the Tyndale House in Cambridge, right? It says the Munich Talmud manuscript of B. Sanhedrin 43a preserves passages censored out of printed editions, including the controversial trial of Yeshu Natzari. Chronological analysis of the layers in this tradition suggests that the oldest words are, on the eve of Passover, they hung Yahusha or Yeshu of Natsari for sorcery and leading Israel astray. This paper argues that other words were added to this tradition in order to overcome three difficulties: a trial date during a festival, the unbiblical method of execution, and the charge of sorcery, which implies that Yeshu's miracles were genuine because illusions were not punishable by death. Now, I don't know if you'll realize what I just said. You can't kill somebody who's not really doing these miracle signs and wonders. They got to do it for you to kill them. Okay. Remember I told you that the Pharisees said that he's doing these works by who? That was a charge. If we can catch him doing it from some other name, we can put him to death. And according to the historical record captured by the Talmudic evidence, that's why they put him to death. But let me read a little bit of this so you can see the evidence. Listen, I don't pride myself on making theories up unless I can substantiate it. So most of y'all have never heard. How many of y'all read the Munich Talmud manuscript of B. Sanhedrin 43? You have? Your lecture, right? And this professor, he's actually doing more studies in it. So he's a fellow, a senior research fellow in rabbinics. That means rabbinic, Torah, Talmud, history, and the New Testament. So he sees something there, he's revealing it, but this is not something that's a secret. It's just not widely shared. And you're going to see why this was censored out. They tried to erase this. Listen to me. They tried to erase this. They actually not tried. They did erase it, but they didn't do a good enough job, because now that we have forensics and dealing with manuscript analysis, they was able to pull the real words off of the page and read what it actually said. It's a whole conspiracy. This thing is serious, man. All right, let me get through this. It's a little bit of reading, but I'm going to get y'all through it. But follow everything that I'm saying to you. This is really deep. Tyndale House, where I work, this is this guy, recently acquired one of 400 facsimiles of the Munich Talmud in a hotly contested New York auction. This is the earliest full manuscript Talmud penned in approximately 1342, right? So it's keeping the traditions up until 1342. Daniel Bomberg, a Christian printer in Venice in the early 1500s, spent most of his professional life and family fortune printing 230 major Jewish works, including the Jerusalem Talmud and the massive editions of the Babylonian Talmud and the Mikraot Gedolot, the Rabbinic Bible, with their surrounding commentaries. He worked mainly with Felice de Prato, an Augustinian friar who had converted from Judaism. They followed the page layout invented by Sonicio family for printing the Tractate Beracot, in 1483, which has a central Talmud passage which commentaries arranged round the edge of the page. They applied this system to all the tractates and completed the first full printing of the Talmud in 1520. This is history in the Talmud that people are using today. This page layout was so useful that it became standard, and the exact same layout still produced today for printing the Talmud. Watch this. Bomberg's printing of the Talmud ensured its survival because a few years later, in 1553, the Pope ordered the burning of all the Talmuds. But multiple printed copies had already spread everywhere. One was sold in London in 1628, then went missing and was rediscovered in 1991 in Zion's College basement. Without Bomberg's printed edition, the Munich Talmud might be the only full copy of the Talmud which survived. Censorship helped Bomberg get papal permission to print the work. In 1518, he petitioned the Venetian state to renew his printer's license and took the opportunity to buy exclusive rights to print the Talmud, which was endorsed by Pope Leo X. The censorship was meant to remove all disparaging passages about Yeshu, which included any passages concerning Yeshu or Miriam, and the most passages which might involve disputes with Christians. What am I saying? This guy wanted to salvage the Talmud and get it printed. But in order for him to send it out, he had to go to the Pope and say, listen, this is what I want to do. But the Pope read in there that Yahusha is being killed. Oh no, y'all can't print that. So he had to get a pencil or whatever, not a pencil, but erase that. All right, let's get this out. All right, Pope, you see this? It's not there. So we're not gonna print that part, we're gonna print everything else. Pope said, okay, cool, go ahead and do that. But we had that manuscript. That same manuscript that he erased, we got it. And I'm gonna show it to y'all. I don't think y'all understand. This is history, man. People don't talk about this stuff, but let's bring it up. There's some uncertainty about the origin of Bomberg's censorship. Possibly Bomberg inherited censorship, which was already present in the manuscripts he used. His edition is based on various manuscripts, which also compared to produce his text. However, for the few tractates already printed by the Soncino family in the late 1400s, he was accused of simply copying their edition without comparing manuscripts. Jump down. However, self-censorship is more likely because Bomberg's missing and altered pages are not identical to anyone else's. For example, the offensive text in B. Git 57a, which says Yeshu was punished with boiling feces in hell, is uncensored in surviving manuscripts which have this section, Vatican 130, 140, and Munich 95, but censored in two different ways in the earlier printed editions. Soniso simply removes the name Yeshu, look at this, while Bomberg substituted the sinners of Israel. Similarly, the passage about Yeshu's trial, considered in this paper, is uncensored in surviving manuscripts, which include this section, which he goes Herzog, Frenzy, Karls, Rusch, Munich, but it is censored differently than the printed editions. It says the Soncino edition erased Yeshu's name, but Bomberg's edition omits the whole passage, and we have both of these manuscripts. Censorship was therefore imposed on Jews in the 15th century, but Bomberg and the Soncino family felt it was necessary to continue this practice, and Jewish councils later ratified this decision. I'm not going to read all this, but am I losing y'all? Y'all still there with me? If y'all want this article, let me know. I can send it to y'all. Y'all can read it, because I don't have a lot of time to read all of it. But let's get to this part right here. The reference B, Sanhedrin 43a, is artificial because this refers to the folio page numbers of Bomberg's edition and subsequent editions, which use the same page layout, but all these editions omit this passage. If this passage had been included in Bomberg's edition, it would have occurred at the very bottom of the folio side 43a, and this is where some modern versions inserted. In the actual manuscript of the Munich Talmud, this passage occurs on page 679. This is the facsimile of the actual manuscript. This image shows that at various points, there has been an attempt to erase the text. The following reconstruction is based on the facsimile and on Herford, who consulted the manuscript itself. See this? They tried to erase all of this, but they reconstructed this to see what it says. And here's what it says. On the eve of Passover, they hung Yeshu the Nazarene, and the herald went out before him for 40 days, saying, Yeshu the Nazarene will go out to be stoned for sorcery and misleading and enticing Israel to adultery. Any who knows anything in his defense must come and declare concerning him. But no one came to his defense, so they hung him on the eve of Pesach. Remember I told you disciples, they left him alone? This is just confirming what the testimony is there in the Synoptic Gospels. Other manuscripts which have this tradition contain a few variants, and some of the variants go here. Our rabbis taught Yeshu, look, you see this fading? This is the part they tried to erase. Sorry. The Yeshu the Nazarene had 5 disciples that they knew of: Mattai, Nikai, Detzer, Buni, and Todai. They brought Mattai before the judges. He said to them, will Mattai be killed? It is written in Psalm 42:2. When Mattai shall come and appear before Elohim, they said to him, yes, Mattai will be killed as it is written, blah, blah, blah. So this is, they try to put on trial his disciples after they killed this leader. Okay, 5 of them. Now, it goes on here, right here, this part right here, shall spring up from his roots. This is where the image and transcription ends. The passage continues. So this little thing is just inserted randomly in there, and then it opens up to something else. And this is a hallmark of reading the Talmud when you go into the Gemara. It says, shall spring up from his roots. They said to him, yes, Nezer will be killed, that is written, Isaiah 14:9. You shall cast forth out of your gate like an abominable branch. That's where we get the root Nezer from. They brought Buni, said to him, will Buni be killed? And they tried to try all 5 of these disciples. Now, when we go back to dating it, Talmud itself is an edited record of discussions about Mishnah, a document which was completed about 200 CE. Talmud progresses through Mishnah, discussing one small moon at a time, much like a modern Bible commentary. Now, let's keep going down. This appears to be what happened at Sanhedrin 43a. The tradition about Yeshua's trial relates to the preceding discussion, but the tradition about the trial of Yeshua's disciples has no relevance to any nearby discussion. Let's move forward. I'm not going to read all of this, but it says here, an outline, the Talmud as preserved for us today contains quotation of M. Sanhedrin 6.1, edited about 200 CE, M. Sanhedrin 6.1, which is in the Babylonian Talmud from 320 to 350, and it's giving you all the various dates. It says this is followed immediately with two comments by R. Joshua ben Levi in 220 and 250, first about a sacrifice of thanksgiving relating to the end of the tradition about Yeshua's disciple, Todah, and second about a sacrifice of burnt offering and confession. Okay, let's scroll down through the rest of it. Let's get down. The tradition about Yeshua's trial was introduced because Sanhedrin 6.1 refers to a herald who walks before the condemned person on their way to execution, calling for any last-minute evidence for defense, which none came out as we read according to the text. The anonymous rabbi introduced this edited edition about Yeshua's trial because it referred to a herald. However, these two references to a herald are very different and somewhat contradictory, and it goes into the list about that here. Here it says, therefore, the historical layers which have been merged in this unit of the Talmud, and it gives you the Mishnah, where we have it edited in 200, the traditions of the trials of Yeshua, discussions by Joshua ben Levi and another rabbi in 220. Now look, I'm bringing this stuff back to at least the 200 CE era that we have an extra biblical testimony about his trial and his execution on Passover. Are y'all following me? Yeah. These traditions of the trials, which were cited in the early 3rd century, were already considered to be authoritative, so they must have become fixed by at least the end of the 2nd century. That means this tradition kept continuing until they actually wrote it down. So that means they're attesting that they put this man to death. That means we're not just making something up. We have the evidence that tried to be censored, man. This, I don't know how many of y'all is really blown away by this, but let me give you a few more paragraphs, and then that's the last slide. The edited tradition about Yeshua's trial as preserved in the Talmud includes internal indicators which suggest that it had been edited. In order to identify the early tradition, we first looked in other places where the tradition has been preserved, and then examined the internal coherence of the tradition itself. They have a passage from Sanhedrin 67a, which includes the words on the eve of Passover, they hung, followed by other names for Yeshu, which is Ben Stada and Ben Pendera, and these are all title terms. This is deep, but I'm not going to get into it here. We have 2 and 3, the words for sorcery and enticing Israel occur in Sanhedrin 107b, with the parallels to Sotah 47a, and 4, outside of Talmud, 2 charges are recorded by Justin Martyr, who said that as a result of Yeshua's miracles, remember, Justin Martyr was 150 AD, so he is closer to when the events happened, that is contemporaneous to when these traditions was about to get penned down. It says, as a result of Yeshua's miracles, the Jews dared to call him a magician and enticer of the people. Stanton pointed out that these 2 charges also occurred together in the 3rd century Acts of Atonement 96, where Thomas is charged with them, though clearly as a proxy for Yeshua. So they go back to dating it, and they say it goes back as far as 150 CE, as far as something writing by Justin Martyr. And then we go here, it talks about the core traditions, compares it with the synoptic gospels, the charges of sorcery. The gospels do not contradict the idea that Yeshua was charged with sorcery, which I showed you earlier, and enticing Israel, but neither can it be inferred by the gospels. They are silent about actual charges on his arrest warrant, though the questioning at the start of the trial is consistent with the charge of enticing Israel. Remember, leading them astray? Its origin of tradition is also unlikely to be rabbinic or Pharisaic, which they're talking about here in this aspect here. Although it has been preserved in rabbinic literature, there are 2 reasons why it's unlikely to be authored within this movement. So now he's going to another difficulty to say, whoever inserted that, they was either a scribe or redacted that added it, and it wasn't actually the Pharisees themselves. They were just recording a tradition that was in the text. That's why it looks so out of place. Passover Eve was not kept as a holy day by all of the disparate factions which made up Judaism before 70 CE. A tradition we have no reason to doubt says those in Galilee avoided work all day. That's another subject matter. Conclusion, and we're done. These 2 central traditions about Yeshua and his disciples, which would occur in B. Sanhedrin 43a, were brought into the Talmudic discussions early in the 3rd century and removed in the 15th to 16th century. So this tradition has been going on for years before they try to blot it out. External evidence gives independent witness that the earliest core in this tradition was on the eve of Pesach, they hung Yeshu HaNatzori for sorcery and enticing Israel to idolatry. The rest of the tradition was added later as explanatory glosses to help the reader with problems which became particularly acute in the 2nd century. The date of the trial, the method of execution, and the charge of sorcery. So they're saying these were interpolations that was added on top of on the E, which is authentic. These were redactions or interpolations. It says these explanations had already been added by the end of the 2nd century because part of them is debated as an authoritative text by rabbis in the early 3rd century. Last part, the least difficult explanation is that therefore that the earliest core of the central tradition of Yeshua's trial came from the actual court records from the time of Yeshua, which succeeding generations, felt they could not change despite the difficulties presented by the wording. Instead, later editors added explanatory phrases, which we see in the corpus and the development of the Talmud during the latter half of the 2nd century. So with that, I'm done. And what I'm saying is this. What you're going to take away from this is people can no longer say that what we see in the Synoptic Gospels as far as this man being put to death on Passover, being hanged, and all these other additional things that was added to give more details is false or fake or written up or a myth. It's real. And here it is from the word of mouth from the Pharisees themselves. So now I'm done. And to sum it up in just a paragraph, the Most High required human sacrifice because when you commit a capital offense, you have to be put to death. And if that person is not put to death, everybody else is partaking in their sins. The wrath of the Most High comes upon everybody. It could be in the form of a judgment, a plague. So once you kill that person, it will take away those sins or atone for their sins, and it will allow the land to be clean. We see various cultures that had human sacrifice and their methods of execution, etc. We see it in the scriptures, which could be ugly for some or taboo, but it was there. That was ancient cultural practice. And what we see is this was a vehicle that the Most High utilized, that when we came in time to the Bri Hadashah, he allowed Yahushua to die in advance because the Most High was talking to him to die in advance, but he had to die through the vehicle of Torah in order for him to be an adequate offering because he was examined to see if he knew the law, which he passed. They killed the innocent man, which would be the Passover lamb is innocent, it didn't commit any sin, but it has to die. And in doing so, through the shedding of his blood, he was a martyr that through his blood, he absolved the people who killed him through the rite of baptism, initiated them to the order of Melchizedek, where they gave offerings through these rites of passage so they could be inducted into the order of Melchizedek to go out and retrieve the lost sheep of Israel, teach them the principles of the kingdom, and create an autonomous community so they can have a quality of life until their redemption comes nigh through the Most High Yah and the branch, which is the king to come. We saw the sonship process with David, the priesthood induction of David and his sons. We see how parallels are drawn to Yahushua by his followers, and we see how everything they said follow archetypes that was already in Tanakh. They didn't get it from some extraneous work somewhere. Everything followed the code of Torah, and the Most High put this thing together cohesively to show the plan in advance to those who are in this priesthood order, because our objective is once he puts his seal on us, the eternal life is that you and your bloodline will be kept from the plagues because you are now leaving this perverse generation and you're coming into this priesthood where you're being governed by Torah and you're bringing the lost sheep back unto me. So once you retrieve all the remnant, now the end times can come. This is what the text is talking about, and the message is to Israel and Gentiles. If they want to cleave onto that, they can, but they have their place, but Israel is always on top. So with that being said, I hope this solidified things that you probably was questioning. And with that, we're going to take a quick 5-10 minute question and answer, and then we all can go home. I'm sorry that I took y'all on this long journey. It's at 6 o'clock right now, but I hope y'all enjoyed it. So, are there any questions and answers? Now I can stop looking at the screen and start looking at everybody else. Questions? Anybody? Damn, nobody has any questions? Yes. Huh? Nah, you can leave it. Yeah, I'm gonna let it die on its own. Anybody has any questions?
So somewhat of the form of human sacrifices from Most High is when the nation sinned, in the sense that he had to have a sacrifice of the person of the group that perpetuated that sin.
So if the nation is considered a perverse generation, because they're going to try to look at this, the Qumran community who lived by the Dead Sea, where we find their scrolls, the reason why they were not indulging or going to Jerusalem is they believed that everything was corrupt. So they kept themselves apart from what was going over there because they saw it as a perverse generation, and they created their own method of atonement or initiation as a priesthood because they knew at some point the temple will be destroyed and that you have to have a contingency plan running alongside everything that's occurring there in Jerusalem. So they was the ones that taught that now this order has to be from Melchizedek. It's not original to the New Testament. It comes from the Quran community. So the perpetuation is if the nation's going astray, the Most High has to use a human sacrifice to bring the people back unto himself. Through the vehicle of Torah, through the ignorance of the people, but giving them a sin offering to redeem them of the killing of shedding of blood of an innocent man. But he allowed himself to die because he knew through his death, his disciples will have a more potent message to give to the lost sheep and bring them back into the fold so that now they could be priesthood after the order of Melchizedek, which is the renewed covenant. The old covenant, which is the old priesthood laws and so forth, wasn't enough to keep Israel. So he had to push it aside once the temple was destroyed, bring up or raise up the Melchizedek order and use that in the in-between time, the time of weeks. If you look at the redemption model of the feast days, period of weeks. So now when we come to the end, whoever this bloodline is from Judah, remember from the lineage of David, this bloodline from Judah is going to come on the scene and be able to merge the king-priest roles because now the Most High inducted personally David and put it through his seed that the branch that's raised up would be the king-priest that we see in Zechariah. So he had to die as a martyr to bring his message to the masses in order to redeem the lost sheep of Israel. If he was still alive, then the Ruach could not come to force them to keep the statutes, laws, and commandments and empower them whenever they saw that they were being persecuted. So hopefully that answers your question. Yes.
Mm-hmm. So how does that affect us today? Because many of us are still operating through that spirit of Belial. Yeah. So the whole nation is still...
So the spirit of Belial has to do with deception. Okay. You know the word deceiver? That's the purpose of the spirit of Belial, is to entice the children of Israel away from the Most High's covenants. So what Yahshua had to do was a Melchizedek order priest, not a Levi priest, because that was done away or temporarily put on a hold. It'll be restored in the millennium period, and then it'll consummate fully. But in the interim, during the weeks period, we have the Melchizedek order, and their job is to cast out these spirits. You know that casting out spirits is to show the authority of the kingdom of Elohim in the earth, that now those under the authority or rulership of Hamashiach can put forth in the earth to bind up these spirits, so that way you can alleviate the children of Israel from the captivity and give them this message of the kingdom to induct them into the order of Melchizedek. Okay. I know it's crazy. It might be a lot, but y'all gonna get it. Y'all watch this again, y'all see it. Anybody else got any questions? Yes. You got it. Whenever you call authority in heaven to say this person is being captured by the spirit, I'm gonna give you that authority so you can relieve them of that spirit, because the objective is this is a future or remnant member of the covenant order. So you have to remove the spirit from them to bring them into the fold. So he has given us this authority. This is why when we say his name, it's to give us the kingship authority over the spirits of Belial on the earth. So this is why you're able to operate as a king in the earth, because now you're the diplomat or representative of Yahushua in the heavenly sanctuary here on the earth. And because he's seated at the right hand, again, I told you that comes from Psalm 80 and 17, he can delegate you power because now he has been raised above thrones and powers and principalities. So their level is here at the state, at the county, at the city level. His is at the federal or international. So when you go around them to him, he gives the edict coming down. Those spirits have to be removed from the children of Israel. So now you can bring them into the fold. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. So he says, is that the remnant? It's for the remnant. It's for the remnant. Because all of Israel is not going to come under this order. So the remnant has a responsibility, yes.
So then what's happening to the rest of Israel who's not under the order?
You ever heard of the purging of the 2/3? It's going to be the ones that don't have the insurance policy. The purpose of him doing this is to give an assurance to those who are under the order that when all these things take place, I'm going to keep you. Remember when Yahushua says, I'm going to be with you all the way, always, even unto the end of the age? The order is to keep you while all these perverse things are happening around you. So now when the end times come, the seal will be on that remnant who the world's going to hate and try to persecute. But the purpose of the judgments and the plagues is to judge the world for persecuting the remnant. What happens is other Israelites who are not part of the order don't have the insurance policy. So things may happen to them, but through us, they may see an example. So when Yahushua returns, now they will believe as well, because they're going to believe whoever they see is coming to redeem them. And now he may graft those in, but a majority of them are not going to be redeemed because they're going to be wicked. They're going to be under the captivity of Belial. He has redeemed us from the spiritual captivity so we can understand this message and redeem the lost sheep of Israel. All right, so I have the live stream on now, and that'll be on for about 24 hours. After it's over, I'm going to re-upload the official video, but it'll be for rent for $1.99, $2. And because I didn't want to charge, for this. I wanted to give people an opportunity to see it for free. But because it took me a lot of sleepless nights to put this together, I'm not demanding any payment. But if you want to donate, you can share it with somebody. You can watch this video because I guarantee this is a game changer and a life-altering message. So you can get it that way. If you want a DVD, let me know. We can set you up with a DVD. But that's how you can watch it again if you want to see it again, or if you want to share it with somebody else. All right, last 2 questions. Anybody got last 2 questions? Yes, yeah, they hate that term. Yeah. Well, I think I proved that. So I said, look, concisely respond. Okay. So when somebody says, first you got to understand certain things. The first thing is, can somebody bear iniquity? And can somebody atone? According to the Tanakh, is it possible that somebody can bear iniquity and atone for sin? We saw that a priest can do it, and a priest prophet has done it. So if you have a model of a priest prophet, he can bear iniquity and he can atone for the sin of Israel through the instructions given to him by the Most High. So once you have to show everything in Tanakh. Don't use the New Testament to make your defense. Only use the Tanakh to make your points of argumentation or your case. Because our objective is not to hate them, to revile them. It's to work together because we're still Israel and not say to them, just because I have this subscription to this priesthood order does not mean that in the end times, you or your descendants will be destroyed. The Most High may very well redeem those who are not subscribing to this. So when I understand that as a priest, I understand that they may not understand my walk, but through their walk, they may also be redeemed. But I know through my faith, and that word pistis doesn't mean blind faith, but through reassurance, through confirmation, that I have the insurance policy going through the end times. Insurance policy. So you have to build a case strictly from the Tanakh and extra biblical text as 1, 2, 3 witnesses. I use the Talmud for the evil inclination. I use Dead Sea Scrolls 11Q13, and I use the Tanakh as 3 witnesses to point to something that the New Testament confirms. New Testament is only speaking about the things that all 3 vantage points are seeing, and it's cohesively putting everything together. So we have to be very diplomatic and careful, because people who we call non-messianic, they don't believe that term. I have a lot of friends and associates that are, and we may differ in that element, but I don't condemn them. That's the problem. They don't condemn me, and I don't condemn them. I explain to them my case. They give me their case. If we disagree, cool, but we still hold the Torah. You know what I say to them? I say, listen, let's say everything I just said about Yahushua HaNatsari is fake and false. He will be delegated or relegated only to a moray, which a lot of them have morays on the earth, or sages that they look up to. And that means that when the Most High returns, because I'm keeping Torah, I'm straight. Because I know how to identify the one who's coming to redeem Israel physically, because I'm still on Torah, and all it would do is relegate Yahushua to a moray, which means that now I understand that he is not the creator. Christians lift him up as the creator. I don't do that. So the Most High will only reckon it to me following this man's work as him being a moray, and induct me into his teachings to keep me more in alignment with Torah and to anticipate that which is to come. So there's various angles that you could do it. And if you go to my YouTube channel, I got a lot of videos up. I have like a 4-hour video where I have a lot of those brothers on the line and sisters, and I just walk with them through it. And if you watch it, a lot of those points will be answered for you. Has anybody seen that long 4-hour teleconference that I had up there? That thing was long, right? But it was good though, right? It was really good. Last question. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you said Hebrews. So I know Hebrews specifically talks about oh, this new covenant is going to restore these two houses, whatever. And based on my understanding and reading it, it doesn't seem as if that has happened. So this in between time that you're talking about, is that what we're in now?
The regathering process.
This is the regathering.
Yes, it is.
So you have an old covenant, a regathering, and then a walking into a new covenant of the regathering.
So the regathering is the initiation of the new covenant through the priesthood. And this priesthood had to be placed as a contingency plan because the Levites are no longer operating now. There's no temple. So what the priesthood order does of Melchizedek is Yahushua is in the heavenly sanctuary, working as a high priest, atoning for our sin. He gave his body to do it as an offering. And now when we pray, when we repent, we give it up to him as a sweet smelling savior, so he can take that and process it, give it to the Father like, here's their offering. As the high priest in the heavenly sanctuary that cannot be destroyed, that man did not make. Because look at this, when the Most High was speaking to Moshe, he said, listen, I'm going to show you a vision of something. Build the tabernacle off of the pattern that I'm showing you. He went up to the mountain, and this is where he got all his visions at. So he saw a heavenly sanctuary and came back and modeled what he saw in heaven right there on the earth. But when the temple got destroyed, the Ark of the Covenant got lost, now the Most High had to revert back to the heavenly sanctuary, and he already assigned a priest there in the heavenly sanctuary. And when we are walking under his order, he gives us authority and atonement to enact in the present time until the full regathering occurs. Regathering is a process. It's a long process. It's not a one-shot deal. Well, the new covenant has already begun, but it has not consummated yet because the remnant has to be pulled in because they've been scattered all over the world. And a lot of people haven't heard this message. So we have the objective of sharing it with them to regather them. So once the remnant wakes up, now the end times are coming. We know we're getting close because you can look at all the things that's going on. You know what I'm saying? So now we have an even stronger case to say, listen, this new renewed covenant, not new, Berit Hadashah, this restoring is the Abrahamic covenant. Abraham was inducted by Melchizedek. Melchizedek was greater than Abraham because he gave a tithe to him, and he blessed Abraham, which he conferred the priesthood onto him. Watch this. He conferred the priesthood onto Abraham because then afterwards, the Most High told Abraham, circumcise everybody and yourself. All right, now that you do that, walk up right before me. All right, now that you do that, make a sacrifice. He didn't do none of these things before he encountered Melchizedek. Melchizedek gave him the initiation right for the order. What happened was the Israelites went astray when they was in Egypt. So he said, listen, now I'm going to take them out. Let me give him this other covenant. And he gave them the Levitical covenant, but he knew that they wouldn't keep it. That's why they got kicked out the land. Even when he brought them back into the land, they were still doing perverse things. So he says, you know what? What I'm going to do is initiate this new covenant, restored covenant, through spirit, water, and what? The laws. The blood is a sacrifice, the martyrdom, in order to bring you to the spirit, to bring you to the laws, and to bring you to the water, initiation right. And I'm going to put the law in their hearts. So in order for somebody to be part of this new covenant, who the New Testament authors attributed to the order of Melchizedek, you have to be walking in the law, and you got to be seeking out the lost sheep of Israel. Yes.
Let me make a comment on what you
Sure.
First Peter 2:9. 1 Peter 2:9 said that we are a peculiar people, a royal priesthood.
There you go.
But if you go back up four or five verses before that, 1 Peter 2:5, it said we're being built
It's a process
into a nation of priests. So I mean, we've been initiated to the process, and we're on our way to get there. And so we're being built into this nation. We're coming into the nation. We got to learn the laws, statutes, judgment, and commandment. We don't know those. Feast days, Sabbath, we've been reinitiated into everything. So it's a process.
Yep, and that's
and
what
then
it is.
Mashiach said, Mashiach, the first fruit.